Epics of Distant Realm Trilogy, an epic fiction book by Hasan Samurai Yolcu. Epics of the Distant Realm is a computer game series sharing the same name. The first installment, a minimalist flash game, was created by Tayfun Tuna and broke records for gameplay on platforms like Kongregate in 2006. The second game, titled The Holy Return, was developed by Emir Suleiman and released on the Steam platform. Translation and testing were handled by Hasan Samurai Yolcu, a member of the development team and the author of this book. The adventure depicted in this book introduces a separate lore with significant expansions to the story featured in the games. Notably, only 10% of the game's original story is included in this book. Special thanks to Bohdan Paketa, Namik Yolcu, Hatice Yolcu, Mehmet Yolcu, Erdem Celal Goran, the students and teachers of Happy Academy. Book 1. Origins. Prologue. In the heart of the planet. Sinta Nefatum, there lay a quaint town, encircled by high stone walls, guarding a haven of peace and simplicity. The town itself, with its cobblestone streets and modest homes nestled between lush gardens and well-tended farms, was a place where time seemed to drift like a slow-moving breeze. It was a warm, sunny Sunday, a day when the town's everyday hum of activity softened and families gathered to celebrate the simple joys of life. In a corner of this peaceful realm, a garden bloomed with wildflowers and grasses, swaying gently in the breeze, their vibrant colors dancing under the midday sun. It was here, surrounded by the fragrance of blossoms and the soft hum of life, that three families, bound by the bonds of deep friendship, had come together for a delightful gathering. The garden was alive with laughter and the sound of children's feet pattering across the soft earth. Valian, a tall, thin man with a neatly trimmed beard and a perpetually relaxed expression, sat comfortably at a wooden table shaded by the wide branches of a flowering tree. His long, weathered fingers rested casually on the table's edge as he leaned back, a faint smile playing on his lips. Beside him sat Alinari, of average height, but with an air of boundless energy. His curly hair, constantly untamed, seemed to mirror his excited and lively nature. Across from them, their mutual friend Ruzmurad completed the trio, a stout, powerfully built veteran whose face, though stern and weathered, softened in the presence of his companions. His eyes held a glint of quiet wisdom, a man who had seen much, but spoke little of it. In the center of the garden, a small grill crackled with the smell of meat cooking over flames, sending fragrant tendrils of smoke spiraling upward. Nearby, the women of the families, Valian's wife Alara, Alinari's partner Nira, and Ruzmurad's companion Lyra, busied themselves with preparing salads, fruits, and bread, their quiet chatter mixing with the sizzle of the grill. The children, bright-eyed and laughing, ran across the garden, their games full of joyful energy. Occasionally, one would stumble into a patch of flowers, only to leap up again with a grin and rejoin the chase. Valian, ever the joker, caught sight of one of the children, a boy with messy hair and dirt on his cheeks, chasing after a butterfly.
"Oh, Torin!"
Valian called out, his voice warm and playful. The boy, no older than 7, skidded to a halt, his eyes wide with curiosity as he approached the table. The boy, Torin, with his wild hair and wide, curious eyes, skidded to a stop, turning eagerly to face Valian.
"Come here, lad. I've got a tale for you."
Torin bounced over, eyes wide with excitement. He always loved Valian's stories, even if they were sometimes a little unbelievable.
"Now,"
Valian began, leaning in close and speaking just loud enough for everyone to hear.
"Have I ever told you about the time I escaped from a cyclops by riding a thundercloud?"
Torin's jaw dropped, and Alinari snorted into his drink.
"Oh, here we go again,"
Alinari said, grinning.
"This one's a classic."
Valian waved a hand dismissively, silencing Alinari with a smirk.
"You laugh now, Alinari, but you weren't there. It was me, all alone in the eastern wastes, face to face with a cyclops as tall as a mountain. The beast's breath smelled like 100-year-old stew gone bad, and its eye, oh, that eye, was the size of a barn door.
Ruzmarad raised an eyebrow, his deep voice rumbling from across the table.
I remember that cyclops. You sure it was as big as you say?
Valian grinned.
Bigger. Much bigger. I had nowhere to run, but then I spotted it. A thundercloud drifting down from the heavens, just waiting for a hero like me. I leapt onto it, grabbed hold of the lightning itself, and rode that storm all the way to safety.
Torin's eyes were like saucers, hanging on every word.
And that,
Valian finished with a dramatic pause,
is how I got away without a scratch. Of course, I still have a bit of a tan from the lightning, but you can't complain about a free ride.
Torin gasped, utterly convinced by the ridiculous tale, while Alinari nearly choked on his bread.
A thundercloud, Valian? Really?
Of course,
Valian said, patting Torin on the head.
And if you stick around long enough, I'll teach you how to ride one too.
Alinari rolled his eyes but was smiling.
You'll be teaching the boy how to fly next.
Before Torin could ask any more questions, Valian reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, intricately carved candle. He handed it to the boy, his eyes gleaming.
Now, Torin, this here is a candle from that very storm. I want you to promise me you'll eat it after the meal.
Torin looked at the candle, confused but clearly amused.
Eat it.
Yes, eat it,
Valian said with mock seriousness.
It's made of lightning. Gives you a shock of energy. But only if you promise.
Torin giggled, clutching the candle to his chest.
I promise.
As the boy ran off to show the other children his newfound treasure, Alinari shook his head, still grinning.
You're going to have that boy believing anything.
Valian shrugged, his grin unrepentant.
Isn't that the joy of it? Life's better with a little wonder.
By now, the food was ready, and the families gathered around the table. Plates were passed, and the sound of clinking glasses mixed with the crackle of the fire. Alara, Valian's wife, smiled as she laid a platter of roasted vegetables on the table, her hands lightly dusted with flour from baking the bread.
You've outdone yourselves again?
Ruzmarad said, his voice a low rumble of appreciation as he took a slice of the tender meat. Alinari, reaching for a mug of ale, added with a grin,
I'll never understand how you make it taste so good, Nira.
Nira, Alinari's partner, flashed him a teasing smile.
It's a secret. If I told you, I'd have to throw you out of the kitchen.
Or worse.
Lyra, Ruzmarad's wife, chimed in, her quiet humor slipping into the conversation as she poured herself a drink.
We'd put you to work.
The table burst into laughter as Alinari held up his hands in surrender.
I'd rather not.
Valian raised his cup, his expression turning a touch more serious as he looked around at the faces of his friends and family.
To the finest company in all the lands,
he said, his voice warm with affection.
May our adventures always lead us back home.
The others lifted their glasses in return, their voices joining in a chorus of agreement. As they dug into the food, the conversation turned to old tales. Ruzmarad, always one for quiet reflection, shared a memory from his days as a soldier.
You remember the siege of Kira's Fall? He asked, looking at Alinari.
Alinari nodded.
I'll never forget it. We held the walls for days with barely any food.
Aye,
Ruzmarad said, his gaze far away.
It was Valian's plan to lure the enemy into the pass. They never saw it coming.
Valian, mouth full of bread, raised a finger.
I told you it would work.
Alinari chuckled.
I don't think we had much choice. The food had run out.
We did what we had to,
Ruzmarad said quietly, then looked at Valian with a rare smile.
But you did get us out of that one.
And here we are,
Valian said, raising his cup again.
Safe, sound, and well fed.
As the sun began its slow descent, casting long shadows over the garden, The conversation continued, filled with laughter, memories, and a sense of togetherness. For now, the world outside their walls felt distant, as if no trouble could reach them. The hidden path. The warmth of the day lingered in the air as the three friends strolled through the narrow streets of their beloved town. Valyan, Alanari, and Ruzmurad moved slowly, their steps in rhythm with the peaceful night that had begun to settle over Sinta Nefatum. The faint sound of laughter and conversation from the homes they passed added to the sense of serenity. Small medieval-style houses built from stone and wood lined the streets. Some had thatched roofs, while others had small gardens with flowers creeping up the walls. The buildings were simple yet charming, and the air was thick with the scent of fresh bread and blooming jasmine. As they walked, the three friends barely spoke, but their minds were far from idle. The night, though beautiful, had a weight to it, a feeling of anticipation that none of them could shake. The stars above twinkled like distant beacons, yet none of them could fully appreciate their beauty. The town was so peaceful, so quiet, almost too quiet. It was Alanari who broke the silence.
You remember that time, Valyan, when you got us stuck in the ice caves of Balthar because you thought you could map the place by memory?
Valyan laughed, his deep voice echoing through the empty streets.
Stuck? That was strategic. I was leading us to a secret passageway.
Ruzmurad grunted.
Leading us to hypothermia, more like.
You two have no appreciation for the art of exploration.
Valyan countered, waving a hand dismissively. If I hadn't taken that wrong turn, we never would have found that hidden alcove full of those rare crystals. And who saved the day when we traded those crystals for a king's ransom in silver?
Only because we stumbled upon the alcove by accident,
Alanari said, shaking his head with a grin. The cobblestones beneath their feet clicked softly with each step as they continued walking, their familiar banter easing the tension none of them had spoken about yet. The town around them, though cozy and welcoming, began to feel a little smaller. The streets were narrowing, the light dimming as they approached a more secluded part of town where fewer people lived. Valyan's eyes flicked up toward the darkened windows of the houses they passed.
Is it ready?
Ruzmurad asked in his usual quiet tone, the gruffness in his voice hinting at something more serious beneath their playful exchange.
Almost done,
Valyan replied, his voice soft but firm. Alanari glanced around, his eyes scanning the street ahead.
I still can't believe it's taken us this long,
he muttered half to himself.
3 months? Feels like a lifetime.
Ruzmurad gave a low chuckle.
At least it's given us something to do, rather than waiting for our doom.
They fell silent again as they approached the warehouse. It stood at the end of a narrow alley, far from the main streets of the town. The building was old, its wooden exterior weathered and cracked, blending in with the surrounding buildings. But this warehouse was different. Its contents were a secret known only to the three men standing before it now. Valyan cast a quick glance around. The street was empty, the houses around them dark and still. Even the wind had stilled, as if holding its breath, waiting for what came next.
Looks clear?
Alanari whispered. Ruzmurad nodded and moved toward the door, his hand resting on the latch. With a slow, deliberate motion, he opened it just enough for the three of them to slip inside before pulling it closed behind them. The warehouse was vast, its interior dimly lit by a few flickering lanterns scattered around the room. Wooden crates were piled high along the walls, some covered in dust and cobwebs. But it was the massive shape in the center of the room that drew the eye. There, hidden away from the world, stood a spaceship. It was unlike anything one would expect, a strange fusion of medieval craftsmanship and otherworldly technology. The body of the ship was made of dark, polished wood, intricately carved with symbols and runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. The shape was elongated, sleek, like a great seafaring ship from ancient times, but with a hull that hovered inches above the ground. The wings, if they could be called that, were curved, metallic structures jutting out from the sides, covered in the same runic carvings that seemed to pulse with an inner light. The front of the ship was a sharp, pointed bow, reminiscent of the prow of a great warship. The wood was reinforced with bands of steel, giving it a sturdy, almost intimidating appearance. Rows of windows, circular and tinted, ran along the sides, giving it an air of mystery. A massive door stood open near the back, leading to the inside, where the soft glow of magical lanterns illuminated the interior. Inside, the ship was just as impressive. Rows of seats lined the main hall, each one carved from dark wood and inlaid with silver, enough to seat 200 people. At the front, a large control panel sat embedded into a raised platform, made from a combination of metal and crystal. The controls themselves looked almost medieval, wheels and levers, gears and pulleys, but the crystals embedded in them glowed with the unmistakable energy of magic. It was a perfect blend of ancient and futuristic, a ship that seemed to exist in a world between worlds. Alinari walked up to the control panel, running his fingers over the carved wood.
Every time I see it, I can't believe we built this thing,
he said, his voice a mixture of awe and disbelief. Valian stood beside him, gazing at the ship with a look of pride.
3 months,
he said softly.
3 months of blood, sweat, and tears.
We still have a long way to go,
Ruzmurad said, though there was a note of satisfaction in his voice. Alinari turned, walking toward a small compartment at the back of the ship. He knelt down, opening a panel to reveal the fuel tank. Inside, a swirling liquid glowed faintly, casting eerie shadows on the walls. It was a deep shade of violet, shimmering like liquid starlight.
This is where the real magic happens,
Alinari said, standing back up and facing his friends. This ship, it's not like anything we've seen before. It doesn't run on any ordinary fuel. This is a magic spaceship, and it runs on mana elixir. Pure, concentrated mana. Without it, this ship is nothing more than a hollow husk. Ruzmurad stepped forward, his eyes locked on the glowing liquid.
How much more do we need?
A lot,
Alinari admitted, closing the panel.
We've been gathering what we can, but it's not enough. We need hundreds of vials to fuel this thing for a long journey. Mana potions are rare, and collecting them is no easy task.
Ruzmurad crossed his arms, his brow furrowed in thought.
Don't worry about that,
he said after a moment.
I've been working in the mines for years. I know where to find the gold and silver we need. The magic shop's owner has a thing for precious metals. I can trade for as many potions as we need, but it'll take time. A few weeks, maybe.
Valian nodded, his arms resting on his hips as he looked at the ship.
It's a start, but we'll need more than just fuel. I heard something interesting from one of the traders who came through town last week. He mentioned that on the planet Earth, people are using something called liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen as fuel for their spacecraft.
Liquid hydrogen?
Alinari repeated, his brow furrowed in confusion.
What is that exactly?
Valian shrugged.
Apparently, it's something their scientists use to power their main engines. They don't know anything about magic, but their technology is beyond anything we've seen here.
Ruzmurad scoffed.
They might not know magic, but they have 7 billion people on that planet. 7 billion. That's a number I can't even wrap my head around.
Alinari leaned against one of the ship's seats, shaking his head slowly.
7 billion. In this empty world, we're barely a few thousand. It's hard to even imagine that kind of population.
There's something else,
Ruzmurad said, his voice lowering slightly.
All we know about Earth comes from books and ancient writings. If we make it there, there's no telling what we'll find. It could be completely different from what we've been told.
Valian crossed his arms, his expression turning thoughtful.
Are we sure this is the right path? seeking asylum on Earth? What if we're making a mistake?
Ruzmarad turned to face him, his dark eyes narrowing slightly.
What other choice do we have? We're being hunted. Our planet is dying. If we stay here, we die with it.
Valian frowned, his gaze distant, as if lost in thought.
I've heard troubling things about Earth. Wars, endless conflicts between their nations. They kill their own kind, fight over things that don't matter. We might be trading one kind of danger for another.
Alinari's face paled, his mouth falling open slightly in shock.
They kill their own breed? What is wrong with them? Here, we're endangered, fighting just to survive. And they're busy hating each other.
Alinari finished, his voice filled with disbelief.
I can't wrap my head around that. We're fighting for our lives, and they're destroying their own world from within.
There's more,
Valian said, his eyes narrowing.
It's not just the wars. They're polluting their environment. The very air they breathe, the water they drink, everything is tainted by the resources they use. They pump out toxic gases, shorten the life of their planet without a second thought.
Ruzmarad shook his head slowly.
I read about that too. They're reckless, those people. Crazy, maybe. But again, we don't have a choice. For our family's future, for everyone left here, Earth is the only chance we've got.
The warehouse fell silent for a moment, the three friends contemplating the enormity of their decision. It wasn't just about leaving Sinta Nefatum behind. It was about stepping into the unknown. Earth might offer salvation, but it could also bring a new kind of danger. Would they find allies there or enemies? Valian, always the pragmatic one, sighed and rubbed his temples.
We need to be prepared for anything. Once this ship is ready, we'll have to be on high alert the moment we arrive on Earth. We don't know who or what might be waiting for us.
Alinari nodded, still looking troubled.
And the journey won't be easy. Even with enough mana elixir to fuel the ship, we'll need supplies, weapons, and a plan. We can't just land in the middle of a war zone.
Ruzmarad glanced at the spaceship, his brow furrowed in thought.
We'll gather what we can over the next few weeks. I'll work on getting us more mana potions. Valian, see if you can find anything about Earth's political climate, anything that might give us an idea of where to land. We don't want to end up in the middle of one of their conflicts.
And I'll focus on finishing the ship's final preparations.
Alinari added.
We've come this far. We can't turn back now.
The three friends stood together, the weight of their task heavy on their shoulders. Though they had built the ship with their own hands, it was the uncertainty of their future that loomed largest. As they looked at the magical vessel, a mixture of hope and fear filled the air. Ruzmarad finally broke the silence, his voice firm.
We've faced worse odds before. Whatever's waiting for us on Earth, we'll deal with it. We've always survived.
Valian smiled, though there was a hardness in his eyes.
Survival isn't enough anymore. We need to thrive. We're not just running away. We're finding a way to save our people.
Alinari glanced at them both, a glint of determination in his eyes.
Then let's get to work. We don't have much time left.
The conversation ended with a shared understanding. They had a ship, a plan, and a mission. Now all that remained was to make it a reality. Daruvish's Lodge. The following morning dawned with a gentle grace over the town. Torin, now filled with purpose, made his way to Daruvish's Lodge. The path was familiar, lined with vibrant flowers and the sweet scent of early blooms, guiding him toward a place that seemed to exist outside the bounds of ordinary time. Daruvish's Lodge stood as a serene enclave amidst the town's hustle, its exterior adorned with intricate patterns and ornamental details that spoke of distant lands. The building was a masterpiece of Oriental artistry, its facade a tapestry of delicate tile work and ornate carvings. Each tile was a work of art in itself, shimmering in hues of turquoise, gold, and deep blues, depicting celestial motifs and abstract designs. As Torin approached, he admired the simple elegance of the structure. The entrance was marked by an arched doorway, framed by elegant ironwork and lush, flowering vines. A sign, written in flowing script, announced the lodge's name in characters that glinted in the sunlight. Upon entering, Torin was greeted by the soft murmur of tranquility. The interior was an enchanting blend of warmth and light, imbued with an aura of timelessness. The floors were covered with plush carpets and intricate rugs that sprawled like vibrant seas beneath his feet. The walls were adorned with richly patterned tapestries and delicate faience, their colors warm and inviting, blending harmoniously with the light streaming through stained glass windows. The air was perfumed with a blend of incense and the faint scent of old books, adding to the lodge's ethereal ambiance. Visitors were required to remove their shoes before stepping inside, adding to the sense of entering a sacred space. In the center of this serene setting stood Daruvish, an intellectual figure who radiated an air of both wisdom and modernity. He was a man of striking presence, dressed in flowing garments that mirrored the elegance of ancient scholars, his attire a harmonious blend of deep earthy colors and fine fabrics. His robes were adorned with intricate embroidery that hinted at celestial themes and philosophical symbols. His turban was neatly wrapped, adding a touch of distinction to his ensemble. Despite the traditional garb, his demeanor was thoroughly contemporary, his eyes twinkling with a blend of mischief and deep insight. At the moment, Daruvish was engaged in a conversation with a young adventurer woman. She was a striking figure herself, clad in rugged leather armor that spoke of countless battles and journeys. Her shield, embossed with mysterious runes, was strapped to her back, and a longsword hung at her side, its blade gleaming with a well-maintained edge. Her attire, practical yet adorned with subtle symbols, indicated both her readiness for adventure and her philosophical leanings.
So if I understand you correctly,
the adventurer woman was saying, her voice earnest and reflective,
humanists do not favor Nietzsche's ideas. Because he advocates for the pursuit of individual goals to achieve the status of an Übermensch, he not only rejects the collective approach, but stands firmly opposed to it. His philosophy suggests that being part of the community is akin to being a sheep. Instead, he believes that individuals should embrace the more arduous path of becoming a lone wolf and focus on perfecting their own selves.
Daruvish's eyes sparkled with satisfaction as he listened.
Indeed, you have grasped the essence of Nietzsche's critique, he affirmed. His challenge to the collective notion of humanity speaks to the individual's quest for self-mastery and excellence.
The adventurer woman leaned forward slightly, her curiosity piqued.
And what is your perspective on this?
Daruvish's smile deepened, and he looked thoughtful for a moment.
I have indeed drawn wisdom from Nietzsche, just as I have from those who hold opposing views. Yet, today, my understanding has transcended such binaries. I have arrived at a state of oneness. In my current state of being, there is no individualism nor collectivism. There is neither capitalism nor communism. There is no separation between spiritualism and materialism. My soul dwells in a realm where such divisions dissolve. To me, there exists only one truth, which encompasses all, God, the essence of everything.
The adventurer woman's eyes widened, clearly moved by his words. She took a deep breath, absorbing the profundity of Daruvish's insights.
Thank you for sharing this with me,
she said, her voice filled with genuine gratitude.
It has given me much to ponder.
With a final nod of appreciation, she turned and left the lodge, the door closing softly behind her. Daruvish turned to Torin, who had been waiting patiently, seated on a floor cushion. The young man looked up with a mixture of anticipation and reverence.
Welcome, smart little one.
Daruvish greeted warmly, his arms open for a heartfelt embrace. Torin stood and accepted the hug, feeling a comforting sense of belonging.
Today's lesson,
Daruvish said, guiding Torin to a comfortable seating area,
will be about Rumi, a great teacher whose words have transcended time. let us explore the teachings of the wise soul whose insights have inspired many.
He gestured to a stack of ancient texts and manuscripts laid out on a low table, their covers adorned with ornate designs. As Torrens settled into his seat, the air filled with the gentle rustle of pages being turned and the soft hum of philosophical discourse, Daruvish began to share insights that promised to further illuminate the path of understanding for both of them, the king's audience. The sun shone brightly over the realm as Valion, Alanari, and Ruzmurad approached the imposing yet modest castle of King Emir. Unlike the grand fortresses of legend, this castle was a more humble affair, reflecting the practical sensibilities of its ruler. The castle stood at the heart of a lush, well-tended garden, its stone walls clad in ivy that provided a touch of natural beauty to its sturdy appearance. The battlements were modest, more decorative than defensive, and the castle's towers were squat and functional, providing a panoramic view of the surrounding countryside. A flag adorned with the royal crest, a lion, and a crescent moon entwined, fluttered gently in the breeze atop the central keep. The castle's entrance was marked by a grand arched gateway, flanked by stately stone columns and guarded by 2 vigilant sentinels. Inside, the grandeur was understated, but elegant. The main hall, where the trio awaited their audience, was a large chamber with high, vaulted ceilings, supported by sturdy wooden beams. The walls were adorned with tapestries depicting historical battles and the achievements of the kingdom. Rich, dark wood paneling provided a warm contrast to the cool stone floors. The air was tinged with the scent of polished wood and fresh flowers, brought in to brighten the space. Ornate chandeliers hung from the ceiling, their candles flickering softly and casting a gentle glow over the room. As they waited, the 3 friends engaged in quiet conversation. Alanari, ever the pragmatic one, broke the silence.
Do you think the king will grant us permission to leave?
Ruzmurad, who had been deep in thought, responded,
I'm not sure. I was pondering this last night. There's a chance he might see us as cowards for wanting to leave rather than stay and fight.
Valion, maintaining his usual calm demeanor, offered reassurance.
I've known Emir since his childhood. He's a noble and intellectual king. I believe he'll respect our rights and our decision, even if he may not agree with it.
Before the conversation could continue, a stern-looking guard approached them.
The king is ready to see you now. Please follow me.
The trio followed the guard through a series of winding corridors until they reached the royal chambers. The room they entered was elegant in its simplicity. The walls were adorned with rich tapestries, and the floor was covered with luxurious rugs that added warmth to the cool stone. In the center of the room, beneath a vaulted ceiling, stood a throne carved from dark mahogany, its backrest adorned with intricate gold inlays. King Emir sat upon this throne with an air of serene authority. His appearance was striking. He had a fair complexion and jet-black hair that fell in gentle waves around his shoulders. His eyes, calm and wise, reflected a depth of experience and a thoughtful demeanor. His robe, rich with royal blue and gold, draped elegantly over the throne, emphasizing his regal presence.
Welcome,
Emir said, his voice deep and resonant.
How can I assist you?
Ruzmurad stepped forward and bowed respectfully.
My lord, we have constructed a spaceship. We wish to seek asylum on the planet Earth with our families and relatives. We also request that you disable the magical void surrounding Cinta Nefatum to allow our departure.
Emir's brow furrowed slightly at the request.
The magical void you speak of was established by the Mage Guild to protect our world from colonizers. It is a formidable barrier that prevents entry or exit from the planet. Disabling it is no trivial matter.
He paused, his gaze turning contemplative.
I am disheartened by your decision to leave. I had hoped you would stay and aid us in our struggle against the invasions of undead, reptilians, and other alien forces. But if this is your wish, I must respect it.
Ruzmarad nodded gratefully.
Thank you, sir.
Emir continued.
The control panel for the Void is located at Tremian Tower. Unfortunately, it is situated outside our current territory and has been overrun by evil creatures. It is a considerable distance from here.
Valian, ever resourceful, offered a solution.
If you allow us to lead your soldiers, we can reclaim the tower and disable the Void.
The king's expression shifted to one of concern.
I regret that I cannot spare any of my soldiers for this task. The undead and their allies would likely use their absence as an opportunity to intensify their attacks on our city. We cannot afford to lose this town. It is all that we have left. You will need to undertake this mission alone. However, I will mark the location of the tower on your maps, provide you with health and mana potions for your journey, and offer you 200 gold for your expenses.
He signaled to his servants, who promptly entered with the items he had promised. The potions, each contained in finely crafted glass vials, were presented along with a small chest of gold coins. The servants, dressed in modest yet elegant attire, handled the items with care and reverence. King Emir looked at the trio with a mixture of solemnity and hope.
May God guide you and grant you success in your quest. Farewell.
With their provisions secured and their quest clearly defined, Valian, Alanari, and Ruzmarad took their leave from the king's chambers. The weight of their responsibility settled upon them, but their determination remained unshaken. As they departed, the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the castle grounds. The friends walked together, their minds already strategizing for the challenge ahead, each step bringing them closer to Tremian Tower and the uncertain future that awaited them. In Angeville's cell, the prison was small, fitting for a town with no more than 2,000 souls. Its thick stone walls were ancient and weathered, covered in a faint sheen of moss. The cells, narrow and dimly lit by the flicker of lanterns, were barred with iron, their cold metal holding back the faint whispers of forgotten prisoners. It was a relic of simpler, harsher times. A long corridor ran between the cells, and the air was thick with the scent of mildew. The ground was hard stone, worn smooth by years of weary footsteps, and the occasional drip of water echoed through the quiet, creating an atmosphere of solemn isolation. Angeville sat in the corner of one of these cells, her knees pulled tight to her chest, her head resting on them as she stared at the floor. Her skin, once perhaps soft and human, now showed signs of rot, peeling and cracked in places, a reminder of whatever transformation had taken her. Her red devil horns curved out from her head, matching the long, spiked tail that flicked occasionally in irritation. Symbols of a deep crimson hue adorned her body, glowing faintly under the dim light. She wore black leather trousers and a tight leather cloth over her chest, but despite her attire, she looked almost lost in thought, as though the weight of her condition weighed heavily on her mind. No one knew if she had always been like this, or if some tragic event had turned her into the creature she now appeared to be. As Angeville brooded, the soft strum of a lute echoed from the cell next to hers. A bard, imprisoned like her, had begun to play and sing, his voice soft and haunting as he wove his tale.
In lands where shadows stretch and curl, 3 adventurers brave did whirl, their path unknown, their fate unspun, to a tower beneath the sun. Through forests deep and mountains steep, their courage climbed where secrets sleep, to find a spire of mystic lore, a tower veiled in ancient core. The bard now sings with voice so clear, will they conquer or will they fear? To reach the height where legends blend, will they emerge or meet their end? With hearts aflame and spirits bold, they seek the truths that tales have told. In twilight's grasp and magic's hold, their destiny is stories old.
The song trailed off just as the heavy iron door at the end of the corridor creaked open, and the sound of boots echoed toward Angeville's cell. King Emir, flanked by two of his guards, entered the dark hall. He was a calm figure, his black hair falling neatly around his wise, fair-skinned face. His eyes surveyed the cells, lingering on Angeville's.
"Why are you here, you disgusting pig?"
Angeville spat with venom, rising from her seated position and glaring at the king through the bars. King Emir, unshaken by her hostility, gave a small, measured smile.
Be polite, naughty girl. I'm here to check on your health. You've been here for many years. It's my duty to look after everyone, even prisoners.
Angeville's eyes flared with anger, her red tail lashing against the cold stone floor.
"Now, you play the good guy, huh? After all these years, you sentenced me here for nothing, and now you care about my health?"
"It wasn't for nothing,"
Emir replied, his tone sharp but even.
"You know what you did."
A bitter laugh escaped Angeville's lips as she stepped toward the bars.
"Oh, I know what I did. All right. But you're a fool, Emir, a puppet, following the meaningless rules and regulations set by your ancestors. You don't know the truth."
Emir's expression hardened, but he remained calm.
"Justice has nothing to do with my ego, Angeville."
Angeville paused, gripping the iron bars tightly in her hands. Her voice dropped to a low, almost dangerous whisper.
"What is justice, Emir? Who decides what's right and wrong? Are there universal rules of ethics, or is everything just perspective? In my story, you're the villain."
The king met her gaze, unflinching.
"Come on, Angeville. You built an army of insane creatures, cloned yourself countless times, and threatened our human population. Justice isn't just a matter of perspective."
Angeville's anger flared again, her voice rising as she shouted,
"I was trying to save this planet. There has to be a lich one way or another."
The king remained calm, his expression unreadable.
"If it hadn't been for that adventurer who came from beyond to help us catch you, things could have gone far worse. You know that."
Her frustration boiled over, and she slammed a fist against the bars.
"When will you humans understand there is no savior coming for you? Unless you look within and believe in yourselves, you'll never be saved. I'm done with your ignorance."
Emir sighed, clearly tiring of the conversation.
"You seem healthy enough to shout like that, so I assume your condition is stable. Take care, Angeville. If you need anything, tell the guards."
With that, the king turned and exited the cell, his guards trailing after him. As the door closed behind them, the soft strumming of the bard's lute filled the silence once more. His voice, low and mournful, sang a song that seemed to resonate with Angeville's pain.
"Oh, you beautiful Angeville, neither good nor devil, bound by chains in darkness, where shadows twist and revel. Those claims have painted you with a taint so vile, yet in the deepest dungeon you wait all the while. Your skin may wear the marks of rot and dire decay, but within your heart a fire blazes bright as day. A destiny awaits where truth and fate entwine. And though the world judges harshly, your role is by design." The bard now sings with mournful grace. Shall she rise despite this cruel disgrace? In chains she lingers, but destiny's guide may yet reveal her path, where truth abide.
The final notes of the bard's song faded, and in the stillness of her cell, Angeville's tough exterior cracked. Tears welled in her eyes, and for the first time in years she let them fall. The wind rustled gently through the towering trees of Margrim Forest as three friends tread a narrow path, their footsteps cushioned by the soft earth beneath them. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy above, casting dappled shadows that danced along the forest floor. The forest exuded an air of ancient wisdom, its towering oaks and whispering pines seemingly standing as silent witnesses to countless journeys made through its depths. Valian, a rugged man with a thick, wild beard, walked in the front, absent-mindedly twirling the ends of his beard between his fingers. His eyes, usually sharp and watchful, now seemed to gaze into the distance, deep in thought.
Whenever I embark on an adventure into the unknown,
he mused, his voice breaking the peaceful silence,
I feel something strange. A blend of being alive in the moment and a creeping sense of fear.
Alinari, walking beside him, offered a knowing smile, his expression soft with understanding. His silver hair gleamed in the sunlight, and the scar on his left cheek, earned from a previous battle, only deepened the empathy in his eyes.
Two opposites together,
he said, his voice rich with contemplation.
Like yin and yang, a beautiful twist of fate, isn't it? To feel both fear and vitality, as though life itself cannot exist without a shadow of death.
Behind them, Razmurad, his hood pulled low over his brow, nodded in agreement. His voice, when he spoke, carried the weight of experience, each word chosen with deliberate care.
You know, as I see it, there are more enlightened souls on the battlefield than in any temple or monastery. Adventure teaches us, in the deepest corners of our minds, to face death without realizing it. The brush of danger against our skin, the knowledge that every step might be our last. These are the moments when we are most alive. And in facing death so closely, we understand life more profoundly.
He paused, letting the weight of his words settle in the air. Valian glanced up at the sky, watching the clouds drift lazily, as if time itself was giving him room to reflect.
That's a deep thought,
Valian finally said, nodding thoughtfully as his eyes followed a bird soaring across the sky.
In battle, there's no room for pretending you're immortal.
As they continued along the path, the sound of a rhythmic chopping caught their ears, drawing their attention ahead. There, by the side of the path, stood a monk, dressed in a simple white robe that swayed gently in the breeze. His head was completely shaved, and his skin radiated a youthful energy, despite the lines of wisdom etched across his face. His robe was cinched at the waist with a plain, worn leather belt, and his bare feet rested comfortably on the earth as he swung his axe to split firewood. His smile was serene, as if the simple task of chopping wood filled him with boundless joy. Alinari chuckled softly.
You might be right, Razmurad, but let's not say that too loudly near our friend over there.
The monk paused in his work, turning toward them with a broad, welcoming smile, his eyes twinkling with a quiet warmth.
Ah, travelers,
he greeted, leaning the axe against a nearby tree.
Where are you headed this time?
To Tremian Tower,
Razmurad answered, his voice calm but with a touch of humor.
Although, strangely enough, it feels like our first time.
The monk's smile widened as he clasped his hands together, raising his palms toward the sky. His gaze grew distant, as though recalling a memory buried deep in his mind.
Tremian Tower,
he murmured, his voice softening.
The Tower of Mysteries. What do you know of it?
Valian, scratching his beard, sighed.
Honestly, not much of anything.
The monk let out a small, knowing laugh, his smile never fading.
I can't blame you,
he said, stepping forward with a graceful ease.
There are no books that will teach you of it. Its mysteries are not for the written word. He leaned in slightly as if sharing a secret with old friends. Let me tell you something. A secret, if you will.
Alinari's interest piqued, and his eyes widened as he leaned in, hanging on the monk's words.
What secret?
The monk glanced around playfully, as though checking to see if anyone else was listening. His voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper.
To reach the control chamber of Tremian Tower, you'll need the orb key. But here's the trick. The orb is divided into two halves. You will need to separate once inside the tower and seek each half.
Well,
Razmurad said with a rare smile lighting up his face,
That certainly makes things interesting. Thank you, friend.
Alinari, always polite, bowed his head slightly.
And what may we call you, dear monk?
The monk's gaze turned thoughtful as he looked out beyond the trees, as if he were seeing something far beyond the horizon.
Just call me Turtle,
he said after a pause. Valian raised an eyebrow.
Turtle?
The monk nodded, his smile returning.
Yes, a turtle, living slowly, without rush, seeking wisdom in every step, without ever needing to hurry. That's all I do.
The three friends exchanged glances, each one trying to make sense of the monk's words. Valian's mouth twitched into a half-smile. Ruzmarad gave a slight nod of approval, though his expression remained as impassive as ever. With a collective shrug, they bade farewell to the monk, Turtle, as he wished to be called, and continued on their way, their destination still a mystery, but their spirits lifted by the encounter. The frozen cavern's echoes. As the companions stepped into the frozen cavern after passing the Froest, the air around them grew dense with a biting chill, a cold that seemed to seep into their bones with each passing moment. The cavern stretched deep beneath the earth, a hollow of ancient ice and mystery. The walls shimmered with hues of unnatural colors, purple, pink, and green stones scattered amongst the frozen walls, glowing softly as if imbued with some forgotten magic. These colors reflected against the glacial surfaces, casting eerie light patterns in the silence that engulfed the cave. Each step they took echoed in the stillness, their breath misting in the frozen air. The chill wasn't merely physical, it brought with it an unsettling sense of otherworldliness, as though time itself moved differently in this place. The silence was thick, oppressive, broken only by the occasional drip of melting ice that echoed as a faint tap against the cold stone floor. Alinari's voice cut through the eerie quiet, his unease surfacing.
Did we have to pass through this cavern? It's unnerving. Too silent. Too empty. And not a foe in sight.
His fingers lightly traced the hilt of his sword, his gaze sweeping the strange colors embedded in the ice. Ruzmarad, walking beside him, glanced at the map given by the king. His breath visible in the cold air, he answered,
The map led us here. And unless we're to backtrack through the forest, we have no other choice. And...
He gestured toward the cavern's vibrant interior.
Don't you appreciate the view? It's a marvel in its own way.
Valian, who had been quietly absorbing the beauty around them, finally chimed in, a note of excitement in his voice.
It is fantastic. Look at those shining crystal...
But before Valian could finish his sentence, the earth beneath their feet shuddered violently. A deep guttural rumble echoed through the cavern, and the walls trembled as if something ancient and powerful had awakened. The companions froze, their hands instinctively reaching for their weapons as the trembling intensified. Suddenly, from the frozen walls, massive shards of ice began to shift and coalesce. Ice crystals merged with terrifying speed, growing and solidifying into two colossal figures, 3-meter-tall ice golems. Their forms were thick, angular, and massive, with jagged ice protruding from their bodies, and their eyes, glowing with a deep cerulean light, locked onto the intruders. One of the golems, its voice as heavy and thunderous as the earth itself, roared,
We do not welcome intruders in this realm, humans.
Without warning, the ice golems charged. The first golem swung a crushing punch at Valian, who barely managed to dodge the blow, feeling the air shift violently around him. With a swift motion, he retaliated, his long sword gleaming as it slashed across the golem's icy leg. The blow landed, causing a fracture in the golem's limb, but not enough to sever it entirely. Meanwhile, the second golem turned its attention to Ruzmarad, raising its massive hands and casting frost magic into the air. 6 sharp icicles formed around it, hurtling toward Ruzmarad with deadly precision. Ruzmarad's eyes narrowed, and in a blur of motion, he cartwheeled and dodged, narrowly avoiding each deadly shard.
Inferno di Carmelos!
Alinari's voice rang out as he summoned a fireball thick as a spear and blazing with furious heat. The spell shot forward, striking the golem in the chest, and the ice creature let out a whimper of pain as its frozen form steamed and cracked under the intense heat. Though injured, the golem was far from defeated, glaring at its tormentor with icy fury. The golem facing Valian, its leg injured from the earlier sword strike, retaliated by casting its own magic. Ice erupted from the ground beneath Valian's feet, encasing his body in thick, freezing crystals. The cold was unbearable, biting into his flesh as he let out a cry of pain, struggling against the ice that bound him. The golem limped toward him, slower now due to its wounded leg, but determined. Valian, trapped, could only watch as the creature closed the distance. Alinari, hearing Valian's cries, turned swiftly. With a quick incantation,
Gelu impetum!
He hurled a frostbolt at the injured leg of the golem, hoping to further weaken it. The spell struck true, but instead of damaging the creature, the frost seemed to heal it, repairing the fractured ice. The golem stood taller now, faster and angrier. From within his icy prison, Valian gritted his teeth.
Idiot!
He shouted, his voice trembling with cold.
You're healing him. He's made of ice.
The golem, now fully restored, advanced on Valian with renewed speed, its massive fist raised, ready to deliver a crushing blow. Valian's heart pounded in his chest, his breath coming in quick, painful gasps. Immobilized, he could do nothing but watch as the golem's fist came down upon him, his eyes squeezed shut, preparing for the worst. And in that final moment, as the icy cavern trembled with the weight of fate, the world seemed to freeze with him. The golem's fist came closer and closer, its massive shadow falling over Valian's vulnerable form. Looks like everything ends here for him, suspended in the fragile moment between life and death. Meanwhile, at Daruvish's lodge, Daruvish was no ordinary scholar. His spiritual presence resonated deeply in the air, but it wasn't just his connection to the unseen forces of the world that defined him. He was as much a warrior of intellect as he was of soul, deeply committed to unraveling the mysteries of the cosmos. His mind was a labyrinth of philosophies, histories, and sciences, and he often spent entire days reading, absorbing knowledge as one might breathe air. His energy was calm yet unyielding, like a river, gentle on the surface but carrying immense power within its depths. He would often pause from his reading to sharpen a blade or tend to the fire, his movements slow but purposeful. The lodge was a reflection of his mind, orderly, filled with ancient relics and artifacts, each piece placed with careful consideration. He seemed to exist in two worlds at once, rooted in the present, but ever reaching for the ancient truths hidden in forgotten times. While Daruvish remained engrossed in his encyclopedia, across the room, Torin, a young boy with a head full of endless questions and curiosity, rummaged through a dusty bookshelf. Torin was never still for long, his mind racing from one thought to another. His fingers flipped through old books, their spines cracked from age, his eyes wide with excitement as he discovered new wonders in each one. After a while, feeling the itch of restless energy, Torin abandoned his books and darted outside. The grass was soft and green, perfect for a quick wrestling match with his friends. Laughter rang out as they tumbled and rolled, pushing and shoving with the reckless abandon of youth. But no matter how much fun he had outside, Torin always found himself drawn back to the books. There was something magical in the old stories, in the mysteries hidden within the faded pages, and he couldn't resist diving into them again. By midday, Torin rushed back into the lodge, his clothes still dusted with grass and dirt, but his mind ablaze with discovery. He clutched a book tightly against his chest, his face flushed with excitement as he sprinted toward Daruvish.
Daruvish, look!
Torin exclaimed, barely catching his breath, his voice vibrating with enthusiasm.
According to this book, on a planet called Earth, thousands of years ago, humanity had technology even better than what we have now.
Daruvish, slowly lifting his eyes from the encyclopedia, seemed unsurprised by the outburst. His calm demeanor betrayed nothing, but there was a spark of amusement in his gaze.
"Oh?"
he said, feigning ignorance while sharpening a blade.
"And what kind of technology are we talking about, Torin? Better weapons? Flying wagons?"
Torin nodded eagerly, eyes wide.
Even better, they had electricity, real, actual electricity. There's this thing called the Baghdad battery. They found these pots with copper and iron rods inside, and when you fill them with acid, it makes electricity, just like we use today.
Daruvish smirked, still maintaining an air of skepticism.
"Electricity, you say? And what were they supposed to do with that? Zap each other in battle?"
"Maybe,"
Torin exclaimed, eyes alight with wonder.
"Or they could have used it for electroplating, making metal shine even brighter. They could have been making weapons or jewelry that looked so valuable it would impress anyone."
Chuckling softly, Daruvish played along, pretending to be unconvinced.
"Sure, kid, and next you'll tell me they had light bulbs."
Torin's face lit up even more.
"They might have,"
he said excitedly.
"There's this Egyptian light bulb theory. At the Temple of Hathor, they found these carvings that look like giant glass bulbs with a snake inside, almost like a filament. Some people think they figured out how to light up tombs without torches. No soot marks, which means no fire was used."
Daruvish paused his sharpening, now giving Torin his full attention.
"No soot, huh? That's interesting. How would they see in the dark, then? Electric lights? Or maybe something else entirely?"
Torin shrugged, his excitement never fading.
But that's not even the craziest part. Have you heard of the Antikythera mechanism? It's like an ancient clock that predicted the stars, and it could even tell them when the Olympic Games would happen. It's like they built a mechanical brain.
Daruvish leaned forward slightly, now more intrigued than he wanted to let on.
"Stars and clocks, you say? You think they were sitting around building computers back then?"
Torin nodded eagerly.
Exactly. And that's just one example. There are other things too, like the Great Pyramid. It's perfectly aligned with the stars, and the stones are cut and placed so precisely that you can't even slip a blade between them. And some of those stones weigh more than our whole house. There are theories about how they moved them using water channels or even anti-gravity. Can you imagine that?
Daruvish, unable to resist Torin's infectious enthusiasm, leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms with a thoughtful grunt.
"That sounds more like magic than technology. You're telling me they knew all of this and just kept it quiet?"
Torin grinned mischievously.
"Who knows? But it gets even better. Have you heard of the Nazca lines? They're these massive drawings in the desert, so big you can only see them from the sky. Some think they had hot air balloons or something to make them. How else could they get everything so perfect from the ground?"
Daruvish narrowed his eyes.
"So, now you're telling me they could fly?"
"Maybe. Or they knew things we haven't figured out yet,"
Torin said, his excitement still bubbling.
"Like the stones at Sacsayhuaman in Peru. They're fitted so tightly no one knows how they did it. And some of those stones are bigger than anything we could move even today."
Daruvish, now genuinely intrigued, sat back with a smirk playing at the edges of his lips.
"All right, Torin, you've got my attention. But if these ancient people were so advanced, why didn't they pass any of this down? Why don't we know more about it?"
Torin paused, his excitement giving way to thoughtfulness.
"Maybe they tried, but we lost it. Or maybe it was destroyed in some disaster, like the stories about Atlantis. There's this old map called the Piri Reis map. It shows the coasts of South America and Antarctica, before anyone discovered them. And get this, Antarctica without ice. How could they know that?"
Daruvish scratched his chin thoughtfully.
A map of the world before the ice. That's a stretch, even for professors.
But what if it's true?
Torin asked, his voice soft but insistent.
There's so much out there that we don't understand. What if the ancients were way smarter than we give them credit for?
After a long pause, Daruvish finally broke into a grin.
Maybe we don't know half of what's buried under our feet.
Torin, his eyes narrowing with suspicion, hugged the ancient book to his chest and asked,
I know you're playing with me, Daruvish. This book, it's from your library.
Then asked,
How is that possible? Can you tell me, Mentor?
Daruvish leaned back, a soft smile curling at the corners of his lips. His gaze seemed to drift beyond the walls of the lodge, as if peering into the farthest reaches of existence.
Torin,
he began, his voice a low murmur.
Some say history repeats itself, calling it a self-fulfilling prophecy. But in my frequency, it's far more intricate. There is no history as you know it. No past, no future, only one moment, one ever-present now stretching endlessly in every direction.
He paused, letting the weight of his words settle before continuing.
Time is not a river that flows forward or backward. It is a boundless ocean, existing all at once. If you sail to the past or venture to the future, you will find the same currents, the same waves. The illusion,
Daruvish's eyes gleamed with a deep wisdom,
is in how we perceive it. What you think of as time is merely the mind's way of measuring change. In truth, Torin, we are always standing at the center of eternity.
Torin's breath caught in his throat, the sheer magnitude of what Daruvish had said leaving him in awe, his world suddenly feeling both larger and smaller at the same time. Twist of fate. The ice golem's enormous fist loomed in the freezing air above Valian, a mass of jagged, icy stone that seemed to shimmer with the very essence of the frost caverns. The faint light glinted off its surface, turning the golem into a fearsome figure of power and inevitability. Time slowed for Valian as he lay helpless on the ground, still encased in the icy prison that crawled up his legs and rooted him to the spot. The chill from the frost bit into his skin, numbing his limbs. His sword lay just beyond his grasp, half buried in the snow, reflecting the cold, colorless glow of the cavern walls. Valian's heartbeat thudded in his ears. His muscles strained against the ice, but it held him fast. The golem's shadow fell over him, and for a brief moment, Valian's world shrank to the single point of the golem's descending fist, which was poised to crush him. He could almost feel the cold force of it as it plummeted toward him, the wind from its sheer size whipping at his face. His breath hitched, caught in his throat. Then a voice cut through the silence.
Men's Imperium!
Ruzmarad's voice rang out, harsh and commanding, filled with the desperation of one pushing himself beyond his limits. From the mage's outstretched hand, a wave of dark, pulsing energy shot forward, tinged with flickers of pink and black shadow. The spell rippled through the air, twisting like smoke as it reached the golem. In an instant, the spell wrapped itself around the creature, sinking into its icy form with a crackling hiss, seeping into the very core of its frozen body. The golem's fist halted mere inches from Valian's face, suspended in the air as though frozen mid-strike. The glowing blue light in its eyes flickered, dimming as the creature's immense will was slowly overridden by Ruzmarad's control. Valian blinked, his chest heaving as he gasped in a breath of cold, thin air. His pulse raced, and his muscles trembled from the adrenaline flooding his system. He locked eyes with the mage, who stood several paces behind the golem, his face twisted with the intense concentration it took to maintain the mind control spell. Beads of sweat rolled down Ruzmarad's brow, freezing almost instantly in the icy air. His hands shook, the effort of controlling such a large and powerful entity visibly draining him. For a moment, nothing happened. The golem stood frozen in place, its massive body rigid as Ruzmarad's magic gripped it.
Get
back!" Ruzmarad rasped through clenched teeth, forcing himself to hold the spell steady. His legs wobbled, but he remained standing, his will locked onto the golem like a vice. He raised his arm slowly, and the golem mirrored his movement, its colossal arm rising away from Valion's body. Valion, with a renewed sense of urgency, struggled against the ice that still held him. He grunted as he flexed his legs, trying to free himself. The cold was unbearable, like 1,000 needles stabbing into his skin, but he didn't stop. Ruzmarad, sensing Valion's struggle, moved quickly, guiding the golem to the far wall of the cavern. The golem lumbered awkwardly, its movements jerky and unnatural under the control of the mage. Ruzmarad's eyes narrowed, beads of sweat continuing to form at his temple despite the bitter cold.
"Go! To the wall!"
Ruzmarad muttered, his voice strained. He lifted his own hand to his forehead, then jerked it back sharply. The golem mimicked his motion, smashing its head against the icy wall with a thunderous crack. The sound reverberated throughout the cavern, echoing like the distant roar of a storm. Chunks of ice splintered off the wall, and cracks spiderwebbed across the golem's frozen face. Again, Ruzmarad repeated the motion, jerking his head in a sharp, deliberate movement. The golem slammed its head into the wall again, the impact sending shards of ice and snow raining down. The creature let out a low, rumbling groan, but it was unable to resist the command. The cracks in its body deepened, spreading from its head down through its massive frame. Frost poured from the cracks like blood from a wound, and the eerie blue light in its eyes began to flicker, dimming further. Ruzmarad's face twisted in pain, the strain of the spell evident. His knees buckled slightly, and for a moment it seemed like he might collapse. But with a final, desperate shout, he gave one last motion, twisting his head violently. The golem followed suit, smashing its head against the wall with a devastating force. The cracks in its body exploded outward, and with a deafening crash, the creature's entire form shattered into 1,000 pieces. Chunks of ice and frost flew in every direction, scattering across the cavern floor in a hail of debris. Ruzmarad let out a ragged gasp, his breath misting in the air as he stumbled backward, nearly collapsing from the exertion. He braced himself against the cold, hard ground, his vision swimming for a moment. His hands trembled, and he felt the last of his mana reserves drain away, leaving him hollow and exhausted. The second golem, who had been recovering from Alinari's fire spell, let out a guttural roar, clearly enraged by the destruction of its companion. It surged to its feet with surprising speed, its icy body still steaming from the magical flames. With a low, menacing growl, it lumbered toward Ruzmarad, its massive legs pounding the frozen earth with each step. Before Ruzmarad could react, the golem's foot lashed out in a brutal kick. The blow connected with Ruzmarad's side, sending him flying backward with a grunt of pain. He hit the ground hard, the wind knocked out of him. His body rolled across the icy floor, and he came to a stop several feet away, gasping for breath. The spell that had controlled the first golem shattered, leaving the air around them crackling with residual energy. Alinari's heart leaped in his chest as he saw Ruzmarad struck down. Without wasting a moment, he rushed to Valion's side. The ice that encased him was still holding fast, the magic of the first golem not yet broken. His fiery magic flared to life as he raised his hand, murmuring a soft incantation beneath his breath.
Ignis Lenis.
A wave of heat flowed from his palm, carefully controlled so as not to harm Valion, but strong enough to melt the ice. The frost cracked and hissed as it melted away, steaming in the cold air. Within moments, Valion was free, his legs no longer encased in the frozen trap. Valion staggered to his feet, his muscles aching from the cold. He took a moment to catch his breath, rubbing his legs to restore some feeling to them. Then, with a grim determination in his eyes, he retrieved his sword from where it had fallen, gripping it tightly in both hands. The blade glinted coldly in the dim light, a stark contrast to the warmth that now burned in his heart.
"Stay back, Alinari,"
Valian said, his voice firm but laced with gratitude. He shot Alinari a quick glance, his blue eyes filled with unspoken thanks, but his attention quickly shifted back to the remaining golem, now standing over the prone form of Ruzmarad. The golem turned toward Valian, its glowing blue eyes filled with malice. It let out a low growl, as if challenging the warrior to face it. Valian didn't hesitate. He launched himself forward, his sword flashing in the dim light. The ground shook beneath his feet as he charged, his body moving with the speed and precision of a seasoned fighter. His heart pounded in his chest, the rush of battle filling him with a fiery resolve. With a powerful leap, he closed the distance between himself and the golem. He swung his sword in a wide arc, the blade slicing through the air with a deadly grace. The golem raised its arm to block, but Valian was faster. His sword struck the creature's leg, sending a spray of ice and frost flying as the blade bit deep into the frozen flesh. The golem let out a bellow of rage, staggering slightly from the blow. But Valian wasn't finished. With a fierce cry, he launched into a whirlwind of strikes, his body moving in a blur as he unleashed a flurry of attacks. His sword flashed again and again, each strike landing with precision and power. His feet danced across the ground, his movements fluid and controlled despite the icy terrain. The sound of metal striking ice filled the cavern, echoing through the frozen air like the beat of a war drum. The golem staggered back under the onslaught, its body crumbling with each strike. Valian's final blow came swift and brutal, his sword plunging deep into the creature's chest. With a guttural groan, the golem collapsed to its knees, the light in its eyes flickering before finally going out. It toppled forward, crashing to the ground sprawling. As the last echoes of their battle with the ice golems faded away, Valian, Ruzmarad, and Alinari took a moment to catch their breath. The frost caverns stretched out before them, their treacherous beauty now a backdrop to their hard-earned victory. The trio stood in the mouth of the cavern, the chill of the air mingling with the warmth of their triumph. Alinari, brushing frost from his cloak, let out a weary laugh.
You know, I'm starting to think that ice golems have a personal vendetta against us. First, they freeze us, then they try to squash us. What's next? A frozen pie in the face.
Ruzmarad, his hands still tingling from the exertion of his spell, grinned.
If that happens, I'm voting we skip dessert next time.
Valian, still savoring the afterglow of their victory, shook his head.
Maybe next time we'll encounter something less explosive. Perhaps a nice, peaceful snowman with a grudge against fire magic.
As they chuckled at the thought, they began rummaging through their bags, pulling out sandwiches and mana potions. They settled on a flat rock just outside the cavern entrance, the cold stone providing a makeshift dining table. The sandwiches were simple but satisfying. Thick slices of bread filled with hearty meats and cheeses, accompanied by a few fresh vegetables. They washed them down with the mana potions, their magic-infused contents providing a much-needed boost. Alinari took a bite of his sandwich and raised an eyebrow.
You know, this might be the best meal we've had in a while. After all that fighting, anything that doesn't try to kill us is a win in my book.
Ruzmarad nodded in agreement, his mouth full.
Agreed. And the mana potion's a nice touch. Nothing like a little magical refreshment to go with your lunch.
Valian, finishing his sandwich with a satisfied sigh, pointed toward the horizon.
Look, over there, he said, gesturing with his half-eaten sandwich.
Is that a village?
The others followed his gaze. In the distance, nestled among the rolling, snow-covered hills, a small village came into view. The sight was a welcome change from the icy desolation of the caverns. Smoke curled up from the chimneys, and the soft glow of lanterns and hearth fires flickered in the evening light. Alinari stood up, brushing crumbs from his hands.
It looks like we've got a warm welcome waiting for us. Let's head that way.
As they gathered their things and began walking toward the village, the mood was lighter. The cold, crisp air was invigorating, and the distant promise of warmth and rest spurred them on. The village, with its cozy cottages and inviting glow, seemed like a beacon of hope after their grueling ordeal. The trio walked side by side, their spirits lifted by the sight of their destination. The path was clear, and the village loomed ever closer, a comforting presence in the wintry landscape. Shadows of despair. The village of Eldertide lay in silence as Alanari, Valion, and Ruzmurad approached. After their grueling trek through Margrim Forest, the sight of the village, nestled between snow-laden hills, offered a much-needed respite. The quaint settlement, with its cobblestone streets and charming cottages, seemed like an ideal place to rest and gather supplies. Alanari, with his keen eyes scanning the surroundings, took in the tranquil scene.
This village looks like a perfect spot to unwind and rest.
Valian, always cautious, replied,
Let's stay alert. The calm could be deceiving.
Ruzmurad, adjusting his cloak against the chill, added,
Indeed. We should check for any signs of trouble before settling in.
As they walked into the village, an unsettling quiet hung over the streets. The usual bustle of activity was replaced by an eerie emptiness. The doors of houses were bolted, and the once lively square now lay abandoned. Alanari's eyes narrowed.
Something feels wrong. This place should be alive with activity.
Before he could say more, the silence was shattered by a guttural moan. From the shadows emerged undead soldiers, formerly villagers now reanimated and grotesque. Their eyes glowed with a dark, malevolent light as they shambled toward the adventurers. Valian's sword flashed as he stepped forward, slashing through the nearest undead. The creature's head fell to the ground with a sickening thud. But even as it crumpled, more undead surged forward, their rotting limbs reaching out. One of the undead lunged at Valian, but he deftly sidestepped the attack, spinning around and slicing through the creature's arm. The severed limb fell to the ground as the undead staggered, momentarily off balance. Alanari, spotting an undead attempting to flank them, thrust his hand forward and unleashed a burst of flame. The fire roared across the street, engulfing several of the approaching foes in a torrent of searing heat. The creatures screamed and writhed in agony as they were consumed by the blaze. Ruzmurad, sensing the need for protection, conjured a shield of dark energy that shimmered around his allies. The undead's attacks battered against the shield, but the barrier held firm. He then twisted his hands, sending a wave of shadowy tendrils towards a group of enemies. The tendrils coiled around the undead, pulling them into a crushing embrace. In response, the remaining undead began to converge on Ruzmurad. One of the creatures swung a rusty, jagged sword, aiming for the mage. Ruzmurad's reflexes were swift. He ducked under the blow and retaliated with a blast of shadowy energy that exploded in a burst of dark force, disintegrating the attacker. Alanari, seeing Valian surrounded, fired a stream of ice magic from his outstretched hands. The cold struck the undead, freezing them in place. Valian took advantage of the frozen foes, shattering them with powerful blows of his sword. As he struck, he dodged a swipe from another undead, rolling to the side and slashing upward to fell his attacker. Meanwhile, the undead responded with renewed fury. One particularly large and hulking undead lumbered forward, swinging a massive club. The club crashed down where Alanari had been standing, but he had already leaped out of the way, rolling onto his feet and firing another fireball. The explosion engulfed the massive undead, causing it to stagger and fall to its knees. Ruzmurad, seeing the need to control the crowd, summoned a vortex of dark energy that sucked in the undead around him. The swirling maelstrom pulled them into a whirlpool of shadow, crushing their decayed forms. However, the undead were relentless. A swarm of them pressed forward, pushing through the remains of their fallen comrades. They attacked with ferocious determination, and one managed to grapple Alanari. The undead's cold, decayed hands clamped around his throat. With a swift motion, Alinari summoned a burst of fire from his free hand, incinerating the undead that held him and breaking free. Valian, his sword drenched in the foul ichor of the undead, fought fiercely. He dodged a swipe from a skeletal warrior and countered with a precise thrust that pierced through the creature's chest. He spun around to face another attacker, parrying its blow and delivering a powerful overhead strike that cleaved the undead in two. The battle raged on, each side exchanging blows in a deadly dance. Alinari's fire and ice magic clashed with the relentless undead, while Ruzmurad's shadowy tendrils and Valian's swordplay created a deadly synergy. The undead continued to surge, but the adventurers held their ground, their movements a testament to their skill and determination. Finally, as the last of the undead fell, the village fell silent once more. The once terrifying horde lay defeated, their bodies scattered across the street. The adventurers, though exhausted, stood victorious. Their respite was short-lived. A nearby building, the orphanage, was ablaze. The fire crackled and roared, sending plumes of smoke into the sky. From within the smoke, a woman's voice cried out desperately,
"Help! Help! An undead army just passed away. Save the children from the fire."
Alinari, Valian, and Ruzmurad rushed towards the inferno. Ruzmurad, using his magic, conjured a powerful gust of icy wind that doused the flames, while Alinari created a protective barrier of ice to prevent any remaining fire from spreading. The fire was quickly brought under control, but the smoke still billowed as they made their way inside. The building was filled with thick, choking smoke. The trio moved swiftly up the stairs, their eyes watering from the smoke. As they reached the second floor, they were met with a horrific sight. The once vibrant orphanage room was now a scene of despair. The children, transformed into grotesque undead, wandered aimlessly, their innocent faces twisted into nightmarish visages. Alinari's heart sank.
The children, they've been turned into undead.
Valian grimaced, his face pale with sorrow.
"We need to lock this door and inform the priestess."
They retreated from the room, locking the door behind them. When they emerged, the priestess, her face etched with fear and hope, was waiting.
"Did you manage to save the children?"
she asked anxiously. Alinari shook his head.
"I'm afraid not. They've been turned into undead."
The priestess's eyes widened in shock and fury.
"You liars! How dare you speak of my children like that? I'll kill you all!"
She raised her staff, its tip glowing with a dark, ominous light. Valian stepped forward, his voice calm but firm.
"Please, madam, calm down. Why don't you see for yourself?"
The priestess's anger flared, but she hesitated.
"Very well. Show me."
Alinari, Valian, and Ruzmurad led the priestess back to the second floor. As they entered the room, the portal in the center of the floor began to churn with dark energy. From the swirling abyss emerged a towering figure, the Grim Reaper. Cloaked in tattered robes and wielding a massive, dark scythe, the creature exuded an aura of malevolent power. Its skeletal face was obscured by a hood, and its eyes glowed with a sinister light. The Grim Reaper raised its scythe, and the battle began. The Grim Reaper swung its scythe in a sweeping arc, the blade cutting through the air with a chilling whoosh. Alinari rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. He retaliated by conjuring a blazing fireball that exploded against the Grim Reaper's robes, causing the creature to stagger. Valian, using his agility, darted in and out of the Grim Reaper's reach, striking with quick, precise blows. He managed to land a slash across the Reaper's torso before dodging another sweeping strike from the scythe. Ruzmurad, summoning shadowy tendrils, lashed out at the Grim Reaper. The tendrils coiled around the creature's limbs, attempting to restrain it. The Grim Reaper roared in frustration as it tried to break free, its scythe slicing through the shadowy restraints. The Grim Reaper retaliated with a powerful counterattack, its scythe cutting through the air and forcing the adventurers to scatter. Alinari conjured a barrier of ice to shield himself, the freezing magic blocking the scythe's deadly blade. Valian leaped over the blade's swing and landed a series of rapid strikes on the Grim Reaper's side. Ruzmarad created a vortex of dark energy that engulfed the Grim Reaper, drawing in its dark essence. The Grim Reaper fought against the vortex, its scythe swinging wildly. The vortex's pull was relentless, and the Grim Reaper's movement slowed as it was drawn into the swirling maelstrom. Alinari saw an opening and unleashed a powerful fire spell. The flames surged through the vortex, intensifying the attack. The Grim Reaper roared in agony as the combined forces of fire and shadow battered its form. Valian seized the opportunity and delivered a decisive blow, thrusting his sword through the Grim Reaper's chest. The creature let out a final, anguished cry as it disintegrated into a cloud of dark mist. The portal collapsed, and the dark energy dissipated. As the Grim Reaper disintegrated into a cloud of dark mist, the portal's dark energy unraveled, leaving behind a cold silence. The room, once filled with terror and chaos, was now eerily still. The priestess, her face a mix of disbelief and sorrow, stood motionless in the doorway. Heroes caught their breath, their clothes singed and their faces smeared with grime from the battle. Alinari wiped sweat from his brow and approached the priestess. The priestess's eyes were filled with tears. She looked around at the remnants of the battle, the fallen undead scattered across the floor. Her voice trembled as she spoke.
My name is Helen, the High Priestess of the Kingdom. I used to be the manager of this orphanage. King Emir established this place here, believing that this quiet village would be safe for the children.
Her shoulders slumped, and she looked out over the devastation.
But now, as you can see, the village, including the orphanage, has been destroyed. I owe you my life for saving me. If you'll have me, I want to join you on your quest. It's the least I can do to repay you for your bravery.
Alinari extended his hand, shaking hers firmly.
I'm Alinari, and this is Valian and Ruzmarad. We're heading to Tremian Tower. Your help would be greatly appreciated.
Helen nodded, a sense of resolve filling her eyes.
Then I will accompany you. I can offer my knowledge and healing as we continue.
The adventurers and Helen prepared to leave the ruins of the orphanage behind. As they walked through the village, the once vibrant streets now lay in ruin, the remains of the undead scattered across the ground. The destruction was stark, a grim reminder of the plague that had swept through. Helen, taking in the beauty of the snow-covered landscape as they walked, spoke softly.
This land has always held a certain magic. Even amidst the devastation, I sense that there is hope. Our fight is far from over, but together, we can push back the darkness.
As they made their way northeast, towards Tremian Tower, the group traveled in thoughtful silence. Mischief. Torin kicked off his dusty boots as he entered the warm and inviting home. The familiar scent of roasting chicken filled the air, carried by the crackling of wood burning in the hearth. The summer sun had left the sky, casting a golden glow through the small windows, but the warmth inside was comforting in a different way. At the table sat his friends, Arik and Bryn, both fidgeting eagerly, their eyes flicking toward the kitchen where Torin's mother was finishing the meal.
Finally! Took you long enough!
Arik teased, grinning as Torin took a seat next to him. Yeah, we thought we'd start without you, Bryn added with a playful smirk.
But honestly, your mother's cooking is worth the wait.
Torin smiled, his stomach growling as he caught the rich, smoky scent of the chicken being roasted over the wood fire. The smell was intoxicating, crispy skin crackling over the heat, the juices dripping into the flames below. His mother was known in the village for her cooking, and tonight was no exception. From the kitchen, Torin's mother, a tall woman with kind eyes and a soft voice, called out,
Dinner's almost ready, boys. I know you're all starving.
Torin's mother always had that warm, motherly air about her, treating his friends like they were her own children. She bustled around the kitchen with ease, flipping the chicken with practiced hands, the skin now a perfect golden brown. The vegetables that accompanied it, carrots and potatoes, had been seasoned and roasted alongside it, soaking in all the rich flavors. "I swear your mum makes the best food in the whole village," Arik said, leaning back and inhaling deeply. "I've been thinking about this chicken all day."
"Same here,"
Torin replied, grinning.
"I could smell it from the street."
Torin's mother walked into the room with the tray of food in hand, smiling warmly at the group of hungry kids.
"All right, you little rascals, dig in."
The boys eagerly grabbed plates, piling them with the roasted chicken, crispy on the outside and juicy on the inside. The rich flavor filled their mouths, and the room was filled with the sounds of satisfied eating and murmurs of appreciation. After dinner, the group headed outside to the garden, bellies full and spirits high. The evening breeze was cool, but it didn't stop them from running and laughing as they played in the fading light. Torin's uncle's dog, Kant, bounded toward them, tail wagging excitedly. Kant was a large brown shepherd with a friendly face and bright, intelligent eyes that seemed to understand everything the kids said. He was always eager to play, especially when Torin and his friends were around. "Look at him go!" Bryn laughed as Kant sprinted across the yard, chasing a stick one of the kids had thrown. Kant returned with the stick in his mouth, tail wagging furiously as he dropped it at their feet.
"Who's up for frisbee?"
Torin asked, picking up the worn-out disc from the grass. "Me!" Arik shouted, tossing the frisbee into the air. Kant leapt after it, his strong legs carrying him high off the ground. The dog caught it mid-air and landed gracefully, barking excitedly as he trotted back. They spent the next few minutes throwing the frisbee back and forth, laughing as Kant raced around, catching it each time. Then an idea struck Torin. He gathered his friends in close, a mischievous grin spreading across his face.
"Hey, you guys want to see something cool I learned today?"
"What is it?" Bryn asked, eyebrows raised in curiosity. Torin crouched down next to Kant, who sat obediently at his feet, panting and still excited from all the running.
"Come here, boy,"
he said, ruffling the dog's fur.
"I read this spell in a book, and I think I can make Kant float in the air, just for a few seconds, like a balloon."
Arik's eyes widened. "No way! You can really do that?" "Let's see it," Bryn added, looking both amazed and skeptical. Torin closed his eyes for a moment, concentrating on the spell he had studied earlier. His fingers traced the air in intricate motions, and he began to whisper the words under his breath.
"Mutare al-iquid."
For a brief second, his eyes glowed with a faint blue light, and a ripple of magic flowed through the air toward Kant. But instead of lifting off the ground, the poor dog began to shimmer, and suddenly transformed into a small, wriggling turtle. The yard went silent for a heartbeat, and then the laughter exploded. Bryn was clutching her sides, barely able to speak through her giggles. "You turned him into a turtle." Arik doubled over, laughing so hard he nearly fell. That was not what I expected." Torin's face flushed with embarrassment.
I didn't mean to. I thought he was going to float."
The small turtle blinked up at him, clearly confused about what had just happened. Torin scooped it up, his heart racing with anxiety. What was he going to do now? Before he could figure it out, his mother's voice rang out from the house.
"Kids, time for dessert."
Torin panicked. He couldn't let his mother see that he'd accidentally turned the family dog into a turtle. Without another word, he ran over to Kant's kennel and gently placed the turtle inside, covering it up with an old blanket.
"We have to fix this later,"
Torin whispered to himself, as his friends, still chuckling, followed him back inside. He hurried back into the house, wondering just how long the spell would last, and what he would do if Kant stayed a turtle forever. But for now, dessert, and avoiding his mother's questions seemed like the safest plan. A hand-wringing confession. The morning sun filtered through Torin's window, casting a warm glow that danced across the room. Yet, instead of comfort, it brought a nagging sense of dread. Torin had barely slept the night before, the events of the day weighing heavily on his mind. As he threw off the covers, he could still picture Kant, now a turtle, tucked away in the kennel, hidden from his mother's curious eyes. What if he never transformed back? What if his mother found out? His heart raced as he slipped into his clothes and dashed downstairs. The familiar scent of breakfast wafted through the air, but he couldn't focus on anything but the urgent need to find Daruvish. He rushed out the door and headed toward the lodge, his footsteps echoing against the cobblestone path. As he approached Daruvish's lodge, his stomach twisted in knots. He could already imagine the disappointment in his mentor's eyes, but there was no turning back now. With a shaky breath, he pushed open the door and stepped inside.
Daruvish!
He called out, his voice strained with anxiety. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest as he looked around. The lodge was filled with the usual mix of old books, strange potions, and mystical artifacts. Daruvish turned to him, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with Torin's frantic state.
What happened, Torin?
The elder man's voice was steady, but his eyes were sharp with concern. Torin took a moment to compose himself, wiping his tear-streaked cheeks with the back of his hand. He tried to gather his thoughts, but the words tumbled out in a rush.
It's Kant. I turned him into a turtle. I need your help.
Daruvish's brows furrowed, and he leaned in closer, scrutinizing Torin's face.
Did you conjure magic?
His tone shifted slightly, an edge of disappointment creeping in.
How dare you?
Torin looked down, his heart sinking further. He wanted to hide, to disappear, but there was no escape.
I'm sorry, Mentor. I just wanted to look cool in front of my friends.
His voice broke, and fresh tears threatened to spill over. Daruvish straightened, his face impassive.
Don't you know it is forbidden for you to use magic until you become an adult and educated enough to have a certificate for it?
He stepped closer, his expression serious, yet something in his gaze softened as he saw the anguish in Torin's eyes. Torin felt as if the ground had fallen from beneath him.
I understand, I truly do, but I thought...
It is your responsibility to solve this,
Daruvish interjected, his voice firm yet not unkind.
Now, go to Margrim Forest and collect 3 daisies, 4 Kanziman flower weeds, and buy an empty pot from the magician's shop. Bring them all to me as soon as possible.
Torin's heart raced with a mixture of relief and apprehension. This was a quest, a chance to make things right.
I will,
he exclaimed, wiping his tears and standing a little taller. He rushed out of the lodge, determination igniting within him. He found Bryn and Arik in their usual spot by the old oak tree, their laughter ringing through the morning air.
Guys,
Torin shouted, excitement bubbling over as he approached them.
I need your help. I've got a quest.
What's up? Bryn asked, tilting his head curiously.
I need to gather some flowers from Margrim Forest and buy a pot from the magician's shop.
Torin explained, his voice a mixture of urgency and enthusiasm. Count me in, Bryn said without hesitation. Arik nodded in agreement, grinning wide.
Great. Let's meet at the town's gate in 30 minutes.
Torin instructed, and the 3 friends quickly made their way home to prepare. As Torin dashed to his house, his mind raced with thoughts of how to fix his mistake. He barely had time to ponder before he heard Bryn call out to him, his voice echoing from behind. I'll be right back, Bryn shouted, and soon he returned, hefting a large axe that looked almost comically oversized for his small frame, along with a gleaming knife.
Whoa! Where did you get that?
Torin asked, eyes wide. Bryn beamed, brandishing the axe with a sense of pride. My dad has it in the shed. I thought it could come in handy. He then handed Torin the knife, the blade glinting in the sunlight. "Just in case you need it. I wish you never have to use it." Torin grinned, taking the knife with both hands.
"Of course I'm going to use it, to cut the daisies."
Both friends burst into laughter, the tension of the morning melting away for a moment. "Where's Arik?" Bryn asked, scanning the surroundings. Just then, an arrow whizzed past them, embedding itself into the wooden wall of the town gate with a dull thud. Torin and Bryn jumped, eyes wide with shock, as they turned to see Arik standing nearby, a wide grin on his face, a wooden composite bow in his hands. "What did you just do?" Bryn exclaimed, half in awe and half in disbelief. "Just practicing my aim," Arik replied nonchalantly. He had a bag slung over his shoulder, filled with arrows. "I'm a student at the archery academy. I've been going there every Sunday since I was 6 years old." Torin's heart swelled with admiration, and he exchanged a glance with Bryn, both boys wearing smiles of approval.
"That is so cool,"
they said in unison. Arik walked over, throwing an arm around each of his friends. "Gentlemen, let the adventure begin." The unwritten curriculum. The night before was cool, with a gentle breeze swaying the leaves of the forest surrounding Tremian Tower. A thin veil of mist clung to the ground, giving the entire landscape a ghostly, yet serene, atmosphere. Valian, Alinari, Ruzmarad, and Helen the priestess sat around a crackling campfire, its warmth a comforting contrast to the cold creeping in from the edges of the night. The tower loomed nearby, its shadow casting long, foreboding fingers over the clearing. The fire danced in their eyes as they shared a rare moment of peace before entering the tower the next day. For hours they had spoken of their journey, of battles won and lost, and of the dark forces that awaited them. But as the conversation lulled, Ruzmarad turned his attention to Helen. His sharp eyes, glimmering with curiosity, studied her for a moment before he finally spoke.
"Helen,"
he began, his deep voice breaking the silence.
"We never truly heard your story. What led a priestess like you to this path?"
Helen's face softened in the firelight, her golden hair glowing faintly in the flickering orange. She took a breath, as though sifting through memories she had long tucked away, and then began her story.
"I have always been an educator,"
she said, her voice calm but reflective.
"For as long as I can remember, teaching others brought me the greatest joy. But the truth is, I was never happy working in the government schools. They felt oppressive, stifling. There was no freedom in the way we were forced to teach, no space to nurture the unique light within each child. I knew something was wrong."
Alinari, leaning forward, his interest piqued, asked,
"What was wrong with the system?"
Helen's eyes met his, and her face hardened just a little, as if she had been waiting to voice this frustration for years.
Think about a place where people must spend their days confined to a room, unable to leave for most of the day. At certain times, they are allowed to eat in the same food court as everyone else, all under supervision. They must follow a strict dress code, walking in lines, expected to sit in silence. Discipline is everything: obedience, order, and submission. What kind of place does that sound like to you?
Valian, who had been listening quietly, smiled knowingly.
A prison.
Helen's eyes gleamed, and her lips curled into a smile of her own.
Or a school.
The fire crackled louder in the stillness, as if punctuating her words. Ruzmarad raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Helen continued, her voice tinged with a mixture of passion and sorrow.
The problem wasn't just about the students. Teachers like me were prisoners too. The system imposed a strict curriculum that had to be followed, checked, enforced. Every lesson, every word had to conform to these rigid guidelines. But children, as you know, aren't all the same. They are unique in their thoughts, their emotions, their way of learning. How could I look into their eager faces and force them all into the same mold? I couldn't.
She paused, her eyes distant for a moment, perhaps recalling those days, the weight of the system pressing down on her.
So, I left. I found an orphanage where I could create my own curriculum, where I could teach them freely, no restrictions. I spent countless hours understanding each child, discovering how they learned best, what sparked their curiosity, and what made them feel alive. No two of my students were ever given the same assignment or homework. I tailored everything to them.
Ruzmarad smiled at her, his face softening.
I wish I'd had you as a teacher when I was a boy.
Helen chuckled lightly, a warmth spreading through her at his words. But her smile faded as her mind drifted back to the past, back to a memory that had stayed with her like an echo of a time long gone. 5 years ago, Sinta Nefatum Orphanage. The room was filled with the soft sound of children's voices, their laughter bubbling like the sweet notes of a song as they saw Helen step through the door. She had barely taken a step into the room before they ran toward her, their small arms wrapping around her legs, their faces alight with joy.
Good morning, teacher!
They chorused, their voices a melody of innocence and love. Helen knelt down, embracing them, her heart swelling with a warmth she knew only they could give her.
Good morning, my loved ones,
she said, her voice soft and maternal.
Now, let's all sit down.
The children, around 6 years old, scurried back to their seats, eyes wide with anticipation. Today was a special day. Helen could see it in their faces. She stood before them, a gentle smile on her face, radiating a deep and boundless affection. Today, they would learn the beauty of words and the magic of expression. Helen stood at the front of the small, cozy classroom, her eyes alight with the excitement she always felt when introducing her students to something new.
Today,
she said, her voice warm and inviting,
we're going to learn about something very special. Poems.
The children exchanged glances, some leaning forward in curiosity, while others shifted nervously. A few hesitant whispers floated through the room.
What's a poem, teacher?
A small girl named Busira asked, her voice soft, yet filled with a quiet eagerness. Helen smiled and walked over to Busira's desk, gently placing a hand on her shoulder.
A poem, my dear Busira, is a way to play with words. It can rhyme or not. It can be long or short. But what makes a poem magical is how it makes you feel.
She stood tall again, facing the entire class.
Let me show you.
She cleared her throat and began, her voice lifting the words as if they were a gentle breeze.
The sky was a sea of blue so bright, the sun a lantern casting light, and on the breeze the whispers flew of dreams and hopes we never knew.
The room fell silent as the children absorbed the vivid images her words painted. Busira's eyes widened, and several of the boys exchanged awed glances. A boy named Thomas raised his hand, his brow furrowed in thought. Teacher, why does the sky whisper? It doesn't have a mouth. Helen knelt beside him, her expression soft and patient.
Good question, Thomas. In poems, the sky can whisper, or even sing if you want it to. That's part of the magic. Words can do anything, just like your imagination.
Thomas beamed, nodding eagerly. So we can make anything come alive? Helen smiled and stood up again.
Exactly. Now let me read you another poem.
She picked up a second parchment, her voice becoming softer, more rhythmic, as she recited.
The moon wore silver on her face and followed stars in silent grace. With every step, she pulled the night and wrapped the world in gentle light.
The children stared in awe. Busira clapped her hands together softly.
It's like the moon is a person. Is that what poems do, teacher?
Helen nodded, her heart swelling with pride.
Yes, Busira. That's called personification, when we give human qualities to something that isn't human, like the moon or the stars.
Another boy, Jaren, sat forward with excitement. I like how it sounds like a song. Can poems be like that too?
They absolutely can,
Helen replied.
Some of the best songs are really poems, just set to music.
The classroom buzzed with excitement, the earlier nervousness fading into enthusiasm. The children whispered to one another, their imaginations spinning with possibilities.
Now,
Helen said, her voice carrying a kind authority,
I want each of you to write your own poem. It doesn't have to be perfect, and it doesn't have to rhyme. Just write what's in your heart.
One boy in the back raised his hand. But teacher, what if mine's no good? Helen moved to the center of the room, her gaze soft but full of purpose.
There's no such thing as a bad poem. The beauty is in the effort, in trying to put your thoughts and feelings into words. Remember, we're here to enjoy the process and support each other. Now go on, give it a try.
Her words settled over them like a warm blanket, easing their fears, and soon the room was filled with the sound of tiny hands scribbling on paper. Helen watched them with pride, her heart swelling with love and devotion. Each child poured their imagination into the poems, creating something uniquely their own. The children picked up their quills, their faces filled with a mix of concentration and excitement. The room hummed with quiet as the students began to write. A few minutes later, Tomas stood up, beaming with pride. I've finished mine, teacher. Can I read it? Helen nodded encouragingly.
Go ahead, Tomas.
He cleared his throat and read, his voice full of youthful energy. Swords and shields, shining bright, heroes charge into the fight. With courage strong, they stand so tall, never will they let us fall. The room erupted in cheers, and Helen smiled as she saw the glimmer of pride in Thomas's eyes.
Very good, Thomas. You've captured the bravery and spirit of warriors. Well done.
Tomas sat down, grinning from ear to ear, while the other children clapped for him. Then quietly, Busira raised her hand.
I wrote something too, teacher,
she said softly. Helen's expression softened.
Please, Busira, share it with us.
Busira stood, her small frame almost trembling as she held her parchment in her hands. She took a deep breath and began.
I miss my mother's gentle smile and father's arms that held me tight. Their voices soft, their laughter kind, now only shadows in my mind.
As her voice trailed off, the room fell into a deep silence. The other children sat still, their hearts touched by the sorrow and longing in Busira's words. A few of them glanced at one another and then, without saying a word, several children stood and walked over to Busira, wrapping her in a hug. Thomas, Jaren, and even the usually shy Sarah joined in, offering comfort the only way they knew how. Helen's eyes welled up with tears, though she kept her composure. She watched as the children embraced Busira, their empathy flowing freely, a testament to the bond they shared.
That was beautiful, Busira,
Helen said softly.
Poetry helps us express the feelings that are hardest to say out loud. You've done something very brave today.
Busira wiped away a tear and smiled, touched by the kindness of her classmates. As they shared their lines with one another, she could feel the joy radiating through the room. She stood there, her hands folded gently in front of her, watching with maternal care as they read aloud. These children were her world, and she had given them a space where they could be free to explore, create, and most importantly, be themselves. Helen smiled softly, feeling the deep satisfaction that only a true teacher could feel, knowing that she had nurtured their spirits. She would give anything to protect their light, their individuality, and their innocence. The campfire flickered softly as the memory faded, leaving Helen silent for a moment. Valian, Alinari, and Ruzmurad watched her, each of them feeling the depth of her devotion, the weight of her memories. The night seemed quieter now, as if the forest too was listening to her story. Helen's voice was softer now, almost wistful.
Those were the best years of my life, teaching those children, giving them the freedom to learn, to grow. It was everything I had ever dreamed of. And now, all is gone.
The night deepened, and as the fire crackled softly, the shadows of Tremian Tower loomed even larger behind them, stretching across the clearing like a silent watcher. The group sat in thoughtful silence, the weight of Helen's story still lingering in the air, when a sudden rustling of wings broke the stillness. Out of the darkness, a large eagle swooped down, its feathers gleaming silver under the moonlight. With a graceful flutter, it landed gently on Helen's shoulder, its sharp eyes gleaming with intelligence. Valian, Alinari, and Ruzmurad immediately tensed, their hands moving instinctively toward their weapons, eyes wide in surprise. Helen simply smiled and stroked the bird's sleek feathers as though nothing was amiss.
"Oh, don't worry about him,"
she said, her voice calm and almost playful.
"This is Arathor, my loyal eyes in the sky."
She glanced at the eagle fondly, its talons gripping her shoulder with ease.
"He's more than just a companion. He's my spy, my silent shadow, flying where I cannot walk."
The group stared at the majestic creature, still caught off guard by its sudden appearance. But as they relaxed, Helen's expression grew more serious. The eagle tilted its head, a soft screech escaping its beak, as though delivering a message only she could understand. Helen's smile faded.
"And it seems,"
she added, her voice now darker,
"that he's seen something troubling, something we should all be concerned about."
The tension around the campfire thickened. Arathor's night flight. Her thoughts drifted back to when she first found him. It had been a day like any other in the orphanage garden, tending to the flowers and herbs when she heard it. The faintest cry, like the sound of something wounded. Following the noise, she discovered a tiny, frail baby eagle lying helpless beneath a bush, its wings torn and bloodied from some unseen attack. Its small body trembled, and its eyes, wide with fear, held a plea for help that pierced her heart. Kneeling down, Helen whispered softly,
"It's all right, little one. I'm here."
With careful hands, she cradled the eagle and brought it inside the orphanage, laying him on a bed of soft cloth. For days, she worked tirelessly to heal him, weaving simple healing spells and applying salves from her herb garden. She whispered comforting words to him, speaking to him as if he could understand, and in time she noticed that he did. Arathor, as she came to call him, would respond with small coos, his eyes following her every movement as if understanding the language of her soul. Days turned into weeks, and as his strength returned, Helen decided to give him a special gift, a magical enchantment that would speed his recovery and increase his strength. She invoked ancient words, letting the magic flow from her hands into his feathers, imbuing him with the power to fly faster than any normal bird and heal from future wounds with remarkable speed. But it wasn't just the magic that bonded them. It was time. They spent hours together, walking the gardens, sharing quiet moments. Over time, Helen realized that she had come to understand the eagle's thoughts, just as he had learned to understand hers. Their friendship deepened, their bond becoming more than just a simple connection between woman and bird. It was a meeting of minds, of souls. That night, Arathor flew his usual patrol over the mountain ridges that bordered the forest where the orphanage rested. His sharp eyes scanned the ground below, his senses heightened as he watched for any sign of danger. The wind carried him effortlessly, his wings cutting through the cold air, the stars glimmering above. But then, a flicker of movement caught his attention. Below, in a clearing near the base of the mountain, an old man in a tattered gray robe stood, staff raised toward the sky. Arathor's sharp eyes narrowed as he circled above, watching intently. The man was murmuring something, a chant, a poem, ancient words that sent a chill through the eagle's bones.
"Come, dear Lord, bring us the power and order. The world awaits your iron hand, and in chaos we shall stand."
The old magician's voice echoed through the clearing, and with a crack of thunder, the ground split open before him. From the chasm emerged a creature unlike anything Arathor had ever seen. A towering giant, its skin a dark, sickly gray, veins of crimson glowing faintly beneath the surface. A single blood-red eye glowed in the center of its head, casting a beam of light as if searching for something in the shadows. Above that terrible eye, carved into the giant's forehead, was a word in an ancient script, a language Arathor could not read, but whose power he could feel. The word burned with a sinister energy, an embodiment of evil itself. The giant's form was twisted and monstrous, its limbs unnaturally long, its breath heavy with a foul stench that permeated the air. It exuded an aura of soullessness, a void where life and light once were. Arathor flapped his wings silently, staying hidden in the shadow of the clouds as he watched the scene unfold. The old magician knelt before the giant, his voice low and reverent.
"Majesty, the Wizard Guild is now under our control, as you commanded."
The giant's voice echoed like thunder, a deep and menacing rumble that seemed to vibrate the very air.
"I will stay hidden for a while,"
the creature said, its red eye glowing ominously.
"No one will know of my existence but you. We will meet only here, in the Shadow Realm."
The magician bowed his head.
"As you wish, my lord."
"Has the one we have been waiting for arrived?"
the giant asked, its voice cold and emotionless. The magician shook his head.
"Not yet. But according to the prophecy, there is not much time left. They will come soon."
The giant sneered, its lipless mouth twisting into a cruel mockery of a smile.
"These people are fools. Weak, comfort-seeking, lazy creatures. They cling to their freedom, not realizing that what they truly crave is order. Slavery will be their salvation, their chains their only release from the chaos they've created. They deserve nothing more than to be ruled. I will bring them that order, and in their submission, they will know peace."
The magician nodded solemnly.
"And the one we await, my lord?"
"They will come,"
the giant replied.
"And when they do, the world as they know it will fall. We will be there to pick up the pieces, to forge a new world from the ashes of their ignorance."
Arathor's feathers ruffled as he listened, a sense of urgency building within him. This was no ordinary threat. This was something far darker, far more dangerous than anything they had faced before. Without hesitation, he turned and flew back to the camp, his wings cutting through the air with newfound speed, his heart pounding with dread. Helen was the first to sense Arathor's return. She stood up from the campfire, her eyes fixed on the sky as the familiar silhouette of her eagle swooped down and landed on her shoulder, his talons gripping her gently. His eyes were wide with alarm, and the thoughts that passed between them were sharp, clear. She turned to the group, her voice steady but laced with concern.
"Arathor has seen something dark."
The others gathered around, their faces reflecting the seriousness in her tone. Valyon's brow furrowed as he spoke, his deep voice rumbling.
"What did he see?"
Helen closed her eyes for a moment, feeling the images and emotions that Arathor had shared with her.
"An old magician, casting a spell. He summoned a giant, a creature with a red eye and an ancient symbol on its forehead. They spoke of taking control of the Wizard Guild, and someone, they're waiting for."
"A giant?" Ruzmarad muttered. What kind of giant?
Pure evil.
Helen replied softly.
This is not just some brute. It's something more calculated. It wants to bring order to the world through domination.
Alinari's face paled.
And the person they're waiting for, who could it be?
Ruzmurad's eyes were sharp, scanning each face as if trying to piece the puzzle together.
It could be anyone, or anything. But if there's a prophecy involved, it means this has been planned for a long time. Prophecies can be manipulated,
Valian added, his tone cynical.
They could be waiting for someone we don't even know about.
Valian, always the steady voice, spoke calmly, though the tension in his posture was unmistakable.
Whoever it is, they're not here yet. But we need to figure out where they'll come from. We need to be prepared.
Helen nodded, feeling the weight of the uncertainty that loomed over them.
Arathor's flight was fast, but he could only gather so much. We know that something terrible is coming, but we don't know when.
They sat in silence for a moment, each lost in their own thoughts, trying to decipher the mystery before them. The crackling of the fire was the only sound in the night as the gravity of what Arathor had witnessed settled over them. Finally, Helen spoke, her voice soft.
We'll figure this out, but for now we need rest.
In the quiet of the night, under the stars, the group drifted into uneasy sleep, knowing that tomorrow would bring new challenges, and perhaps new answers. A meeting of minds. The night was serene in the town, a soft blanket of silence enveloping the streets as the moon cast its silvery light upon the cobblestones. King Emir, cloaked in his regal attire, approached Daruvish's lodge, the wooden structure standing sturdy amidst the tranquility. He raised his hand and knocked gently on the door, which creaked open to reveal the warm glow of flickering candles within.
Hey, Master, are you available?
Emir's voice resonated with an air of familiarity and respect. Daruvish, a man of wisdom and grace, looked up from his desk, his eyes brightening at the sight of the king. Curiosity sparked within him, mingling with delight.
Yes, my king. Please sit down. What is the matter?
Emir settled into a chair opposite Daruvish, the weight of his crown momentarily lifted in the presence of his trusted advisor.
One of the prisoners, Angeville, says that she wants to read some books.
Daruvish's expression transformed, wide eyes reflecting genuine happiness.
It always makes me glad to hear that there are people who want to read books.
He gestured toward the kettle simmering on the hearth.
Let's drink a cup of tea, my king. Then I will bring a few books for her to pass the time.
As the tea was poured, the rich aroma filled the room, mingling with the scent of aged parchment and ink that permeated the lodge. The two men sat back, cradling their steaming cups, ready to engage in a conversation that would traverse the realms of thought and philosophy.
Tell me, Daruvish,
Emir began, his voice thoughtful.
What do you believe are the limits of a freedom of expression when it comes to writing a book? Should there be any?
Daruvish paused, contemplating the question. The flickering candlelight danced upon his features as he replied,
Ah, my king, that is a profound inquiry. I believe there should be no restrictions on expression. The act of writing is an exploration of ideas, a manifestation of the human spirit. Even if an author opposes our beliefs or critiques our actions, we must embrace their right to do so. For within that opposition lies the potential for dialogue, for growth.
Emir took a sip of his tea, savoring the warmth as he considered Daruvish's words.
But what if someone writes truly terrible things about me? Should such writing be considered treason, or is the author free to voice their opinion?
Daruvish smiled, his eyes glimmering with wisdom.
Just as he has the right to mock you, you have the right to articulate why he is mistaken and demonstrate your virtues as a fair king through books and public speeches. If a king were to imprison such an author, it would not silence the truth, but rather amplify it. The very act of suppression can often validate the claims being made. It is in discourse that we find clarity, in confrontation that we discover our own principles.
Emir nodded slowly, a smile forming on his lips.
You are completely right, Deruvish. I will regulate freedom of speech laws to be even more liberating for writers.
The king's affirmation hung in the air, a moment of shared understanding between them. But Emir's contemplative nature pressed him to delve deeper.
What about the issue of misinformation? What if someone misinforms the masses? Should we allow everyone the freedom to write, or should it be reserved for those with academic backgrounds in their respective fields?
Deruvish considered this thoughtfully, his fingers gently tracing the rim of his cup.
You said you liked the book I wrote about the inner journey. Considering that I was not an academy graduate, would I have been deprived of the right to express my thoughts under the conditions you've mentioned? Anyone who possesses the courage to put pen to paper should be allowed to share their insights and manifestos. Our duty as intellectuals is to discern fact from fiction and disseminate accurate information to the public. A society that cultivates a habit of reading is empowered to sift through varying thoughts, discovering those that resonate with truth and logic while discarding the fallacies. However, those who lack confidence in their own work often seek to restrict the voices of others, fearing the challenges that opposing ideas may present.
The king sat back, absorbing Deruvish's perspective. The room felt charged with intellectual energy, their tea forgotten as they engaged in the depth of conversation. After a while, they finished their teas, and Emir leaned back, a look of gratitude in his eyes.
Whenever I talk with you, I feel an epiphany. God bless you, Deruvish.
Deruvish smiled, bowing his head in acknowledgement.
And may your reign be wise and just, my king.
Rising from his seat, Deruvish walked to his library, the soft patter of his footsteps a gentle reminder of the world of knowledge that surrounded them. He returned with a few books cradled in his arms, one of them prominently resting on top. Its title,
Forthcoming Truth,
gleamed in the candlelight.
This should suit Angeville well,
Deruvish said, presenting the book to Emir.
Thank you, Master Deruvish. I will ensure she receives these,
the king replied, standing up. He turned toward the door, the weight of his responsibilities slowly settling back onto his shoulders. As he left the lodge, the night air greeted him with a cool embrace. Behind him, the flickering light of Deruvish's sanctuary remained, a beacon of wisdom in the darkness, a reminder of the power of words and the freedom to express them. A mischief in the forest. As the trio ventured toward the edge of Margrim Forest, the vibrant foliage swayed gently in the breeze, whispering secrets of nature. The sun's golden rays filtered through the trees, casting dappled patterns on the ground, inviting them into the wilderness. With an air of secrecy, Auric broke the silence, his voice low yet filled with determination. Hey, I have a secret to share. I'm planning to become a ranger infantryman for the kingdom one day. Torin raised an eyebrow, amusement flickering in his gaze.
Oh, they'd be sorely disappointed. With your knack for academics, they'll surely want you to pursue a career in science. But if you ask me, I wholeheartedly support you. Follow your heart. It knows the way.
Bryn chimed in, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Exactly. Sometimes I just don't get adults. They seem so fixated on logic and reason, as if they've lost their souls and innocence along the way. You know what? I don't want to grow up. It terrifies me. Their laughter echoed among the trees, merging with the rustling leaves as they entered the lush embrace of Margrim Forest. The quest for the elusive Kanziman flowers lay before them, and they soon began their search amidst the underbrush. This quest isn't so hard after all, Auric declared, pointing out the delicate flowers dotting the forest floor. Look, they're everywhere. As Arik bent down to collect a vibrant bloom, a sudden tickle in his nose caused him to sneeze violently. "Achoo! Achoo!" Bryn giggled, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "Uh-oh, looks like you've developed a hay fever for those flowers." After a short while, they managed to gather 4 of the beautiful kanziman blossoms. "Now we just need to buy an empty potion bottle, and then we can head back to Daruvish," Arik said, still recovering from his sneezing fit. As he finished speaking, he sneezed once more, earning another chuckle from Bryn. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows of the trees. "Oh, Geordie, what are you doing here? It's forbidden for kids to leave the town," Torin exclaimed, spotting their classmate. Geordie stood tall and thin, exuding a sly charm. His bright eyes glimmered with a cunning mischief, much like a fox poised to pounce. An arrogant smile crept across his face as he replied, "The same rule applies to you, doesn't it?" Torin opened his mouth to protest, eager to explain their mission.
"But we were sent here by Daruvish to collect—"
Before he could finish, Geordie snatched the flowers from Torin's hands and darted away, laughter bubbling up from him. "Ha! Catch me if you can!" "Wait!" Arik shouted, instinctively reaching for one of his arrows. "Come on, Arik!" Bryn pleaded, her voice laced with concern. "You're not actually going to shoot him, are you?" Realizing the folly of his impulse, Arik shrugged off the thought of violence and sprinted after his friends, determination in his stride. Together, they dashed through the underbrush, laughter and shouts intertwining as they pursued Geordie, the mischievous boy leading them on an unexpected chase through the enchanting forest. As Geordie vanished into the trees, zigzagging with almost animal-like agility, the trio tried their best to keep up, but the forest was dense, and their pace faltered. The towering trees around them seemed to close in, their thick branches obscuring the faint sunlight. Torin stopped in his tracks, breathing heavily.
"Where'd he go? He can't have gone far."
Arik scanned their surroundings, his sharp eyes catching movement in the bushes up ahead. "Look, the only path open is this way." He pointed toward a narrow trail lined with dense foliage. "He must have run through here." Without hesitation, they sprinted forward. As they neared the path, a sudden scream pierced the silence. A scream not of triumph, but of terror. The sound sent a chill down their spines. Geordie appeared, barreling out of the bushes, his face pale, eyes wide with fear. He stumbled toward them, almost collapsing in Bryn's arms. "Take it all!" he cried, thrusting the stolen kanziman blossoms at Bryn before tearing away from them again, his voice trailing as he fled into the forest. "Run for your lives, boys!" Confused and alarmed, the 3 stood frozen for a moment.
"What's got him so spooked?"
Torin muttered. Before they could process, a thunderous sound reverberated through the trees, a heavy rhythmic pounding. Branches snapped and the earth trembled. Then, emerging from the shadows with terrifying speed, came a massive centaur, a creature of legend, its muscular horse body fused with the torso of a warrior. His eyes gleamed with fury, and a spear was clenched in his fist. "There!" Bryn shouted, his heart racing as the centaur charged toward them.
"Ready yourselves!"
Torin commanded, unsheathing his blade with trembling hands. Bryn gripped his axe, his knuckles turning white, while Arik notched an arrow in his bow, drawing it back. The centaur roared, swinging his spear toward them in a deadly arc. Torin stepped forward, raising his sword just in time to deflect the blow, but the force behind it sent him stumbling backward, almost losing his grip.
"Arik, shoot!"
Torin barked. Arik released an arrow. It flew true, but the centaur batted it aside with his spear. He let out a furious snort, hooves stamping the ground. With a grunt of frustration, Arik fired again, this time aiming for the centaur's flank. The arrow grazed the creature's hide, drawing a thin line of blood, but it only seemed to anger him more. Bryn, taking advantage of the distraction, rushed in from the side, swinging his axe with all his might. The blade struck the centaur's leg, cutting deep into its equine flesh. The centaur whinnied in pain, bucking wildly, and kicked Bryn away with a powerful hind leg. Bryn flew back, crashing into a tree with a gasp, the wind knocked out of him.
Bryn!
Torin shouted, charging in with his sword raised high. He aimed for the centaur's chest, but the creature was quick. With a flick of his spear, the centaur parried Torin's strike and retaliated with a brutal jab. The spear grazed Torin's side, ripping his tunic and drawing blood. Torin staggered but managed to stay on his feet. His vision blurred with the pain, but he gritted his teeth.
We're not going down like this.
Bryn struggled back to his feet, his breath heavy but determined. I'm okay, he shouted, gripping his axe tighter. The centaur reared up on its hind legs, preparing to crush them under its massive hooves. Auric, thinking fast, loosed another arrow, this one aimed at the creature's unprotected underbelly. The arrow struck home, sinking deep into the centaur's side. The creature let out a pained bellow and came crashing down, narrowly missing Torin.
Now!
Torin yelled, seizing the opportunity. He lunged forward, slashing his blade across the centaur's arm. The creature roared in pain, its grip on the spear faltering. Bryn, now back in the fight, swung his axe once more, this time aiming for the centaur's knee. The blow connected with a sickening crunch, and the centaur dropped to one knee, its balance faltering. But even injured, the centaur was still dangerous. It swiped at them wildly, forcing them back. Torin barely managed to duck under the blow, feeling the rush of air as the spearhead passed over him. Bryn took another swing, aiming for the spear, and with a mighty strike, he knocked it from the centaur's grip. The centaur let out a furious roar, but now weaponless. It was vulnerable.
Auric, finish it!
Torin shouted. Auric drew one last arrow, steadying his breath. The centaur, weakened and bleeding, struggled to rise. With a quick prayer, Auric released the arrow. It flew true, striking the centaur square in the chest. The creature let out one final cry, staggering backward before collapsing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Silence fell over the forest. The only sound was their heavy breathing, mingled with the rustle of leaves. We did it! Bryn gasped, clutching his bruised side. He glanced at the others, seeing the cuts and bruises that marred their skin, but relieved that they had survived. Torin wiped the sweat from his brow, his heart still pounding.
Barely.
Auric, panting, knelt beside the fallen centaur, retrieving his arrows from the creature's body. That was too close. They exchanged tired but victorious smiles as they began the long walk back, the memory of the centaur's ferocity lingering in their minds. Bridging boundaries. The boys arrived back in town, their hearts still racing from the encounter with the centaur. They sprinted down the cobbled streets, weaving past market stalls and villagers, their goal in sight, the magician's shop. Bursting through the door, Torin was the first to speak, panting heavily.
We need an empty potion bottle.
The middle-aged shopkeeper, a man in a pristine white robe with a long graying beard, looked at them with mild amusement.
An empty potion bottle? At your age, you shouldn't even be thinking about magic.
It's for Daruvish, Auric added quickly, his voice pleading. He asked us to gather these materials. The shopkeeper's eyes narrowed as he examined the trio, but after a moment, he sighed, shaking his head with a faint smile.
Very well. For Daruvish.
He walked to the back of the shop, retrieving a small glass bottle. Bryn stepped forward, pulling out a small pouch of coins. How much for the bottle? The shopkeeper waved a hand dismissively.
You don't have to pay. Just tell Daruvish I said hello.
The boys thanked him profusely and dashed out the door, clutching the bottle as if it were a treasure. Their legs carried them swiftly through the town until they reached the familiar wooden lodge of Daruvish, the town's magician and scholar. As they approached, they slowed, noticing a group of familiar figures standing outside. Their parents. Torin's mother was holding a small tortoise in her hands, formerly known as Kont, the family dog. The boys exchanged nervous glances. This wasn't going to be pretty.
Well, well,
Ulrich's mother began, her arms crossed.
Care to explain why you turned our dog into a tortoise?
and then disappeared into the forest?
Bryn's mother added with a sharp look. Bryn scratched the back of his head, trying to find the words. We were just, trying to fix it.
Fix it?
Torin's father raised an eyebrow.
Fix it by running off into Margrim Forest? You know how dangerous that place is?
Arik tried to jump in, hands out in a pleading gesture. We didn't mean for things to get out of hand. We were just following what Daruvish told us.
What Daruvish told you was to fetch some blossoms.
Arik's father cut him off.
Not to go gallivanting through the woods on some grand adventure.
You're all grounded for the rest of the holiday,
Torin's mother said, shaking her head.
No more outings. Homework at home.
Homework? Bryn blurted out, his face falling.
But it wasn't even our fault.
His father wasn't having it.
Oh, really? Because that tortoise you made of our dog says otherwise.
Before the boys could protest further, Daruvish appeared at the lodge's entrance, his eyes twinkling with quiet amusement.
Let's see the blossoms, Torin.
Torin handed over the flowers, his hands still trembling slightly from the day's events. The old wizard silently took the blossoms and placed them in the bottle, mixing them with a few other ingredients from his table. His movements were precise, methodical, and the boys watched, hardly daring to breathe, as Daruvish carefully poured the mixture over the tortoise.
Conversus regularis,
the wizard intoned, his voice echoing slightly in the room. A soft glow enveloped the tortoise, and in a matter of seconds, Kant was back to his original form, tail wagging and tongue lolling out. The parents gasped, their stern expressions melting into relief and delight.
Kant!
Torin's mother exclaimed, setting the dog down as he pranced around happily. But the relief was short-lived. Bryn's father, noticing the bruises on his son, frowned deeply.
What happened to you, Bryn? And don't say you tripped.
Torin shifted nervously, glancing at his friends before responding.
I don't know how to put this, but we had a little encounter in the forest.
A little encounter? Arik's father repeated skeptically.
With a giant centaur, Bryn added, rubbing the back of his neck. But we managed to survive. Daruvish, who had been quietly watching, raised an eyebrow.
Why in the world did you go that far into the forest? I only asked for a few blossoms.
Arik sighed, looking at the floor. It's a long story, master. Daruvish chuckled softly, shaking his head.
Ah, you kids. Always finding trouble where there isn't any.
The boys exchanged glances, nervously eyeing Bryn's father, expecting another round of scolding. But to their surprise, Bryn's father stepped forward with a wide grin.
A centaur, you say? My boy, my little hero, you've become a man today. This is a day to celebrate.
Bryn blinked in surprise. Wait, really?
Absolutely. Tonight, we'll feast and celebrate your bravery,
his father declared with pride. Seeing Bryn's newfound praise, Arik felt a surge of confidence. He reached into his bag, pulling out the severed head of the centaur they had slain. Mother, father, look! We fought like heroes. Did I become a man too? Arik's parents recoiled in horror.
Ooh!
His mother shrieked.
Put that disgusting thing away. We are not celebrating this barbarism.
His father nodded, looking equally appalled.
You're going to be a scientist, Arik, not some brute. Now throw that in the trash and come home.
The boys erupted in laughter at the absurdity of the situation, even as Arik tried to hide his embarrassment. With their parents finally satisfied and the potion mission complete, they bid farewell to Daruvish, thanking him for his help. As they left the lodge, they couldn't help but feel a little older, a little braver, and definitely a lot more tired. The Guardian's Riddle. The morning air was crisp and pure, carrying the scent of dew-kissed leaves and pine. The forest around them looked majestic, bathed in the golden light of dawn. Rays of sunlight streamed through the towering trees, casting shimmering patterns on the ground. The previous night's campfire had burned down to embers, leaving behind only gray ashes scattered among the remains of wood. Ruzmurad stirred, stretching his limbs as he rose from his makeshift bedroll. He gazed at the tranquil scene for a moment before breaking the peace with a loud shout.
"Wake up, princess!"
Helen, who had been half asleep, frowned in confusion. Being the only woman in the group, the nickname felt misplaced, especially since she hadn't grown close enough to the boys for such banter. But before she could say anything, Valian groaned, shifting beneath his blanket.
Okay, I'm waking up.
Valian muttered, rubbing his eyes.
But only to stop your ugly voice from shattering the morning silence.
Realizing the banter was between Ruzmurad and Valian, two childhood friends teasing each other, Helen couldn't help but laugh. The moment of tension evaporated, replaced with the warmth of camaraderie as they shared smiles. After packing up their camp, the group made their way to the entrance of Tremian Tower. The ancient structure loomed before them, tall and foreboding, its surface etched with the passage of centuries. Vines clung to its weathered stone walls, and faded runes shimmered faintly in the sunlight, a lingering trace of magic that had once protected the tower from invaders. The tower itself seemed to bend time. Its presence was heavy, as though the land around it had bowed in respect. Moss covered its crumbling steps, and the large iron door bore the marks of countless attempts to force entry. Yet it remained unyielding, intact against the elements and those who sought its secrets. As they approached the door, a sudden flash of blue light interrupted their thoughts. A floating wisp, glowing with an ethereal hue, emerged from the entrance.
"Hello, adventurers,"
the wisp said, its voice echoing like the chiming of distant bells.
"I am the guardian of this tower. Only those who know the answer to my riddle may enter. You have but one chance to answer correctly."
The companions exchanged nervous glances. Ruzmurad stepped forward, his face set in determination.
"We are listening, Guardian."
The wisp hovered in the air, swirling as it began to sing a soft, lyrical riddle.
"From ashes of war, the world was reborn. To kingdoms new, their fate was sworn. The sky now dark, but hearts alight. What guides the day? What governs the night? When crowns do fall and kings no more, a silence rules from shore to shore. Yet in this quiet whispers grow, a force unseen begins to show. It shapes the land, it bends the seas, and none can halt its swift decrees. It rises high, it falls below. Through hands of few, its power flows. What is this force both old and new? Answer this, adventurers, true."
Helen took a deep breath. The magical riddle had an ancient melody to it, each word hanging in the air like a charm. She turned to the others and whispered,
"Give us a moment to discuss, Guardian."
The wisp, with a playful smile, answered,
"As you wish."
The group huddled together, their minds racing. Valian frowned.
It's talking about something that changes everything, reshapes the world. Could it be the fall of kings?
Ruzmurad crossed his arms.
"That's part of it, but I think it's referring to something more like a shift in power, something bigger than just one kingdom or ruler."
Helen nodded.
It mentions few hands holding the power, so it's not just a random upheaval, it's guided.
Alinari had been silent, deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes brightened with realization.
I remember something Daruvish said once, when he spoke of the changes coming to our world. He called it a new world order. He mentioned that as old kingdoms crumble, a new force always rises to take control. This force controls both the day and the night. It governs everything. It has to be that.
The group exchanged glances, weighing Alinari's explanation.
I think you're right,
Helen said.
That fits with everything in the riddle.
Ruzmarad shrugged.
Sounds good to me.
With a confident nod, Alinari turned back to the wisp.
The answer is the New World Order.
The wisp's glow brightened and it grinned.
You are as intelligent as you are strong. Welcome, adventurers.
With that, the ancient iron door creaked and groaned as it slowly swung open, revealing the shadowy interior of the tower. As they stepped into the darkness, their hearts raced with anticipation of what lay ahead, Mystic Hall. As the companions stepped into the Tremian Tower, they were engulfed in an atmosphere that felt both ancient and alive. The air was thick with the scent of aged stone, mingled with an indescribable essence that tingled at the edges of their senses, a lingering trace of magic that hummed softly in the background. The coolness of the stone floor seeped into their feet, grounding them in the reality of their adventure as they walked deeper into the tower's heart. After traversing a narrow corridor, they emerged into a magnificent round hall, a grand expanse that seemed to breathe with history. The marble floor, polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflected the glow of the bright yellow and white lights that emanated from intricate designs woven into the very stone beneath them. These luminescent patterns spiraled outward, drawing the eye toward the center where they stood. It was as though the floor itself pulsed with energy, illuminating their faces and casting playful shadows on the walls. Gazing around, the companions were captivated by the magnificent artworks that adorned the towering walls. Each piece depicted scenes of valor and sacrifice, heroes engaged in epic battles against monstrous foes, their expressions frozen in time, captured in the exquisite brushstrokes of long-forgotten artists. One painting depicted a knight standing valiantly against a storm of arrows, his armor gleaming with defiance as he shielded a delicate maiden behind him, her face alight with hope. Another mural illustrated a dragon, its fiery breath illuminating the night sky, while a group of determined warriors prepared to face it, swords raised high. These vibrant images were laden with emotion, a testament to the countless tales of bravery and despair that resonated within the tower's walls. Standing in the center of the grand circle, the companions exchanged glances, their hearts racing in anticipation of what lay ahead. The air around them seemed to shift, a palpable tension filling the hall as they wondered if they would be confronted by some ancient spirit or guardian. Just as the silence grew heavy with uncertainty, an ominous rumble echoed from the four corners of the chamber. In an instant, the ground shook violently as four massive minotaurs erupted from the shadows, each emerging like a storm cloud darkening the sky. Towering over them, these beasts possessed the physique of legendary warriors, their hulking forms wrapped in thick, muscled flesh. Gleaming horns arched menacingly from their foreheads, sharp and intimidating. Each minotaur wielded a colossal axe, the blades glinting ominously in the warm glow of the hall. The axes were adorned with intricate engravings that seemed to tell the stories of their past victories, and as they swung them back and forth, the metal sang with a chilling harmony of impending doom. With primal instincts, the minotaurs pawed the ground, snorting with anticipation, their beady eyes locked onto the companions. A chilling roar erupted from their throats, echoing through the chamber like thunder, a clear signal of their intention to charge.
"Dodge!"
Ruzmarad shouted, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. Valion's reflexes kicked in as he grabbed Helen's arm, propelling them both sideways just as the minotaurs launched forward, their sharp horns aimed menacingly in their direction. Ruzmarad executed a flawless cartwheel to evade a rushing minotaur, adrenaline surging through his veins as he landed safely several feet away, his heart pounding in time with the thundering steps of the beasts. Alinari, with a swift glance at the minotaur's positioning, recognized their pattern of attack. With a surge of determination, he leaped high into the air, using the bended posture of the closest minotaur as a springboard. His heart raced with exhilaration as he mounted the creature, grasping its thick fur tightly as it bellowed in surprise.
Hold on, Alinari.
Helen cried out, watching in awe as her friend clung to the Minotaur, a daring glint in his eyes. With a fierce pull of the beast's horns, Alinari shifted his weight, trying to maneuver the creature into a vulnerable position. The Minotaur bellowed, its muscles taut with rage, but Alinari remained steadfast, leveraging his agility against the brute force of the beast.
Sanctus fulmine,
Helen intoned, her voice resonating with divine authority. As her staff glimmered with ethereal light, a spear-like bolt of holy energy shot forth, piercing the Minotaur's belly. The creature grunted, staggering back slightly from the impact, but it was far from defeated. Its hide was thick, and the attack merely ignited its fury. The Minotaur retaliated with a powerful swing of its axe, the air humming ominously as the blade sliced through the space where Alinari had been just moments before. Alinari, using his nimbleness, launched himself off the beast's back, executing a graceful roll as he landed, narrowly escaping the deadly arc of the weapon.
"Good dodge!"
Ruzmurad shouted, his own sword raised high as he charged at the nearest Minotaur, aiming for a strike at its knee. With a swift motion, he slashed at the creature, but the Minotaur absorbed the hit, its bellowing roar echoing through the hall. It retaliated by stomping down hard, sending shockwaves through the marble floor that rattled the companion's bones. Meanwhile, Valian stood poised, assessing the chaos of battle.
"We need a strategy,"
he yelled, dodging another axe swing from a different Minotaur. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a flickering flame at his fingertips, focusing intently on the nearest beast's fur.
"Let's see how you handle this."
He ignited the edges of the Minotaur's thick, coarse fur, flames licking hungrily at the hair. The Minotaur howled in surprise and pain, thrashing wildly as the fire spread. Alinari seized the moment to leap onto its back again, trying to gain control.
"Hold steady,"
he urged, trying to maintain his balance while avoiding the creature's violent movements.
"Dodge this!"
The Minotaur roared, its eyes wild with panic. Alinari was thrown off as the beast twisted, sending him sprawling across the floor. But just as Alinari regained his footing, Ruzmurad lunged at another Minotaur, striking its shoulder and attempting to create a distraction.
Get back,
Helen called out as she lifted her staff, weaving a protective spell to shield Ruzmurad from an incoming attack. The Minotaur's axe swung low, but Helen's magic shimmered, wrapping Ruzmurad in a temporary barrier that absorbed the brunt of the blow. However, the situation escalated when Valian's flames caught the attention of another Minotaur. Its eyes narrowed as it turned on its comrade, the fire igniting a primal fury within. With a roar, it charged at the flaming beast, now more concerned with vengeance than their original prey.
"Perfect,"
Valian exclaimed, sensing a shift in the tide.
"Let's make them fight each other,"
he shouted, desperation mingling with hope. As the two Minotaurs clashed, axes swinging wildly, Helen focused her energies, channeling her mind-controlling magic. The savage instincts of the Minotaurs made them more susceptible to her spell.
Restraint, focus,
she murmured, her voice steady as she cast the spell, the words flowing like a calming river amidst the chaos. With a flick of her wrist and a surge of energy, she projected her thoughts into the mind of the flaming Minotaur.
Run to your friend!
The command took root, and without hesitation, the burning creature turned and barreled toward its ally, igniting a furious confrontation.
"Now we're in business!"
Ruzmurad shouted, as the two Minotaurs began to swing their axes at each other in a frenzy of rage and confusion. The hall was filled with the cacophony of battle, roars of fury, clashing metal, and the occasional thud of a massive body hitting the ground. As the beasts fought, Valian, Ruzmurad, and Alinari seized the opportunity to regroup. With quick communication and unspoken understanding, they launched coordinated attacks against the distracted Minotaurs. Alinari moved in, his sword flashing like a silver streak, aiming for the joints where the armor of muscle was weakest.
"Now, Helen,"
Valian called, watching as Alinari's blade struck true, a shallow cut across one Minotaur's flank.
"I've got it,"
Helen responded, drawing upon her well of energy. With a swift incantation, she unleashed a burst of radiant light that enveloped Alinari, amplifying his speed and strength.
"Go! Strike hard!"
With renewed vigor, Alinari leapt back into the fray, slashing and dodging as the Minotaurs continued to exchange blows, oblivious to the real threat. Rosmerad was right beside him, ducking beneath a wild swing before retaliating with a swift, upward thrust to a Minotaur's exposed side, eliciting a furious roar of pain. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of fierce clashes, the first Minotaur fell, its massive body crumpling to the ground with a thunderous crash. The remaining Minotaurs, now enraged and disoriented, focused their fury on their remaining enemies, but the companions were relentless.
"Stay close,"
Valian called, moving with fluid grace, his flames flickering like a beacon as he evaded another strike. He launched another magical fire attack, this time aimed at the remaining Minotaur, igniting its fur once more and sending it into a blind rage. As the final Minotaur charged wildly at Alinari, he sidestepped expertly, drawing upon all his training. With one decisive blow, he struck the Minotaur's leg, causing it to stumble and crash down, giving Rosmerad the opening he needed to deliver the final strike. The hall fell silent, save for the distant crackle of fading flames and the heavy breaths of the companions. They stood victorious, but exhausted, adrenaline still coursing through their veins. With the battle concluded, Helen stepped forward, her staff glowing with a warm, radiant light.
"Let me help,"
she said gently, raising her hands to channel her healing magic. As a brilliant light enveloped them, she whispered incantations of restoration, and the bruises and wounds they had sustained began to fade, the light weaving through their fatigue like a soothing balm. As the last echoes of the Minotaur's roars faded into silence, the grand hall of Tremian Tower revealed its next mystery. Two imposing gates creaked open with a resonant groan, one to the right at the far end of the hall and the other to the left, both beckoning the weary adventurers with an air of intrigue.
"The monk was correct,"
Rosmerad declared, gazing thoughtfully at the newly revealed paths.
"The monk? Who are you talking about?"
Helen asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Rosmerad chuckled, his gaze shifting to his companions.
"Oh, you weren't with us. Before we found you in the village, we encountered a monk. He has an interesting personality."
Alinari laughed, shaking his head.
"It's hard to say if he's a genius or insane. Maybe a little bit of both."
"Yeah,"
Valian chimed in, a smile creeping across his face.
"He told us that we have to find the orb key, but it's divided into two half-spheres. We have to separate."
Helen's eyes widened with understanding.
"Then, this is why there are two different gates for two different stairways. It explains it."
"All right,"
Valian said, determination shining in his eyes.
"I'll go with Priestess Helen, and you two take the gate on the left side. Deal?"
"Deal!"
Alinari replied, clenching his fists in readiness.
"See you at the top, Princess."
Rosmerad teased Valian as he and Alinari moved toward the left gate, sharing a knowing grin as they stepped closer to the unknown. The air was thick with anticipation, laughter mingling with nervous energy as the four friends prepared to embark on their separate journeys. With one last look exchanged, the two groups stepped into their respective gates, a sense of camaraderie enveloping them as they faced the uncertainty that lay ahead. As they walked through the thresholds, the warm glow of the hall behind them dimmed, swallowed by shadows, and a new path began to unfold. Each step reverberated with the weight of adventure, echoing the uncharted territories of Tremian Tower and the promise of the orb key that awaited them. For that moment, they were united by purpose, yet divided by fate. Twist of lure. Valion and Helen ascended the spiral staircase, the echo of their footsteps mingling with the distant sounds of the tower. The air grew cooler, carrying an undercurrent of anticipation that quickened their hearts. When they reached the top, they emerged into a vast chamber that was as breathtaking as it was foreboding. At the far end of the room, a magnificent half-sphere glimmered, casting prismatic reflections across the marble floor. Its surface shimmered like a pool of liquid silver, and it pulsated gently, as if it held a heartbeat of its own.
Look, it's there!
Helen exclaimed, her eyes widening in wonder. She stepped forward, her heart racing with excitement. But as she took her second step, a sharp whirring sound sliced through the silence, and an arrow shot from a hidden trap embedded in the wall, narrowly missing her by inches. The arrow struck the wall behind her with a thud, quivering ominously.
This room is full of traps,
Valion shouted, instinctively pulling Helen back to safety. She stumbled back, her heart pounding.
What will we do?
She asked, her voice trembling slightly. Valion's mind raced as he scanned the chamber.
We need to be careful. If we can figure out the traps, we might be able to get to the half-sphere without getting skewered.
Right, let's think logically,
Helen replied, regaining her composure.
There must be patterns to these traps. Look at the walls. There are likely pressure plates or wires we can avoid.
The two of them advanced cautiously, each footfall deliberate and light. Valion knelt, inspecting the floor closely. As he brushed his hand over the smooth surface, he felt a slight give beneath his fingertips.
Right here,
he warned, leaping back just as a series of bottom-opening soles sprang up, snapping shut like a hungry maw.
We'll need to leap over these.
Okay, on 3.
Helen agreed, her eyes fixed on the floor.
1, 2,
3.
They both jumped, soaring over the traps just in time, landing gracefully on the other side.
Nice work.
The alien grinned, adrenaline coursing through him.
But that's just the beginning. We can't let our guard down.
As they progressed deeper into the chamber, another trap triggered. This time, a series of arrows launched from the walls in rapid succession, forming a deadly volley that streaked toward them.
Duck!
Valion shouted, throwing himself to the floor. Helen followed suit, and the arrows whizzed overhead, embedding themselves in the stone behind them.
Where are these traps even coming from?
Helen panted, peeking over the ground.
This technology. It feels alien, like nothing we've seen in our civilization.
I know,
Valion replied, rising cautiously.
It's as if this tower holds secrets from an age far beyond ours. Just what is Tremian Tower hiding?
Before they could ponder further, they spotted a set of shimmering beams crisscrossing the air, a laser trap pulsing ominously in the middle of the room. The ethereal glow was mesmerizing yet treacherous.
We can't walk through those,
Valion said, awed yet wary.
We need to find a way around or under.
Helen scanned the beams, her brows furrowing in concentration.
There's a gap in the lasers over there. If we can time our movements right, we might be able to slip through.
Let's do it.
Valion nodded.
On the count of 3 again.
Okay,
Helen replied, steadying her breathing.
1, 2, 3.
They darted forward, threading through the laser beams like dancers in a grand performance, narrowly avoiding their radiant paths. Valion felt a surge of exhilaration as they reached the safety of the other side, their breaths coming in quick bursts.
We did it!
Helen exclaimed, a bright smile lighting her face.
For now,
Valion cautioned, glancing around the expansive chamber.
Let's stay sharp. There might be more traps ahead.
As they approached the shimmering half-sphere, their excitement mingled with trepidation. Valion knelt before the artifact, inspecting it closely.
What do you think? Is this half of the orb key?
He asked, his fingers brushing against its smooth surface.
I think it is.
Helen whispered, her gaze transfixed by the light it emanated.
But it's surrounded by something. I can feel a magical barrier.
Let's see if we can break through it,
Valian suggested.
Do you think your healing magic can help us?
Helen nodded, raising her staff. She began to chant, her voice ringing through the chamber.
Lumen sanitatum.
A warm glow enveloped the half-sphere, and for a moment, the barrier flickered. Valian felt a pulse of energy as he placed his hand against the orb.
It's weakening,
he exclaimed.
Keep going, Helen.
With each syllable she spoke, the barrier shimmered more erratically, until finally, with a flash of light, it dissipated completely. Valian seized the moment, reaching for the half-sphere.
We did it,
he shouted, triumph shining in his eyes as he lifted the half-orb key triumphantly. Just then, the ground beneath them trembled, and the chamber echoed with a low rumble.
What's happening?
Helen gasped, glancing around nervously.
I think we activated something,
Valian replied, adrenaline surging once more.
We need to move, up to the top floor.
They raced toward the staircase that spiraled upward, their hearts pounding in sync with their footsteps. The walls trembled, dust cascading down like glittering stars as they ascended, clutching the half-orb key tightly. As they reached the next level, the atmosphere shifted. The air was charged with an otherworldly energy, and they could feel the anticipation building within the tower. The game of wits. Alinari and Ruzmarad ascended the spiral staircase, the anticipation building with each step they took. As they reached the top, a vast chamber spread out before them, bathed in an eerie glow. At the far end, a radiant object caught their eyes, a shining half-sphere, nestled on a pedestal of ornate stonework.
This must be what we're looking for,
Ruzmarad exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with hope. He took a step forward but halted when he noticed something strange hovering above the sphere, a computer screen, flickering with life.
What is this?
Alinari asked, perplexed. Before they could ponder further, the screen lit up, displaying a digital face.
Hello, adventurers. Before receiving this part of the key, you must prove your worth,
it announced in a smooth, mechanical voice.
What kind of creature are you? Is that a form of magic?
Ruzmarad questioned, skepticism evident in his tone.
Not really,
the screen responded.
I am Bingordian 1006, an artificial intelligence-based electronic program guarding the key.
Alinari and Ruzmarad exchanged shocked glances. The revelation left them speechless, their minds racing.
Do you know how to play chess?
The computer asked, an oddly playful tone in its digital voice.
Yes, we do,
Ruzmarad replied cautiously.
Excellent. You will be a team against me. If you win, you may take the half-sphere. But be warned, each time you lose a piece, it will trigger a trap, and a random stone will fall over a random coordinate in this room. Let's hope it will not be the same coordinate as your head. Ha 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 ha! The computer's laugh echoed unnaturally, sending a chill down their spines.
Great. Just great.
Alinari muttered under his breath as they moved to the side of a large, ornate chessboard that appeared on the screen, the pieces shimmering with an otherworldly glow.
Let's do this,
Ruzmarad said, taking a deep breath to steady his nerves. The chess pieces were set, and the game commenced. Ruzmarad and Alinari strategized together, each move carefully considered. Ruzmarad advanced his knight, and the AI responded with a calculated counter.
Keep an eye on the left flank,
Alinari advised, watching the board intently.
Got it. I'll move my bishop,
Ruzmarad said, clicking the piece forward. With each turn, the tension mounted. The computer's moves were swift and calculated, a testament to its programming. It was a battle of intellect, and every piece they lost meant another rock would fall. As they lost their first pawn, a rumble shook the chamber, and a stone the size of a fist plummeted from above, narrowly missing Ruzmarad's shoulder.
Watch out!
Alinari shouted, ducking to avoid the debris.
We have to focus!
Ruzmarad urged, his brow furrowing with concentration. They continued playing, moving their pieces with precision. The game progressed with each side losing pieces. Ruzmarad sacrificed a knight, prompting another stone to crash down. This time, it struck the board, scattering the remaining pieces.
"This is getting dangerous!"
Alinari cried, dodging the falling debris.
"We can't back down,"
Ruzmarad said, gritting his teeth.
"We're close!"
As the game reached its climax, Ruzmarad found himself in a tight spot. The AI had cornered him, and they were down to just a few pieces.
"I think we need to sacrifice the queen,"
Alinari said, a pained expression crossing his face.
"No, we can't!"
Ruzmarad protested.
"It's our strongest piece."
"It's the only way,"
Alinari insisted.
"If we can set a trap for its king."
"Fine, I'll do it,"
Ruzmarad declared, his voice steady despite the weight of his decision. He moved his queen forward, offering it up to the AI. The computer let out a triumphant laugh.
"Ah, a bold move, but it will cost you dearly."
As Ruzmarad's queen was captured, the ground trembled violently, and 5 massive stones came crashing down, targeting Ruzmarad's position. He barely managed to shield his head with his arms, but one stone landed directly on his torso, knocking the wind out of him.
"Ruzmarad!"
Alinari shouted in horror, rushing to his side as the computer declared,
"Congratulations! Now you may take the half-sphere. Hurry up before it is too late."
The screen flickered, and then went dark. Alinari's hands trembled as he approached the pedestal, taking the half-sphere in his grasp.
"We did it!"
he shouted. But his triumph was short-lived as he turned to find Ruzmarad lying on the floor, blood seeping through his tunic.
"Are you okay?"
Alinari cried, rushing to Ruzmarad's side. He attempted to push the heavy stone off him, but it wouldn't budge.
"Not at all,"
Ruzmarad gasped, wincing in pain.
"I think my ribs are broken."
"Hold on!"
Alinari urged, summoning all his strength. He gripped the stone and pulled with all his might, but it wouldn't budge.
"I can't move it."
Suddenly, an alarm blared and the room began to shake. Stones started to fall from above more than before, their sounds echoing ominously through the chamber.
"Alinari, stop! Help me! Please!"
Ruzmarad cried, panic rising in his voice as another rock narrowly missed him.
"I'm sorry, Ruzmarad,"
Alinari shouted, his heart racing.
"It's beyond my strength."
In a desperate bid, Alinari bolted toward the spiral staircase, tears streaming down his cheeks as he ascended the steps, leaving Ruzmarad behind in the collapsing chamber.
"Alinari!"
Ruzmarad's voice echoed after him, filled with pain and fear. But the sound faded as Alinari raced upward, the weight of his friend's predicament heavy on his heart. Whispers of forgotten knowledge. Angevil sat alone in her dimly lit prison cell, the faint flickering of a candle her only companion. The heavy iron bars surrounding her had long since become a familiar sight, their cold, oppressive presence a daily reminder of her confinement. But today, something was different. She had just received a small stack of books delivered to her by the kingdom's guards. For a moment, she hesitated, staring at the books with a mixture of curiosity and caution. Her fingers trembled slightly as she reached out and touched the hard, leather-bound cover of the first book. The sensation was unexpectedly soothing. A warmth seemed to radiate from the material, as if the object had a soul of its own. She let her hand linger on the cover, marveling at the texture beneath her fingers. It was solid, reassuring, and in a strange way, comforting. After years in this desolate cell, this small act of touching a book awakened a sense of normalcy, of connection to the world outside. The smell of the pages filled her senses as she opened the cover, a nostalgic, earthy scent of paper and ink that seemed to reach into her very soul. It was a smell she had forgotten during her years of imprisonment, a smell that spoke of knowledge, stories, and secrets long hidden. She closed her eyes for a moment, inhaling deeply, savoring the moment. The familiar scent transported her to a time when she wasn't caged like an animal, a time when her mind was free to wander through the vast landscapes of thought. With a soft sigh, she opened the book and began to read, her eyes eagerly devouring the words. Ancient technology, a forgotten legacy. For many, the marvels of technology seem like a product of the modern world. After all, the sight of machines, devices, and tools that shape our daily lives is inherently tied to contemporary civilization. However, what if I told you that the world's technological mastery dates back far longer than you might imagine? The civilizations that existed before Common Era, BCE, were not as primitive as some might assume. These ancient peoples, often regarded as little more than farmers and craftsmen, had developed astonishing devices and methods that rival, if not exceed, the technological achievements of today. From intricate mechanisms to vast knowledge of engineering and physics, these civilizations left behind traces of their ingenuity, some of which still baffle modern scientists. The Antikythera mechanism. One of the most striking examples of ancient technological prowess is the Antikythera mechanism. Discovered in a shipwreck off the coast of Greece in 1901, this remarkable artifact is a complex system of gears and dials encased in bronze. Though initially dismissed as mere debris, further studies revealed that the mechanism was an ancient analog computer designed to predict astronomical events with astounding accuracy. Believed to have been created around 100 BCE, the Antikythera mechanism was capable of tracking the cycles of the moon, sun, and planets, and even predicting solar eclipses. This discovery stunned historians, who had long believed such sophisticated mechanical engineering was beyond the capabilities of ancient Greeks. The Baghdad Battery. Moving eastward to Mesopotamia, we find another enigmatic artifact, the Baghdad Battery. Dated to around 200 BCE, these small, jar-like devices were found near the ancient city of Baghdad. At first glance, they appear to be simple clay pots, with copper and iron rods inside, but further investigation has led some to speculate that these could have been primitive batteries capable of generating small amounts of electricity. Theories abound as to what the Baghdad Battery might have been used for, with suggestions ranging from electroplating metals to ritualistic purposes. Regardless of its exact function, the idea that ancient peoples understood and possibly harnessed electricity is nothing short of remarkable. Roman concrete. While modern construction techniques have given rise to towering skyscrapers and sprawling urban landscapes, ancient Rome was responsible for one of the most durable building materials ever created. Roman concrete. Unlike today's concrete, which tends to erode over time, Roman concrete has withstood the test of millennia, preserving structures like the Pantheon and aqueducts. What makes Roman concrete so special is its unique composition. The Romans mixed volcanic ash with lime and seawater to create a substance that not only hardened over time, but also became stronger when exposed to water. Modern scientists have studied Roman concrete extensively in an attempt to replicate its durability, with mixed success. The fact that such an enduring material was created over 2,000 years ago is a testament to the advanced engineering knowledge of the time. The Shroud of Turin and early photography? Though its origins are shrouded, pun intended, in mystery, the Shroud of Turin has sparked countless debates regarding both its authenticity and its possible connection to ancient technology. The shroud, a piece of linen cloth that bears the image of a man's face and body, has often been associated with early Christian relics, believed by some to be the burial shroud of Jesus Christ. However, what truly baffles researchers is how the image was imprinted onto the cloth. Some scientists speculate that the image may have been created using an early form of photography or another unknown process that left a negative image burned into the fabric. If this is true, it would suggest that ancient civilizations possessed an understanding of optics and light far more advanced than previously thought. The the Archimedes heat ray. Another legendary tale from ancient Greece involves Archimedes, the brilliant mathematician and inventor who is said to have created a heat ray using mirrors to focus sunlight on enemy ships, setting them ablaze. Although there's little concrete evidence to confirm whether Archimedes actually built such a device, modern experiments have shown that it's possible to use curved mirrors to direct intense heat and light at a target. Whether fact or fiction, the story of Archimedes' heat ray adds yet another layer of intrigue to the technological capabilities of ancient peoples, the pyramids, and advanced engineering. No discussion of ancient technology would be complete without mentioning the pyramids of Giza. These awe-inspiring structures have long been a source of fascination, not only for their sheer size but for the precision with which they were constructed. Each stone block, some weighing as much as 80 tons, was placed with remarkable accuracy, leading some to question how the ancient Egyptians could have achieved such feats without modern machinery. Some theories suggest that the Egyptians possessed advanced knowledge of engineering principles, including the use of ramps, pulleys, and levers to construct the pyramids. Others propose even more far-fetched ideas, including extraterrestrial assistance. Whatever the truth may be, the pyramids stand as a testament to the ingenuity and determination of ancient civilizations. Conclusion: the legacy of ancient technology. From mechanical computers to sophisticated building materials, the technological achievements of ancient civilizations continue to inspire awe and wonder. While we often think of technology as something modern, these ancient peoples remind us that innovation is a timeless endeavor. The legacies they left behind serve as a bridge between the past and present, showing us that human curiosity and invention know no bounds. As Angèle finished reading the passage, she sat back against the cold stone wall of her cell, her mind reeling with the information she had just absorbed. "Ancient technology," she muttered to herself, disbelief creeping into her voice. The idea that civilizations thousands of years ago possessed such knowledge felt alien to her. It was shocking, almost impossible to believe, that people so long ago could create machines, harness electricity, or develop engineering techniques that modern builders struggled to replicate. Her fingers tapped lightly against the edge of the book as her thoughts raced. If ancient civilizations could create such wonders, what else had been lost to the sands of time? How much knowledge had been buried, forgotten, or intentionally hidden? And more importantly, could that knowledge be the key to unlocking the mysteries of her own world? The idea was both exhilarating and unsettling. For so long, Angèle had believed that magic was the ultimate power, the force that shaped and controlled everything in the world. But what if there was something else? Something more? She stared at the next page, but her mind wandered back to the tales of the Antikythera mechanism, the Baghdad battery, and the Roman concrete. Her breath quickened as a thought formed in her mind, a dangerous thought.
What if?
She whispered.
What if there's something out there that even magic can't explain?
That perhaps, in the distant past, there had been powers greater than even the magic she had once wielded, the orb's awakening. Alinari's breath was still heavy from the climb as he reached the top of the spiraling stairs, his chest aching not just from physical exertion, but from the emotional weight of leaving Ruzmarad behind. His heart was conflicted, guilt gnawing at him, but there was no time for reflection. Duty propelled him forward, and the unknown pulled him into the room before him. The door slid open with a quiet hiss, and Alinari's eyes were greeted by an otherworldly sight. The chamber was vast and circular like the others, but this time there were no ancient murals, no medieval tapestries. Instead, the room was bathed in an eerie, sterile glow from the digital symbols that flickered across the walls. Symbols he could not comprehend, pulsing with a rhythm like the heartbeat of some ancient machine. Sleek panels, glowing in shades of blue and green, lined the walls, their purposes unknown but undeniably important. This was not a place of magic, as he had grown accustomed to. It was something far beyond, something alien. At the center of the room stood a raised platform, and on that platform was what Alinari could only assume to be the control panel. A sleek, crystalline surface covered with more of those strange digital runes. It glowed faintly, casting long shadows across the floor. Above the panel, a transparent dome revealed the stars and the void beyond. The void itself was a swirling maelstrom of colors, vivid purples, blues, and greens, like a cosmic aurora surrounding the planet they stood upon. Beyond the window, the curvature of the planet was visible, a vast sphere of life cradled in the void, tethered by the strange magical shield that shimmered in the distance. The colors danced in harmony with the strange pulsing lights in the room, and for a moment, Alinari felt as if he were at the edge of the universe, staring into something unknowable, incomprehensible. As his eyes adjusted to the futuristic sight before him, he saw them, Valian and Helen, standing near the control panel, their backs turned to him. Relief washed over Alinari as he approached, his footsteps echoing lightly against the sleek metallic floor. Valian was the first to notice him. He turned quickly, his face breaking into a tired but genuine smile.
"Alinari!"
Valian exclaimed, stepping forward and clasping his hand. Helen, too, turned and rushed toward him, her eyes bright with relief.
Thank the gods! You're all right!
Alinari embraced them both, but his heart was heavy. Before he could speak, something strange occurred, something magical. The two half-spheres that Valion and Helen held, the ones they had risked their lives to retrieve, suddenly began to vibrate in their bags. A faint hum filled the air, and before their very eyes, the two halves flew out from their pouches and into the air. The orbs floated gently, spinning in perfect unison. The air crackled with energy as the two halves slowly drifted toward each other, inch by inch, until finally they connected with a soft, resonant chime. A brilliant flash of light filled the room as the orb solidified, becoming whole once more, the key to whatever lay ahead. Valian reached up and gently caught the now complete orb. Its surface shimmered like molten silver, swirling with untold power. He carefully placed it into his bag, securing it for the next part of their journey. But the moment of calm was shattered.
"Where is Ruzmarad?"
Valian asked, his voice laced with concern.
"Did he make it?"
Alinari opened his mouth to explain, but before he could speak, the room was filled with a sudden deafening roar of thunder. The ground beneath them trembled, and a dark crackling energy filled the air. They turned toward the center of the room as a blinding flash of light erupted from the floor. From that flash, a figure began to form, its shadow growing larger by the second. The light faded, revealing a monstrous figure standing before them. It stood nearly 3 meters tall, a hulking embodiment of dark power, as if it had crawled from the depths of an ancient nightmare. Its body was armored in thick, jagged plates of obsidian-colored skin, each ridge and spike etched with infernal runes that glowed faintly with an eerie crimson light. Veins of molten energy pulsed beneath the surface, like rivers of fire surging through its muscular frame, hinting at the raw, destructive power coursing through its very being. The creature's head was framed by 2 enormous curved horns that spiraled upward and back, black as midnight, with sharp edges that seemed capable of cleaving through stone. Its face, a twisted mask of malice and hatred, was gaunt yet muscular, with a wide, grinning mouth lined with razor-sharp fangs that gleamed in the dim light. Its eyes, burning with the same hellish glow as its veins, were deep-set and filled with an otherworldly fury, red orbs that seemed to pierce into the soul, as if they could see every fear, every weakness lurking beneath the surface. From its broad, armor-plated shoulders extended long, muscular arms, ending in clawed hands that crackled with dark energy. Each claw was as long as a sword, and the tips glowed faintly with the ember of some unholy power, ready to tear through flesh or armor without resistance. Its left hand gripped the hilt of a massive, jagged blade, the sword itself nearly as tall as the creature. The blade shimmered with malevolent energy, dark and otherworldly, its surface marked with runes of death and destruction, flickering in unison with the creature's breath. Its chest heaved with slow, deliberate breaths, each exhalation accompanied by a faint growl, like the rumble of distant thunder. Every inch of its skin was covered in a combination of thick, plated muscle and grotesque demonic growths, spikes and ridges jutting out from its joints and along its spine. Its feet, clawed and massive, scraped against the floor with each step, leaving scorched marks in the metal beneath. Behind the creature, its wings spread wide, black and leathery with tattered edges that dripped shadow as they unfurled. Though the wings were massive, they were damaged, as though they had once soared through darkened skies, but had been torn and ravaged by centuries of battle and suffering. Now, they flapped only weakly, more symbolic of the creature's fallen grandeur than a means of flight. As it took another step forward, the room seemed to darken, shadows creeping along the walls, drawn to the monstrous entity like moths to a flame. The temperature dropped, and the air grew thick with an oppressive, suffocating energy. The creature raised its sword high, the blade humming with power, and spoke in a guttural voice that echoed through the chamber like the grinding of stone against stone.
You dare to seek the key. You will fall, as countless others have before you.
Its voice was laced with centuries of wrath, each word dripping with disdain for the living. The ground beneath it trembled as it spoke, and a low growl rumbled from its chest, building into a deafening roar that shook the room itself. It was clear, this was no ordinary foe, but a demon of ancient power, a gatekeeper to the final challenge. Garnimash let out a deep, guttural growl, a sound that shook the very air. His claws flexed, eager for blood. Valian, gripping his sword tightly, stepped forward. Without warning, Garnimash lunged at Valian with terrifying speed, his clawed paw slashing toward him. Valian narrowly dodged the swipe, the claws whistling through the air inches from his face. With swift reflexes, he countered, striking back with his sword. The blade connected with Garnimash's arm, but the demon's tough hide deflected most of the blow, causing only a shallow cut. Alinari, standing beside Valian, called upon his arcane power.
Firebolt!
He shouted, summoning a fiery orb in his hand. He hurled it at Garnimash, and the flame exploded against the demon's side, causing him to stagger back slightly. The smell of burning flesh filled the room, but Garnimash barely flinched, shaking off the attack like a mere nuisance. With a snarl, Garnimash retaliated, casting a shadow bolt. A swirling mass of dark energy shot from his claw, streaking toward Alinari. The blast struck him square in the chest, sending him crashing to the floor, gasping as the shadow magic sapped his strength.
Helen, heal him!
Valian called, blocking another swipe from one of Garnimash's claws. Helen, her face pale with concentration, raised her staff.
Light, guide us!
She prayed, and a warm golden glow enveloped Alinari, mending his wounds. Alinari's breath steadied as the light restored his energy. Garnimash, however, was far from finished. He slammed his clawed paw into the ground, cracking the floor beneath him.
Rise, my servants,
he bellowed, and 3 undead knights emerged from the shadows, their rotting armor clattering as they stood, weapons in hand. They turned their soulless eyes toward Valian and Alinari.
Great,
Valian muttered, positioning himself between the knights and his companions.
Alinari, focus on the demon. I'll handle these.
The first undead knight charged at Valian with its sword raised high. Valian deflected the blow, countering with a swift strike of his own. His sword cut through the knight's decaying armor, but the creature barely seemed to notice. The second knight followed, swinging its axe toward him. Valian parried, dancing between their attacks, but the sheer number was overwhelming. Alinari, recovering from the shadow bolt, focused his energy.
Arcane missiles!
He shouted, and several glowing projectiles shot from his hand, hitting Garnimash with precision. The arcane energy exploded against the demon's chest, forcing him back a step, but Garnimash's fury only grew. With a roar, Garnimash charged at Alinari, his claws slicing through the air. Alinari barely had time to react before Garnimash cast Stunning Malice, a wave of dark energy that froze him in place. Paralyzed for 3 seconds, Alinari stood helpless as the demon raised his claws for a killing strike. Helen, seeing the danger, acted quickly. She raised her staff and summoned a protective spell.
Absorbing shield,
she cried, and a shimmering barrier of holy light appeared around Alinari just in time. Garnimash's claws slammed into the shield, and the holy magic absorbed the blow, saving Alinari from certain death. Valion, still battling the undead knights, fought with ferocity. He parried one knight's strike and quickly countered, driving his sword through the knight's chest. The creature collapsed in a heap of bones and rusted metal, but the other two continued their relentless assault. Garnimash, frustrated by his inability to finish Alinari, turned his attention to Helen. With a low growl, he lunged toward her, his claws raised high. Helen, unable to defend herself with her staff, braced for the impact. Just as Garnimash's claws were about to strike, a piercing cry echoed through the room. Arathor, Helen's eagle, swooped in through the window, talons extended. The bird flew straight for Garnimash's face, clawing at his eyes with fierce determination. Garnimash howled in rage, swiping at the eagle, but Arathor dodged, pecking and slashing at the demon's face.
Arathor, no!
Helen cried, realizing the danger her loyal companion was in. Garnimash, blinded with fury, struck out with one of his bladed claws, and this time he hit his mark. Arathor let out a sharp cry as the claw impaled him, and with a single brutal motion, Garnimash flung the eagle across the room. Arathor's lifeless body hit the ground with a sickening thud. Helen's heart shattered at the sight. Tears welled up in her eyes as she whispered,
Arathor.
But there was no time to mourn. Helen, fighting through her grief, wiped her tears and raised her staff again.
Holy strike!
She called, summoning a beam of divine light that shot toward Garnimash. The holy energy slammed into the demon, causing him to reel back in pain, smoke rising from the searing burn on his chest.
Now, Alinari,
Valian shouted as he blocked another swing from the remaining undead knight.
We have to finish him!
Alinari, his energy restored by Helen's healing, nodded. He raised both hands, channeling all his magic into a single powerful spell.
Ice Blizzard!
A roaring storm of frost and snow engulfed Garnimash, freezing the demon's body in a thick layer of ice. His movement slowed, his body stiffening as the frost crept over his muscles. Valion saw his chance. He sprinted toward Garnimash, both swords drawn. With a powerful leap, he drove his blades deep into the demon's chest, the icy armor shattering under the force of the blow. Garnimash let out a deafening roar, the ice cracking around him as Valian's swords pierced his black heart. Garnimash staggered, his body trembling as dark magic leaked from his wounds. His once mighty form began to crumble, the shadowy energy that sustained him dissipating into the air. With a final, blood-curdling scream, the demon collapsed to the ground, his body shattering like brittle stone. The undead knights fell lifeless as well, their magic gone with the fall of their master. The battle was over. Valian pulled his swords free from Garnimash's remains and turned to his companions. Alinari stood beside him, exhausted, but alive. Helen knelt on the ground, cradling Arathor's lifeless body in her arms, her face wet with tears.
We won,
Helen said softly, though the victory felt hollow in the wake of their loss. At what cost? Valian's hands trembled slightly as he approached the control panel, the orb warm in his grip. The room, still heavy with the aftermath of their battle, felt eerily silent, save for the distant echoes of crumbling stone and faint magical hums. He glanced at Alinari and Helen, both visibly shaken after the encounter with Garnimash, before his gaze settled on the circular fold on the device. With a slow breath, he placed the orb inside.
"Key activated,"
said a deep, echoed digital voice from the panel. The words hung in the air, resonating through the chamber. Valian's heart raced as he navigated the unfamiliar interface, scrolling through glowing runes and symbols that illuminated the dark room in pale blue light. His eyes scanned the settings menu, searching until he found it. The control for the void shield. The very thing that had trapped them on Cinta Nefatum for so long. Memories of their desperate plea to the king flashed through his mind. How they had begged to turn off the void and escape the dangers of this world with their families. The king's cold response still echoed within him.
"You must first reach the Tremian Tower, only then can you deactivate the shield."
Valian's jaw tightened as he entered the code to disable the void. His fingers hovered for a moment before finally pressing the last symbol. The control panel flickered as ancient runes shifted, and the digital voice returned.
"Void shield deactivation initiated."
Through the large window behind them, they could see it. The magical layer that enveloped Cinta Nefatum, shimmering in shades of violet, blue, and green, began to dissipate. Like a veil of cosmic silk unraveling, the protective barrier dissolved into the vastness of space, freeing the planet from its isolation. The stars twinkled more brightly now, as if welcoming the world back into the universe. Valian exhaled, relief flooding him. They had done it. But before anyone could speak, the door behind them creaked open with a groan. Ruzmarad stumbled into the room, his tall frame nearly collapsing under the weight of his injuries. His chest was drenched in blood, the deep red staining his clothes and skin. His upper body was battered, his right arm limp and clearly broken. His once proud, regal posture was now haggard, his face twisted in fury.
"Wow!"
he growled, his voice dripping with bitter sarcasm.
"What a victory! Finally you did it! Now you'll celebrate it, huh?"
Alinari, still shaken from the battle, stepped forward, guilt etched across his face.
"Ruzmarad, I couldn't—"
he began, but his words faltered under the weight of Ruzmarad's piercing glare. Ruzmarad's voice cut through the air, sharp as a blade.
"I thought you were all my friends, but you continued your journey without even wondering what happened to me."
His words trembled with anger, his bloodied hand gripping the doorway as he staggered forward.
"You betrayers!"
Alinari's face tightened with regret, the weight of Ruzmarad's words sinking into him.
"It wasn't like that.
Enough!
Ruzmarad barked, his eyes wild with pain and rage. His left arm, the only one still functioning, moved toward the control panel. Valian, confused and unsettled by the sudden hostility, stepped between him and the device.
"Hey, I don't even know what happened to you two on that floor. We were all—"
"I am not listening to your rubbish!"
Ruzmarad snarled, shoving past Valian with what little strength he had left. His left hand shakily pressed against the panel, rapidly inputting symbols with a single-minded determination. Helen took a step forward, her voice soft but pleading.
"Ruzmarad, stop. Whatever you're doing."
Before anyone could intervene, the same ominous digital voice returned, colder and more final this time.
"The Tremian Tower has been ordered to self-destruct. The key has been checked. The demolition process has been started."
A chill ran through the room. Valian's eyes widened in horror.
"What have you done?"
The ground beneath them trembled violently as the tower, ancient and towering, began to collapse from the top. Dust and debris rained down from the ceiling as the structure shuddered and groaned. The once majestic spire, which had stood for centuries, now cracked and fractured, its stone walls breaking apart like brittle glass. The deep, groaning sound of the ancient tower succumbing to its own destruction was overwhelming, drowning out the frantic breaths of the three adventurers as they scrambled to find a way out. But the tower's collapse was merciless, each tremor from the crumbling structure more intense than the last. Valian darted toward the exit, his heart pounding as he glanced back at Helen and Alinari. The dust in the air stung his eyes, and the floor beneath him shifted dangerously. He heard Helen cry out as another piece of the ceiling came crashing down, splintering into massive shards.
"Keep moving!"
Valian shouted over the chaos, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he knew it was too late. A thunderous crack split the air, and the tower's upper walls, once reinforced with ancient magic, gave way entirely. Massive chunks of debris rained down, and before any of them could react, the entire room collapsed in on itself. A deafening roar swallowed them whole as the ceiling, floor, and walls caved in simultaneously. Stone and dust enveloped them, crushing the very breath from their lungs. The last thing Valian felt was the cold, hard impact of the rubble as it slammed into him, his body pinned under the immense weight. There was no time to scream, no time to think, just the crushing, overwhelming darkness that swallowed them whole. Alinari's outstretched hand, which had been reaching for Valian, was buried under the falling stone. The light from his eyes faded beneath the debris, his last thoughts a jumble of regret, anger, and sorrow. Helen's cry of despair echoed through the collapsing tower, only to be silenced as the weight of centuries-old stone fell upon her, entombing her beneath the rubble. In a matter of seconds, the Tremian Tower, which had withstood the test of time, became a grave for its would-be saviors. The entire structure, now nothing more than a heap of rubble and dust, settled with a final earth-shaking crash. Silence. The world above and around them was still. No one had escaped. Prologue. Holy Return. In the cold, vast expanse of space, a solitary spacecraft surged forward, its destination a world shrouded in myth, Cinta Nefatum. Inside, a man sat in the pilot's seat, his fingers gripping the controls with a tense determination. He was 30 years old, with a goatee framing his sharp jaw, medium-length wavy hair brushing the collar of his suit, and eyes that held the quiet intensity of someone who had seen more than his years might suggest. His skin, pale beneath the soft glow of the console, stood in stark contrast to the infinite darkness outside. Cinta Nefatum was not just another planet. It was a forgotten realm, lost to time and legend. His journey here was no simple voyage. It was a return. A pilgrimage to a place whispered about in ancient texts, a world whose secrets had drawn him from the far reaches of space. But as the ship pierced the upper layers of the planet's atmosphere, something went wrong. Alarms shrieked, and the ship trembled violently. His eyes darted to the instruments, but they offered no solace. Suddenly he saw it, a shimmering barrier, a magical void encircling the planet like an unseen fortress. It rippled with arcane energy, unseen but palpable, pressing against the spacecraft with invisible hands.
"Damn it,"
he muttered through clenched teeth, struggling against the controls. The ship's systems groaned under the mounting pressure as the void tightened its grip. The heat began to spike. Sweat beaded on his brow as the ship's hull began to overheat, the intense magical force bending the very fabric of reality around him. His muscles ached as he fought to maintain control, but the void was relentless. It was as if the planet itself was rejecting him, forbidding his entry. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, the void vanished. In an instant, the magical barrier dissolved into nothingness, as if it had never been. Relief washed over him, but it was short-lived. The ship, already damaged from the immense strain, began to fail. Overheated and crippled, the engines sputtered and died, leaving him plummeting helplessly toward the surface. As he tumbled through the thickening atmosphere, the planet's surface came into view. His eyes locked onto something in the distance, a massive tower standing proud on the land far below. It was ancient, its spires reaching into the heavens, a relic of some forgotten age. Next to it, a vast forest stretched out, its dark canopy obscuring the earth beneath. The tower was 50 kilometers away, yet even from this distance, its monumental size was unmistakable. But as he fell, something unimaginable happened. The tower, seemingly indestructible, began to crumble. Its colossal stones shifted and collapsed in on themselves, as though struck by some unseen force. The ground around it trembled, dust rising into the sky as the once mighty structure disintegrated before his eyes. The ship careened downwards, the controls useless in his hands. With a final jolt, the spacecraft smashed into the sea with a deafening crash, sending waves surging in all directions. As the ship sank beneath the churning waters, the man, bruised and battered, watched the distant tower vanish from sight, swallowed by the chaos of its collapse. Sintanafatum had welcomed him, but not with the grace he had hoped for.
Who am I?
Hours passed beneath the indifferent sky, and the once proud spaceship that had plummeted into the sea was now a wreck, its shattered hull washed ashore like the bones of a forgotten titan. Amidst the debris, the man lay motionless on the beach, his body bruised, his mind adrift in the fog of unconsciousness. When his eyes finally fluttered open, they were greeted by the dull gray of a clouded sky, the taste of salt air heavy on his tongue. Groaning, he pushed himself up, pain shooting through his limbs like the aftershocks of the crash that had nearly claimed his life. His body bore the marks of his ordeal, raw and aching, while just a few meters away, the wreckage of his spacecraft lay torn apart, broken into pieces by the unforgiving impact. But as his gaze fell on the twisted metal and scorched earth, a deep, unsettling truth settled in his mind. He remembered nothing. Not where he was, not what had brought him here, not even his own name.
Where am I?
He whispered to the wind, his voice hoarse and unfamiliar in his own ears. Staggering to his feet, his body protesting with every step, he wandered aimlessly, his mind a void as barren as the beach around him. Then, through the haze of confusion and pain, a figure appeared, a bent old man, draped in a simple gray robe, leaning heavily on a wooden staff. His face was lined with age, but his eyes sparkled with a knowing light. A smile broke across his weathered lips as he stepped forward.
Boy?
The old man called out, his voice warm, filled with the weight of something deeper.
I knew you would be back.
But before he could finish, the world went black, and the man crumpled to the ground once more, unconscious, slipping into a dream. In his dream, he found himself inside a small, humble church, bathed in the soft glow of candlelight. Around him, voices rose in gentle chants, filling the air with reverence and serenity. He felt peace settle over him, a quiet that calmed the chaos of his broken mind. The chants, soft and melodic, seemed to resonate within him, awakening something deep in his soul.
In the light of love, I find my rest, a heart unburdened, a soul confessed, where peace like rivers softly flow, and grace, like sunlight, makes me whole. O gentle God, thy love divine purifies this heart of mine. In thee the shadows fade away, and darkened souls find endless day.
But the dream soon turned darker. As the prayer ended, a shadow moved through the church. From the corner of his eye, he saw a figure step forward, cloaked in darkness. Without warning, the figure's hand flashed, and a blade plunged deep into the back of an older man standing before the altar. The man wore robes of soft, flowing fabric, reminiscent of the ancient mystics, his features noble, his expression serene, much like the portraits of wise poets long past, those who sought unity with the divine. His attire brought to mind the great teachers of love and unity, the kind who would speak of the heart's journey to God. With a cry of horror, the man in the dream rushed forward, his heart pounding in his chest.
Call the police,
he shouted in panic, the modern world intruding into this ancient sacred space. But there were no authorities to call, no rescue to be had. The dying man, his face calm even in his final moments, beckoned him closer with a feeble hand. His voice was faint but clear, laced with the wisdom of countless lifetimes.
"Do not be fooled,"
he whispered, his breath shallow.
"What seems like loss is, in truth, the deepest victory."
Before the dream could unravel further, the world shifted again, and the man awoke. He found himself lying in a warm, comfortable bed. The room around him was simple, but clean, the scent of herbs and healing oils lingering in the air. His wounds, once raw and painful, were now bandaged, his body feeling remarkably restored. For a moment, he lay there, blinking at the unfamiliar ceiling, the remnants of the dream still swirling in his mind. Who was the man in the church? Who had been killed? And why? And more importantly, who was he? The questions gnawed at him as he stared into the quiet, and though his body had healed, his mind remained fractured, haunted by a name and a purpose he could no longer grasp. The eternal flame of knowledge. That night, the dim light of a single candle flickered in the corner of Angeville's cell, casting long, dancing shadows on the cold stone walls. The silence around her was heavy, a weight that only deepened as the hours dragged on. Yet, inside her mind, the silence was far from still. Before her lay the latest treasure smuggled from Deruvish's library, a series of ancient tomes, thick with the scent of old parchment, their pages yellowed by time, but alive with ideas that sparked a fire within her. Angeville's eyes darted across the text, hungry for every word. As she turned the fragile pages, a deep sense of wonder bloomed within her. She had long since made friends with these books. Their voices, trapped in ink, whispered to her in the quiet of the night, guiding her mind beyond the confines of her prison. These texts, rich with philosophy, history, and the musings of great thinkers long dead, felt like companions, partners in her quest to unravel the mysteries of the universe. As she read, her thoughts deepened, and soon she came across a passage that made her pause. It spoke of time, of its true nature, its mysteries, and the way it bends and folds in ways that defy human understanding. She leaned in, her eyes devouring the words. In the realm of the eternal, time as mortals perceive it is but an illusion, a shadow of something far more intricate and boundless. The mind, bound by its physical existence, interprets time as a linear progression, a string of moments, strung together like beads on a thread. We see the past as something gone, the present as something fleeting, and the future as something yet to come. But this is only the way the human mind grasps at the infinite. Reality is far more complex. In truth, time is not linear at all. The past, present, and future are not separate entities, existing in sequence. They are one, folded into each other, happening all at once, intertwined in the fabric of the cosmos. What we call time is merely our limited perception of this grand tapestry, a veil over the truth that hides the simultaneity of all existence. Imagine the universe as a great book, its pages laid out before you. From where you stand, you might only see one page at a time, moving forward or backward as you read. But the entire book, every page, every word, is already there, written and existing all at once. To a mind that can perceive beyond the constraints of linearity, there is no distinction between past and future, for they both exist within the same moment. This is the concept of non-linear time. The past does not cease to exist simply because it is no longer visible to us, just as the future is not yet born simply because we cannot see it. Both are always present, just beyond the veil of our perception. In this framework, the past, present, and future coalesce into a single eternal moment in which everything that has ever happened and everything that will ever happen is continuously unfolding. Consider a river. From a distance, we see its flow as continuous, always moving forward, unceasing. But if we look closely at the water, we see that it is made of countless ripples and currents, moving in all directions, twisting and turning upon themselves. The river is not simply flowing from point A to point B. It is a dynamic, ever-shifting dance of forces, all happening simultaneously. Time is much the same. What we perceive as the forward flow of time is but one ripple in the greater current of existence. Thus, to truly understand time, one must let go of the notion that the future is something to be reached, or that the past is something lost. The future already exists, just as the past still does. The choices we make now are not steps toward a future that has yet to be written, but rather interactions with a future that already is. Likewise, the past is not set in stone, unchangeable. It, too, is part of the ever-present moment, and in some ways it can be altered, not by changing events, but by changing the way those events are perceived and understood. In the nonlinear perspective, every action and every thought reverberates across all of time, influencing both past and future. The consequences of our actions do not simply move forward, they ripple backward, affecting the past as well. The fabric of time is delicate, and our place within it is far more integral than we realize. Each moment is not merely a point on a line, but a nexus of all possibilities, stretching out in every direction. Every choice we make echoes throughout eternity, shaping the flow of time in ways we cannot fully comprehend. And so, there is no before or after, only is. All moments coexist, layered upon each other like the pages of a book, and yet they are one. The past informs the future, and the future reshapes the past, all within the singularity of the present. This is the nature of time as it truly exists, a constant eternal dance in which every step is both remembered and anticipated, but always happening in the now. It is said that those who can perceive this truth are able to transcend the limitations of mortal life. For them, time is no longer a linear journey toward death, but an ever-present, eternal cycle in which life, death, and rebirth happen simultaneously. To live within this truth is to be free of the fear of the future and the regret of the past, for both are as malleable as the present. To see time in this way is to understand that every moment is sacred, and every decision holds within it the potential to change not only the future, but the past as well. This, then, is the path of the enlightened mind, to step outside the constraints of linear time and see the universe as it truly is, a boundless, eternal dance of existence in which all things happen at once. In this state, there is no need for regret, for nothing is ever truly lost. There is no need for fear, for nothing is ever truly unknown. There is only the present, infinite and eternal, in which everything that has ever been and everything that will ever be is happening now. Angeville's eyes lingered on the final sentence, her mind spinning with the weight of the ideas presented. The notion of non-linear time, of past, present, and future all existing as one, stirred something deep within her. It was as though the walls of her prison cell had momentarily dissolved, leaving her floating in a vast sea of possibilities. She closed the book gently, her fingers tracing the worn cover. The words seemed to echo in her mind, weaving themselves into the fabric of her thoughts. Was this the key to understanding the nature of her reality, of her captivity? Perhaps in this non-linear flow of time, the answers to her questions were already within her grasp. She just needed to see them, to perceive beyond the limits of her current understanding. For a moment, the darkness of her cell seemed less oppressive, and the silence more profound. She was not alone in this moment, after all. The past, present, and future were with her, layered and interwoven, a tapestry that she was only beginning to unravel, echoes of forgotten destiny. Morning sunlight poured softly through the window, casting a gentle warmth on the man's face as he stirred from sleep. He rose slowly from the bed, his muscles still stiff with the memory of his ordeal. When he reached the window, his breath caught for a moment. Below him, the town stretched out in peaceful harmony, a quaint, picturesque scene that looked as though it had been untouched by the chaos of the universe. Cobblestone paths wound through charming houses, and townsfolk ambled along with baskets of goods, laughter and chatter filling the air. He had no idea where he was, or, more pressing, who he was. The events of the previous day felt like fragments of a dream, elusive and half-forgotten. And yet, there was a strange calm that settled over him as he gazed out at the world below. Driven by curiosity, he made his way downstairs, the wooden floor creaking under his feet. As he passed by a mirror, a glimmer of movement caught his eye, and he paused to look. His heart lurched as he saw the reflection before him. It was unmistakably himself, but not as he was now. No, this was him as he had been 10 years ago, younger, sharper, his features more defined, wearing a set of brown leather clothes that were entirely unfamiliar. His younger reflection moved as he moved, but there was something chilling in the way it smiled, a twisted, horrible grin that sent shivers down his spine.
"What?"
he whispered, his hands trembling as he rubbed his eyes. When he looked again, the image had reverted to his present self, older, bruised, wearing the clothes of yesterday. The mirror stood still, ordinary, as though nothing had happened. His pulse raced as he left the house, the memory of that unnatural grin burning in his mind. Stepping into the sunlight, he saw the town guard patrolling nearby, their armor glinting under the soft morning light. They wielded swords and shields, their steps firm and sure on the cobblestones. He approached them, trying to steady his voice.
"Excuse me,"
he asked.
"Can you tell me where the greengrocer is?"
One of the guards, a tall man with a thick beard, looked him up and down with mild curiosity.
"It's at the end of this street, on your right,"
he said, pointing.
"But by the looks of you, you don't seem like you're from here."
The man smiled weakly, shaking his head.
"Thank you. I don't even know where I'm from."
The guards exchanged glances before letting out a soft chuckle, amused by his answer. As they laughed, astonished by the stranger's confusion, he turned and made his way to the greengrocer. His mind buzzed with questions, but the hunger gnawing at his stomach kept him grounded. Inside the shop, the rich aroma of fresh produce filled the air. Behind the counter stood a broad-shouldered man with a friendly face. His dark hair was streaked with gray, and his hands were busy sorting vegetables.
"Ah, an outsider,"
the greengrocer greeted warmly.
"Name's Tayfun. How can I help you today?"
"I'd like to buy some bread and tomatoes. I'm really hungry."
Tayfun smiled as he packed the order, and without hesitation, added a wedge of cheese to the parcel.
"Here, make yourself a sandwich. The cheese is on me."
The man blinked, taken aback by the kindness.
"Thank you. I appreciate it."
As he was about to leave, a thought struck him.
"Do you know where I can find an old man? Wears a gray robe. He goes by the name Husam."
Tayfun let out a hearty laugh.
"Oh, you must mean Husam, all right. His house is just 4 doors down from here, on your left. Can't miss it."
"Thank you,"
the man said, offering a grateful nod as he left the shop, already unwrapping his meal. The bread was soft, the tomatoes fresh, and the cheese added a richness that soothed his hunger as he walked. His mind drifted, absorbing the atmosphere of the town, its simplicity, its quiet beauty. Children played in the streets, their laughter filling the air, while women gathered in small clusters, exchanging words over baskets of laundry. As he neared Husam's house, a sudden cry broke the peaceful hum. His steps faltered as he saw a group of women and children gathered near the town square, their faces streaked with tears.
The tower has collapsed.
One of the women sobbed, her voice trembling with grief.
They went there a week ago, but we haven't heard from them since. What if they were inside?
Confused, the man slowed his pace, unsure of what to make of their words. The collapsed tower? He remembered the vision he'd had during his descent to the planet, of a massive structure falling in on itself, swallowed by destruction. But he didn't linger on the thought. Something told him that he'd find answers soon. Reaching Husam's door, he knocked gently. Almost immediately the door swung open, revealing the familiar figure of the old man. Husam's face broke into a wide smile as he greeted him.
"Ah, welcome, boy,"
Husam said cheerfully.
"Did you sleep well?"
"Yes, Hussein. Thank you."
"No need to thank me. You can stay in that house as long as you're on this planet."
The man hesitated, his brow furrowing as the unanswered questions from earlier bubbled to the surface.
"Can you tell me more about this planet? I don't remember anything."
Husam chuckled, leading him inside.
"We are on Sinta Nefatum, the planet of destiny,"
he began, his voice low and reverent.
"This world exists as the terminal point between the universe and Earth, a place where time and space converge. Long ago, a race known as the Destiny Officials lived here. They were beings of pure blood, tasked with inscribing the fates of all living creatures onto their karma crystals. For centuries, they adjusted the destinies of all beings, until one day they vanished without a trace."
As Husam spoke, he raised his wooden staff, a glimmer of magic sparking at its tip.
"Since then, many other races have settled here, continuing life as best they can. The Wizard Guild, of which I am a member, now maintains balance across the planet. Our magic controls much of what you see, including the day and night cycle."
With a wave of his staff, Husam chanted softly,
"Sunstus est."
The air shimmered as the sunlight outside disappeared, plunging the world into night. Before the man could speak, Husam struck the ground with his staff 3 times, and the sun returned as if nothing had changed.
What just happened?"
the man asked, his voice edged with disbelief. Husam laughed heartily.
"Ah, you see, the night and day here are ours to command. You'll get used to it soon enough, boy. Go now, rest some more. Let's see where your destiny leads you."
With Husam's words echoing in his mind, the man stepped outside once more, his thoughts racing. As he walked through the town, pondering the mysteries of this strange world, the blacksmith's voice called out to him from across the street.
"Hey, outsider!"
the blacksmith shouted with a grin, his hammer pausing mid-strike.
"Welcome to our town."
The man walked over to the blacksmith, taking in the imposing figure before him. The blacksmith was a muscular, bald man with a slight belly, dressed in a white tank top and orange baggy pants, all beneath a black apron worn from years of labor. His arms, thick and strong, gleamed with sweat from the forge's heat. The hammer in his hand seemed an extension of himself, as if it had never left his grip for long.
"Hi. How are you doing, sir?"
the man greeted. The blacksmith paused mid-strike and turned to face him with a curious smile.
"Not bad, lad. What brings you here?"
The man met his gaze, speaking with a sense of purpose.
"Since I'm an adventurer who wants to explore this planet, I'm going to need a weapon, something sharp, reliable, and light enough to carry into unknown lands."
The blacksmith's eyes widened with surprise, and his thick, rough hand stroked his chin.
"Adventurer, eh? It's been ages since someone like you asked me for a sword."
He wiped his brow and leaned closer.
"But before you get too excited, let me warn you. This planet, Sinta Nefatum, hides creatures most people can't even name. Scary ones,
Things even the locals are too afraid to speak of.
The man nodded thoughtfully.
Then I'll need to do my research.
That's wise.
The blacksmith grunted.
Courage and strength only get you so far. Out here, if you don't know what you're facing, you're bound to fail. As they say, if you're failing to plan, you're planning to fail.
Wise words indeed,
the man replied. He took a moment, intrigued by the blacksmith's demeanor, before asking,
Were you an adventurer once too?
The blacksmith let out a deep, hearty laugh, shaking his head.
Not quite. I've never left this town, like most folks around here. But I've disciplined myself in the craft of forging weapons. I've always dreamed of making swords for adventurers like you. But to be honest, most of the time, I'm hammering out shovels, small axes and the like, tools for gardening or daily work. That's where the coin comes in. That's the curse of all artists, isn't it? You make a living on mediocre things, but what truly makes you happy, the unique creations, hardly ever see the light of day.
The man smiled, appreciating the sentiment.
I like your approach. I can see that you love what you do. Well, today's your lucky day. You've met me.
The blacksmith's grin grew wider.
Aye, it seems I have. I'll forge you a sword, an adventurer's blade like no other.
He paused, his eyes gleaming with the joy of a craftsman about to pour his heart into his work.
But this won't be just any sword. I'll make a long sword that's perfectly balanced, sharp enough to slice through the thickest hide, but light enough to wield with speed and precision.
He gestured to his forge, where iron bars glowed hot on the anvil.
The key is in the tempering. I'll start by heating the iron until it's glowing orange, but not too hot, just enough to make it pliable. Then I'll hammer it, shaping it into a fine edge while keeping the blade's core flexible. After that, it's the quenching process. I'll dip the blade in oil, not water. That's important. The oil cools it slowly, hardening the steel without making it brittle. Then comes the sharpening. I'll hone it down, layer by layer, with a whetstone until it's sharp enough to cut through armor without a second thought. And lastly, I'll reinforce the spine, so the blade stays true in a fight, but still moves swiftly in your hand. Light enough to carry, strong enough to survive whatever you face.
The man's eyes widened with excitement.
That sounds incredible.
The blacksmith chuckled, clearly enjoying the moment.
It will be, lad. But for a blade like that, I'll need some materials. 7 iron bars and 3 gold coins, and I'll handle the rest.
Deal, mister.
The man agreed eagerly, shaking the blacksmith's hand.
I'll gather what you need and return in a few days.
The blacksmith gave him a firm nod, his smile one of anticipation.
I'll be here. Just make sure you're prepared for what you'll face once you have that blade.
The man nodded, leaving the forge with a sense of purpose. As he walked back to the house Husam had given him, the weight of the day's encounters hung in his mind. What lay ahead on this strange planet? What unknown creatures, what ancient mysteries waited to be uncovered? By the time he returned to his room, the sun was beginning to set, casting a golden hue over the peaceful town. He lay down on the bed, his body tired, but his mind restless with wonder. He thought of the tower's collapse, of the strange smile in the mirror, and of the mysteries Husam had hinted at. Sleep came slowly, his mind turning over the day's events, wondering what more there was to discover on Sinta Nefatum. External intervention. That evening, after finishing her modest meal, Angeville leaned back against the cold stone wall of her cell. She eyed the empty bowl for a moment and muttered to herself,
Not the best food ever, but thank God anyway.
Her voice was quiet, almost as if speaking too loudly might disturb the stillness of the chamber. She reached for the worn book she had been reading earlier, her fingers brushing over its ancient leather cover, well worn from time and countless other hands. She quickly found the place where she had folded the corner of the page, a small rebellion against the strictness of the prison's life. The familiar scent of old parchment filled her senses as she inhaled deeply, feeling a rare peace. Here, at least, the world of ideas felt limitless, even though her body remained confined. With a sense of curiosity, she began to read again. The text she was reading delved into a theory she had never encountered before, one that bridged the religious stories of various holy books. Each of these scriptures told the same core stories with different names and faces: the Great Flood, the creation of mankind, the prophesied Judgment Day. Though separated by geography and culture, these texts seemed to echo one another, repeating the same myths with slightly altered details. It was a puzzle that had intrigued scholars for centuries. Yet the book went deeper than mere comparison. It asked a radical question. What if these shared stories across different religions were not only telling the same myths, but were actually hinting at something far greater and far stranger? The author of the text speculated that these tales were not just allegories or religious instruction, but encoded messages about beings from other dimensions, creatures who had visited Earth long ago and shaped human civilization. Angeville's heart quickened as she turned the page, the implications of such a theory sending ripples of excitement through her. What if these interdimensional beings were the ones responsible for what humans interpreted as divine miracles? According to the book, it wasn't gods in the traditional sense who descended from the heavens, but rather advanced beings from parallel dimensions. Beings who possessed technology so far beyond human understanding that it seemed like magic or divine power to the people of ancient times. The Great Flood, for instance, could be seen in a new light. Rather than a simple divine punishment, what if it was a deliberate intervention by these beings, perhaps even a cosmic reset, a way to control Earth's climate and resources? The idea that Noah's Ark was not a simple wooden boat, but an advanced vessel capable of preserving life in a way that was beyond the comprehension of early humans, was both thrilling and unsettling. Angeville shifted on her thin cot, feeling a strange excitement building inside her. The book continued, speculating that these beings, these visitors, had not only influenced Earth's history, but had actively guided human evolution. The text spoke of ancient sites around the world, structures built with techniques that should have been impossible for their time. Stone monoliths, pyramids, and sacred temples, all constructed with such precision that modern engineers still marveled at their complexity. Could it be that these interdimensional beings had brought this knowledge to humanity, teaching early civilizations the secrets of architecture, astronomy, and even medicine? The concept that these visitors might one day return to Earth was chilling. The book theorized that the ancient prophets who had foretold such events were actually seers or messengers in contact with these beings, and their visions of an apocalyptic future were not spiritual warnings, but predictions of an inevitable encounter with the creators of humanity's progress. Angeville's eyes raced over the words, her mind captivated by the possibilities. Could it be true? Could the gods of the old stories, Zeus, Ammon, Ra, the many deities across the cultures, actually be these same beings from beyond time and space? Had they not only intervened in human affairs, but left behind subtle traces of their existence, encoded in sacred texts and ancient symbols? There was more. The text claimed that some religious rituals might have been methods for contacting or communicating with these beings. Temples, pyramids, and ziggurats were often aligned with celestial bodies, a connection between Earth and the cosmos. Certain chants or prayers, the author speculated, might have been designed to open channels between dimensions, allowing for brief interactions with these powerful entities. Angeville couldn't help but feel a strange sense of awe as she read on. If what the book suggested was true, then humanity's entire history was far more complex than she had ever imagined. The gods, angels, and demons of religious texts might have been travelers from another realm, beings whose motives were still unclear, but who had undeniably shaped the course of human civilization. And what of creation itself? The book proposed that the story of Genesis, of God forming man from the dust of the earth, might have been an allegory for genetic engineering. These beings could have intervened in the natural evolutionary process, perhaps accelerating it, introducing new genes, or even creating humanity as a hybrid species, a mixture of Earth's natural life and their own advanced technology. Angeville paused, closing her eyes for a moment, trying to take it all in. The idea that human beings were the result of such manipulation, part of a grand, interdimensional experiment, was almost too much to grasp. Yet the more she thought about it, the more it made sense. How else could one explain the sudden leaps in knowledge and technology throughout history, the unexplainable monuments, the shared myths, the recurring themes of divine intervention? As she turned the final page of the chapter, Angeville felt her heart pounding in her chest. The text had left her with more questions than answers, but the weight of its implications was undeniable. She could almost feel the presence of those ancient beings, as though they were watching from the shadows of time, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves once again. She has the impression that celestial entities claiming divine status are trying to take over Earth and other worlds like it. Some celestial entities are trying to take over, claiming to be gods. The real mystery is how these people can be so naive and ignorant as to believe they are God, the center of all that is good, the highest frequency of positivity, the endless driving force behind all growth in the universe, and so on. Those egocentric beings have more technological and social developments, yet wouldn't it be ridiculous to follow them blindly anyway? Closing the book, she felt a deep sense of bewilderment and awe, a mysterious encounter. That night, Gaib found himself drifting into sleep, the weight of the day fading into the soft darkness that overtook him. His dreams, however, were anything but peaceful. He was standing in a grand hall, its architecture resembling an ancient Greek temple. The room was vast, with tall columns supporting a high ceiling, the walls lined with pedestals holding burning torches that flickered in the dim light. The air was thick with the scent of incense and the distant hum of some forgotten energy. The flames of the torches danced in rhythm with the silence, casting shifting shadows across the room. As Gaib looked around, his gaze landed on a figure standing at the far end of the hall. It was him. 10 years younger, a more vibrant, sharper version of himself. This younger Gaib was dressed in brown leather clothes, the same ones he had worn during his days of youthful ambition. His skin was smoother, his eyes more intense, carrying the spark of someone who had not yet been worn down by time.
"Get closer,"
the younger Gaib commanded, his voice echoing through the temple. Gaib, older now and filled with uncertainty, hesitated.
"You,"
he stammered. The younger version smirked, a smile that carried no warmth.
"Yes, Gaib. I am exactly who you think I am."
Gaib stood frozen, the shock of seeing himself so vividly making his legs weak.
You look just like me,"
he said, his voice trembling.
"But younger."
The younger Gaib stepped forward, his eyes piercing through him with intensity.
"Of course I do. You've forgotten, haven't you? Forgotten everything. Your real name, your true identity, your mission."
Gaib felt a knot form in his throat.
"I don't remember."
His voice was barely a whisper.
"The spaceship, You look pathetic."
The younger version spat, glaring at him.
"You don't even remember why you were sent to this planet."
Gaib took a step back, overwhelmed by the confrontation. His mind struggled to piece together the fragmented memories that flickered like ghosts in his consciousness. The younger Gaib, with growing frustration, continued,
"You were sent here because—"
Before he could finish the sentence, Gaib jolted awake, drenched in sweat. His heart was pounding in his chest, as if it had been racing through the dream. The room around him was still, but his mind spun wildly, trying to grasp what had just happened. He washed his face, the cold water doing little to shake the sense of unreality that clung to him. Descending the stairs, he found Husam sitting in the hall, a serene smile on his face as usual.
You seem as white as chalk, kid. Are you okay?
Husam asked, his voice filled with concern. Gaib forced a smile, though he was anything but fine.
Yes, I'm fine,
he lied.
It was just a nightmare.
Got it now?
The old man said, his eyes narrowing slightly as if he knew there was more to it.
You should talk with Daruvish about your dreams. He can help you understand what they're trying to tell you.
Daruvish?
Gaib asked, intrigued.
Who is he?
Husam smiled, his eyes twinkling.
He's a wise man, a philosopher who educates the children of the town after school. Some call him a genius, others think he's mad.
Gaib chuckled despite his anxiety.
Sounds like an interesting character,
Gaib replied, his curiosity piqued.
Where can I find him?
Husam leaned back in his chair, pointing down the street with his staff.
His lodge is not far from here, just past the market. Ask the guards if you get lost. They know him well, even if they pretend not to care. You'll recognize it. It has an air of thoughtfulness, like the man himself.
Gaib nodded his thanks and made his way outside, still haunted by the remnants of his dream. The cool morning breeze helped clear his head a little, but the image of his younger self accusing him of forgetting everything gnawed at him. As he walked through the cobbled streets, Gaib saw the town slowly coming to life. The guards were patrolling, their armor glinting under the rising sun. When he passed by, he approached one of them, a grizzled man who seemed to recognize him immediately.
Excuse me, sir,
Gaib began.
I'm looking for...
The guard interrupted him with a sneer, his voice dripping with mockery.
Looking for who you are?
He said, laughing, and his fellow soldiers joined in.
Ha 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 ha.
Gaib sighed, ignoring their jibes.
I'm looking for Daruvish's lodge.
The soldiers exchanged looks before one of them pointed down the street, still chuckling under his breath.
Down there, past the market. Just keep going, outsider.
Gaib thanked them and continued on his way, their laughter fading behind him as he approached the lodge. It stood apart from the other buildings, its design simple but ancient, with ivy crawling up the stone walls. A disciple was outside, splitting wood, his axe swinging in steady rhythmic motions. Gaib knocked on the wooden door and stepped inside. The air was thick with the scent of burning herbs, and the room had an earthy warmth to it. Sitting cross-legged on a cushion in the center of the room was Daruvish, a man whose presence commanded immediate respect. His long, flowing robes were white, trimmed with gold, and his beard was thick and well-groomed, giving him the appearance of an ancient sage. His eyes, kind yet sharp, radiated a wisdom beyond the years etched in his face. Gaib was struck by how much Daruvish resembled an image he had seen before, though he couldn't place where. He wore robes similar to depictions of scholars from centuries past, with a serene yet authoritative demeanor. His attire mirrored that of a mystic philosopher, his hands resting gently on his knees, as if always in contemplation.
Greetings, sir. My name is Gaib,
he said, bowing slightly.
Husam told me to come see you. It's an honor to meet you.
Daruvish smiled warmly, his expression genuine. He motioned for Gaib to sit across from him.
The honor is mine, young adventurer. Please, make yourself comfortable. How can I assist you?
Gaib hesitated for a moment, his mind clouded with the dream that had plagued him. His face saddened as he spoke.
I've seen you before.
Daruvish's brow furrowed slightly, though his smile remained.
Have you? I don't believe we've met, my son. How is that possible?
In my dream,
Gaib said quietly.
You were killed. I tried to stop it, but...
Daruvish's expression softened.
Dreams are strange and powerful things, Gaib. They reveal truths in ways our waking minds often cannot grasp. But do not fear for my life, my friend. The wise know that death is not something to be feared, for who among us can outrun our fate?
Gaib nodded, trying to absorb his words. Still, something deeper troubled him, something more pressing.
There's more, sir,
he said, anxiety creeping into his voice.
Last night I had another dream. I saw myself, my younger self. He spoke to me as though I'd forgotten who I really am. He said I was sent to this planet for a purpose.
Daruvish's eyes widened with curiosity.
A purpose, you say? This is interesting indeed.
Gaib leaned forward, his voice growing desperate.
Please tell me, who am I? What am I doing here?
Before Daruvish could answer, the door creaked open, and Husam entered the room. His face was drawn with concern, and he walked quickly to Daruvish's side.
Forgive the interruption,
Husam said, bowing slightly.
But there's an urgent matter we need to discuss. The centaurs are becoming restless again. We may face another attack soon, and I believe a diplomatic solution is our best hope.
Daruvish nodded solemnly, turning his attention to Husam.
Yes, diplomacy may yet save us from unnecessary bloodshed.
Gaib stood, realizing his conversation would have to wait.
I should leave,
he said, bowing respectfully.
I'll come back another time.
Daruvish smiled warmly.
Good luck, adventurer. And remember, the answers you seek may not always come in the way you expect. But rest assured, you will find them.
As Gabe turned to leave, something strange happened. He felt the air around him shift, like reality itself was distorting. His feet lifted off the ground, and he found himself walking upside down, as if gravity had suddenly inverted. The room spun, but everyone else seemed unaffected, their expressions calm and unchanging. A reverberating voice, as though coming from the depths of his own soul, echoed through the air. It was Daruvish's voice, though far more powerful, laced with ancient authority.
Remember, Gaib,
the voice said,
the beginning and the end of the path were predetermined by a great architect, God, the true frequency of love.
The moment passed, and Gaib found himself back on solid ground. He shook his head, disoriented, and glanced back at the others, but no one else seemed to have noticed anything strange. Leaving the lodge, Gaib stepped into the daylight, the cryptic message still ringing in his ears. He shook his head, trying to make sense of what had just happened. As he walked down the street, lost in thought, a booming voice brought him back to reality.
Hey, outsider!
It was the blacksmith standing outside his forge, his voice deep and welcoming.
Welcome to our town.
The Forge of Fate. Gaib stood in front of the quiet morning light, the town still stretching awake. His hand clenched around the pickaxe he had borrowed from the blacksmith the day before. With each step, he felt the weight of the task before him. The mines, a distant promise of riches, lay hidden beyond the forest's edge. Without a proper weapon, he knew he needed to tread carefully, for danger was not a matter of if, but when. The forest path was winding, and the trees thick with mystery. Gaib moved silently, mindful of the crunch of leaves beneath his boots. The shadows of the woods played tricks on his mind, every rustle of wind sending his heart racing. As he approached a clearing, he stopped abruptly. 2 centaurs patrolling in the distance, their hooves striking the ground with rhythmic certainty. Gaib pressed himself into the thick brush, holding his breath as they passed. Their voices rumbled in a strange, guttural tongue he did not recognize. He strained to listen, but the meaning of their words escaped him. Once they were out of sight, he exhaled and continued forward. The mine entrance appeared at last, a dark maw in the earth flanked by 2 human guards. Gaib allowed a small smile to break across his face, confident that his task was nearly in hand. But before he could reach them, a roar cut through the air.
Hey you, stop right there!
Gaib's blood froze. He turned to see an orc charging at him, its massive axe raised high. The creature towered over him, its muscles rippling with brute strength. Without thinking, Gaib ducked, narrowly dodging the axe as it cleaved the air where his head had been moments before. The orc, enraged by the miss, swung again. This time, Gaib's instincts took over. He leaned back, grabbed the haft of the axe just below the blade, and wrenched it free from the orc's hands. The orc roared, enraged by the loss of his weapon, and lunged at Gaib with his bare fists. Gaib, knowing he stood no chance against such raw power, moved swiftly beneath the orc's reach, diving towards the ground in a fluid roll, wrapping his legs around the orc's ankle in a smooth, almost dance-like motion. He twisted the orc's leg in an agonizing direction, trapping it in a vicious heel hook. The orc howled, his leg twisting unnaturally until the bones snapped with a sickening crack. The beast fell to his knees, unable to walk, but still driven by rage. Gaib did not relent. As the orc struggled forward, Gaib quickly shifted his position, wrapping his arms around the orc's thick neck in a high-elbow guillotine choke. His arm, locked under the orc's chin, cut off the air to his lungs, and the orc thrashed wildly, his face turning a deep shade of red. But Gaib held firm, squeezing tighter, until the orc's body went limp and collapsed, lifeless, onto the forest floor. Gaib stood up, panting from the exertion. He stared at the fallen orc, still amazed at what he had just done. After catching his breath, he continued towards the mine. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the metallic scent of iron. The sound of pickaxes echoed around him as miners worked tirelessly, chipping away at the rock to reveal the precious metal hidden within. Gaib found an empty spot and began his work, each swing of the pickaxe chipping away more stone until veins of iron gleamed in the dim torchlight. Hours passed, his body sore from the repetitive motion, but by the end of the day, he had a small bag filled with raw iron ore. He also found some smaller, shiny stones, gems perhaps, that he pocketed for later. Gaib wanted to recuperate before returning. Meanwhile, there was an earthquake in the mine. As pebbles dropped from above, Gaib carefully buried himself in a pit. At this point, a roar comparable to crying echoed. When he delved deeper, he discovered a dragon infant stuck in the center.
"There is a fine line between heroism and stupidity," said
Gaib. He continued,
"However, today is a good day to act stupid."
He suddenly began sprinting towards the young dragon. The earthquake's severity increased, and rocks fell to the ground from the right and left, while Gaib moved as quickly as possible. He took the tiny dragon off the ground and turned back. He avoided harm by skillfully zigzagging his way out of the mine. Even he had difficulty believing he had accomplished this. The baby dragon, which weighed almost 15 kilograms, was sucking its own paws and looked into Gaib's eyes. Gaib smiled and thought,
"Even such a scary monster's baby is cute."
But his smile faded when he saw the enormous monster in front of him, a female dragon, several meters big and with massive, beautiful wings, was perched next to them. Gaib could easily deduce that she was the mother dragon. He presented the baby to the mother by bowing his head down and stretching his arms forward. The mother dragon spoke to him.
"You humans perpetrate unthinkable evil while organizing unprecedented good deeds. It is quite difficult to forecast the behavior patterns of your race. You have people with a variety of ethical perspectives."
Gaib was amazed by what he heard and responded,
"Don't worry, I don't know people's genuine faces either. Sometimes I discover a solution by getting away from them."
As the female dragon readied her wings to rise, Conversa spoke her last words.
"I am Alex Strasser. I will never forget your heroism, human. And in your hardest day, I will be ready to help."
Returning to the town under the soft hues of dusk, Gaib stopped at the bazaar. He sold the small stones for 3 gold coins, just enough to cover the materials the blacksmith needed. With the weight of his earnings in his pocket and the iron ore on his back, Gaib headed to the blacksmith's shop. The blacksmith greeted him with a wide grin.
"Oh, you're back,"
the large man said, his voice filled with warmth.
"Yeah,"
Gaib replied, setting down the bag of ore.
"Can I use your forge to make some iron bars?"
"Of course, lad. But be careful. It's not as easy as it looks."
Gaib nodded, and with the blacksmith's guidance, he began the process. First, he loaded the raw iron into the forge, stoking the fire until the heat was almost unbearable. The iron melted slowly, glowing with an intense red-orange heat. Gaib carefully poured the molten metal into molds, allowing it to cool and harden into solid bars. He hammered the cooling bars on the anvil, shaping them with precise blows, then quenched them in water, sending up a cloud of steam. The sound of sizzling metal echoed through the shop. After several hours of intense work, he had 7 gleaming iron bars. He handed them to the blacksmith, who inspected the work with a satisfied nod.
"Well done, lad. Now watch and learn."
The blacksmith began his craft, his hands moving with practiced precision. He heated the bars again until they were malleable, then hammered and folded the metal, shaping it into the form of a longsword. His strikes were sure, each one adding strength and sharpness to the blade. He tempered the metal repeatedly, ensuring the perfect balance of hardness and flexibility. After hours of work, the sword was complete. The blacksmith polished it until the blade gleamed, then crafted a sturdy leather scabbard to protect it. When Gaib took the sword in his hands, he marveled at its lightness, despite its formidable length. It was perfectly balanced, and the edge was razor-sharp.
"You did wonders for me, master,"
Gaib said, his voice filled with admiration. The blacksmith, blushing slightly, responded with a shy grin.
"Hearing that from my customers is the greatest reward. I believe you'll wield this sword with honor."
He hesitated for a moment, then added,
"But if I were you, I'd consider getting it enchanted. Fire enchantments can make a weapon twice as powerful. It's something to think about."
Gaib nodded, thanking the blacksmith once again before leaving the shop. The sword felt right in his hand, a weapon worthy of the battles that lay ahead. As he made his way towards the magic shop, the sun was setting, casting long shadows over the peaceful town, the fire within. The magician's shop had an air of mystery. Shelves crammed with ancient scrolls, bottles of shimmering powders, and artifacts cast shadows that shifted in the dim light. Gaib inhaled the scents of herbs, incense, and faintly metallic fumes as he stepped inside, his eyes adjusting to the dim light. A chime sounded, and from behind a towering shelf emerged a tall man cloaked in deep blue robes, adorned with shimmering celestial symbols. Silver hair cascaded past his shoulders, and his wise yet mischievous eyes seemed to appraise Gaib in an instant.
"Welcome,"
the man said, his voice warm. Gaib realized this had to be Harut, the renowned owner of the shop.
"Good morning,"
Gaib replied, adjusting the scabbard of his new sword.
"The blacksmith suggested that a fire enchantment would make my blade even stronger."
Harut's eyes sparkled as he gestured for Gaib to sit.
"The blacksmith is correct. Fire can indeed add an extraordinary edge to a weapon."
He sat down opposite Gaib, folding his hands in his lap and looking thoughtful.
"But before we talk of enchanting swords, let me tell you a story. I think it may shed some light on the path you're taking."
Gaib nodded, curiosity piqued. Harut's voice softened as he began his tale.
"One autumn, a man named Elias, a fellow driven by his hunger for wealth, heard whispers of an abandoned mine up in the hills. It was rumored to be filled with sparkling gems and ancient treasures, but none dared venture there, for it was said to be haunted by the spirit of a miserly old miner."
Harut leaned forward, his voice low and full of suspense.
Elias, however, scoffed at such tales. He saw only an opportunity to amass riches that could set him apart from anyone he knew. "So,"
Harut continued,
One misty dawn, Elias set off alone, carrying only his lantern and a small sack. When he reached the mine, the air was thick and musty, the shadows cast by his lantern dancing along the walls. He wasn't deterred. He thought only of the gems that awaited him.
Harut's eyes held Gaib's as he recounted the tale, drawing him deeper into the story.
As he ventured into the dark, Elias spotted something glimmering. His heart quickened, his mind already tallying up his newfound wealth. He began gathering stones that glittered like stars. Before he knew it, his sack was full, and its weight strained his shoulders. But Elias was not satisfied.
Harut's expression darkened.
He could not bear to stop, oblivious to the growing weight, driven by a thirst for more and more. And so, when he grabbed for one final gem, he heard a low creak, a groaning that echoed through the mine. Before he could even react, the ceiling trembled, and rocks cascaded down, blocking his path. Elias was trapped.
Gaib leaned forward, captivated.
Days passed, and villagers eventually noticed his absence.
Harut said softly.
A search party found him in the mine, slumped against the wall, his sack of gems clutched to his chest. His riches had weighed him down to the very end.
Harut paused, letting the story settle, then looked at Gaib with a solemn expression.
The point, young man, is this. Tools, items, even enchanted ones, are only means to an end. But when one's vision is clouded by greed, these tools become chains, and the pursuit of them can lead to ruin.
Gaib felt the words sink in, resonating in a way that made him question his own motives. Harut smiled gently.
Now, about that fire enchantment.
He leaned forward, folding his hands thoughtfully.
It's possible, yes. But to do it properly, you'll need to bring me something very rare. The shell of a phoenix. It's a massive, fiery eagle that lives in the mountains of Zindanova. The creature sheds its shell every few years, leaving behind a protective covering imbued with natural fire magic.
The phoenix's shell?
Gaib echoed, both excited and slightly wary of the challenge ahead. Harut nodded.
It will allow me to enchant your blade with a flame that isn't just powerful, but one that blazes with purpose. But remember, Gaib,
he said earnestly,
don't let this quest cloud your mind. The true strength of a hero lies not in the items they wield, but in their honor, discipline, decisions, and intelligence. A perfect blend of these qualities is worth far more than any enchantment.
Gaib felt a deep respect for the wisdom of the magician.
Thank you, Harut,
he said sincerely before he left. The art of sleep. After closing the shop door behind him, Gaib strolled down the main street, his mind still echoing with Harut's words. He'd just agreed to a challenging journey, and his thoughts circled around the fiery phoenix he would soon face. As he walked, he spotted Husam returning from the market, his arms loaded with bags.
Oh boy.
The old man greeted him with a smile.
The blacksmith told me the rumors. Zindanova, huh?
Gaib returned the smile, his expression serious.
It's not going to be a walk in the park, that's for sure.
Husam's face softened with a look of understanding. He placed the heavy bags on the ground and eyed Gaib carefully.
Then you'd better rest well tonight.
With that, Husam's hands began to glow, weaving a swirling sphere of blue and white light. Chanting under his breath, he murmured,
Requiem bonam moribus.
The warmth of the spell's glow enveloped Gaib, and he felt an unexpected drowsiness wash over him. Gaib staggered a bit, chuckling.
Oh, it feels weird. This isn't a spell I'm used to.
Husam looked proud, his eyes twinkling.
I've got more tricks, son,
he said, his voice gentle.
Thank you, old man,
Gaib replied, a grateful smile crossing his face.
You know, I needed this. I've been having a hard time falling asleep lately.
The old man's eyes widened just a bit, noticing the weight in Gaib's words.
I used to be like that too. It's a problem common among overthinkers. Smart people have it more often.
Gaib shifted awkwardly, feeling both shy and pleased by Husam's compliment.
You're right about overthinking. I don't know where I am, who I truly am, or what I should do next. I find myself questioning everything.
Husam took a deep breath, his eyes distant, as though remembering something long past.
Sleep is the ruler of virtues,
he began slowly.
One should feel respect and reverence before it. She is a delicate queen with many desires, you know, a slightly full stomach, an empty mind, and relaxed muscles. Sleep is no easy art. It's the basis of happiness, continuity, and sustainability.
Gaib listened, transfixed by the wisdom in the old man's words.
Productive people,
Husam continued,
often sacrifice sleep. They create their own private worlds at night, not to save time, but to escape the mediocrity of the day. But no matter the reason, it's best to go to bed on time and wake up on time. I admire those who can sleep the moment their head hits the pillow.
Gaib's authentic smile returned, the weight of his uncertainties lifting just a little.
Good night, old man. Thank you, truly.
Good night, kid. May you rest easy.
Husam replied with a soft smile. With Husam's wisdom still lingering in his mind, Gaib made his way home. In the quiet living room, his eyes drifted to the bookcase, where a worn spine caught his attention. Manuscript, Biography of Ernetti. Intrigued, he took the book with him, climbing the stairs to his room. He lit a small candle, lay down on his bed, and opened the book, letting its words carry him away. Pellegrino Ernetti is a Catholic priest born in Italy on October 13, 1925. Gaib read, enraptured. Ernetti's story unfolded, drawing him deeper. Joining the Benedictine order at 16, he became Venice's most famous exorcist. Unlike others, Ernetti was a rational scientist who delved into atomic physics. The candle flickered as Gaib read on, Ernetti's life weaving a story of curiosity, faith, and intellect. Then came the mention of a council, a machine called the chronovisor. The chronovisor had the structure to capture the electromagnetic waves emitted by past events, decoding and reconstructing them by reverse engineering. Gaib's eyes grew heavy as he read about Ernetti's alleged observations of history. He turned another page, his mind slipping into the imagery of distant lands and different times. Ernetti began studying the writings of François Brune, himself a Roman Catholic priest and writer. Allegedly, Ernetti, as a member of a council that included Brune and 12 other scientists, helped invent a machine that was hidden from humanity. This machine, which they called the chronovisor, had a structure that could capture and process the electromagnetic waves emitted by events that took place in the past. This device was a large cabinet with a cathode ray tube and controls, such as a series of buttons to select the time and place to display. It also had the ability to find and examine specific individuals. It would work, the inventors stated in secret meetings, by taking the radioactive frequency of past events, decoding them, and reconstructing them by reverse engineering. It could also detect the sound waves emitted by these same events. Ernetti claimed he had observed some historical events. For example, he was able to photograph the moment when Jesus Christ was crucified. A potential copy of this picture was published in an Italian news magazine called La Domenica del Corriere, May 1972. As Gaib read these last lines, the world began to blur around him, Ernetti's tale blending with his own lingering thoughts. The candle flickered one last time, casting the room in deep shadows, and before he knew it, he had drifted off, still clutching the book, its pages filled with mysteries yet to be explored. For the first time in many nights, Sleep claimed him fully, as if Husam's spell had woven a deeper magic, granting him a rest that held dreams. Shadows of the future. In the strange depths of his dream, Gaib felt weightless, as if the air itself had lifted him from the earth. He soared northward, gliding through a narrow path nestled between rolling green hills. His view shifted, and he saw a stone statue ahead, a bull seated upon a bed of golden coins, each detail crafted so finely that the statue gleamed as if the gold were real. The bull's eyes were closed, peaceful, yet imposing. He turned left, following a winding path alongside a quiet river that shimmered with the reflection of the moonlight. Eventually, he reached a grand, ancient temple cloaked in shadow. Gaib moved inside, feeling an unexplainable pull toward the inner sanctum, where he glimpsed a figure he recognized instantly, himself, 10 years younger, standing there with a knowing smile.
"Welcome,"
the younger Gaib said. The warmth in his voice quickly gave way to a harder, more critical tone.
"You aren't following the orders. Since you arrived on this planet, you've wasted so much time."
Gaib tried to respond, but his voice wouldn't come. He could only mumble incomprehensible sounds as frustration clawed at him. His younger self shook his head, eyes hardening.
"Do you know why people don't reach their potential?"
The younger Gaib said, his voice low and intense.
"It's not because of lack of time or lack of ability. It's because they build walls out of excuses and trap themselves inside. They distract themselves with small tasks, claiming they're busy, while their real purpose fades into the background."
The young Gaib took a step closer, his gaze unwavering.
"They say, tomorrow I'll start. Tomorrow I'll be better. But tomorrow always becomes the next day and the day after that. Years pass in a blink, and they're left wondering where all that time went. Do you want to be like them, drifting, instead of rising to what you could be?"
The older Gaib felt the weight of these words pressing on him, an urgent warning echoing through his mind.
"Don't be like them,"
the younger Gaib said softly, his eyes piercing as he pointed a finger toward him.
"Don't let yourself become your own prison."
The words lingered, reverberating through Gaib's mind as he finally began to fade from the dream. Gaib woke with a start, his chest tight, as if he had been holding his breath the whole time. He sat up slowly, the dim morning light casting a soft glow around his room. Closing the book still on his chest, he placed it back on the shelf. After a quick, cold shower, he gathered his gear and stepped out into the quiet of the early morning. As he walked toward the town gates, he marveled at the serene beauty of the village at dawn. The air was cool, and the first light painted the cobblestone streets in soft shades of pink and gold. The peace felt like a calm before the storm, and it gave Gaib a moment of reflection, his mind still echoing with the words of his younger self. After consulting his map, Gaib headed westward, his path taking him past a range of mountains, their peaks crowned with morning mist. Eventually, he reached the base of a looming mountain, where he found the entrance to Zindanova, a shadowed doorway carved into the mountain's side, framed by ancient stone archways inscribed with pulsating runes. As he approached the archway, the air shifted, and a ghostly figure began to materialize from within the mist. She was an elf, her form ethereal, shrouded in swirling smoke, seated on a horse just as majestic as she. A crown woven from branches adorned her head, and her eyes carried the authority of someone who had ruled for eons.
"Halt!"
she called, her voice resonant like the creaking of ancient wood.
"To pass, you must answer a single riddle."
Gaib nodded, his jaw set, waiting for her challenge.
"I have towns without people, rivers without water, and forests without trees. What am I?"
Gaib's mind raced, piecing together the strange clues.
"Towns without people, rivers without water,"
he murmured to himself.
"It sounds like an empty place." an illusion. But it's more than that. It's not an actual place. It merely mirrors one.
Then it struck him. The answer was simple yet clever. His lips curled into a confident smile.
A map,
he said, meeting the soul gatekeeper's gaze. The faintest glimmer of approval flickered in her eyes. She nodded, moving aside to reveal the path beyond the archway.
You may pass,
she intoned, a ghostly smile softening her stern features. Then, with a ripple, she vanished back into the mist. Gaib pressed forward, entering the ominous shadows of Zindanova. The place had the feel of a forgotten underworld, its high ceilings fading into darkness and every step echoing through the cavernous hall. The faint scent of damp stone filled the air, and distant ghostly whispers seemed to drift through the empty space. After walking for a while, Gabe's eyes fell upon a few dusty barrels near the wall. Behind them, 2 skeletons lay in still repose, remnants of some unlucky adventurers from years past. Scattered nearby was a small pouch. Gaib crouched, picking it up, and discovered a few tarnished gold coins, a dagger nearly crumbling with rust, and an old piece of parchment. Curious, Gaib unfolded the parchment and began to read.
Day 684. We started looking for workers upon the king's request to amass gold. We needed to create a labor force. On planet Earth, mammals were creatures that always walked on 4 legs, with horizontal spines. We intervened in the evolution of the human race and began an artificial evolution project to make them into beings with a vertical posture, opposable thumbs, and analytical minds. But it seems that Enki is stubborn about giving them freedom. Rebellious voices seem to be causing discord among us.
Gaib's eyes widened as he absorbed the words. The revelation held a disquieting power, as if he had glimpsed into a secret history lost to time. He slipped the parchment into his own bag, pondering the strange message and the names of unknown figures who seemed to speak of Earth as if it were their experiment. Just as he stood, 2 figures materialized out of the shadows ahead, their forms hulking and menacing. They were reptilians, their scaly skin gleaming in the low light, one with a long, muscular tail curling and flicking with anticipation. The first, wielding a long, deadly spear, hissed, revealing sharp, jagged teeth. The second held an axe in each hand, their edges chipped but menacing. They sneered, their voices low and dangerous.
"We don't like foreigners here."
Without waiting for a response, they charged at him, their weapons glinting. Gaib barely had time to unsheathe his own blade, his heart racing as he prepared for the fight. Fire and fury. The reptilian warriors charged, their eyes narrow slits of malice, their scaled bodies gleaming in the dim light of the cavern. Gaib gripped his iron longsword tightly, his senses heightened, feeling every ripple in the air. The first reptilian lunged with his spear, aiming straight for Gaib's chest. Gaib twisted, narrowly avoiding the sharp point, and brought his sword down in a powerful arc, aiming for the attacker's arm. The reptilian deflected it with the staff of his spear, sending sparks skittering through the darkness. The second reptilian, wielding twin axes, crept in closer, his gaze predatory. With a quick, snake-like movement, he brought both axes swinging down. Gaib leaped back, his agility carrying him out of reach as the axes struck the stone floor with a loud clang, echoing through the chamber. The first reptilian hissed and unleashed a venomous spit, aiming for Gaib's eyes. In a split-second reaction, Gaib raised his hand, casting an air shield. The transparent barrier shimmered, blocking the poison, which splattered harmlessly against it. Gaib smirked, his eyes cold with determination, and with a quick gesture, summoned a blazing firebolt. It shot forward, illuminating the dark as it struck the venom spitter in the chest, scorching his scaled armor. Seizing the moment, Gaib closed in on the second reptilian, who lunged at him with a frenzied snarl. Gaib sidestepped the rush, swung his sword low and slashed clean through the creature's tail. The reptilian let out a guttural scream, reeling back in shock. Gaib didn't hesitate. He thrust his blade deep into the creature's chest. The reptilian staggered, eyes wide with pain, before crumpling to the floor. Gaib caught his breath, scanning the dimly lit corridor before moving deeper into the shadowed dungeon. The air thickened as he continued, its heat growing, warning him of something immense ahead. Rounding a corner, he found himself in a vast cavern, the ceiling soaring high above, and in the center was a nest made of crackling, enchanted flames. There, standing proud, was the phoenix, a massive, magnificent bird cloaked in plumes of fire. Its feathers burned a brilliant orange and gold, every feather seeming to shimmer with contained power. Fiery embers cascaded from its wings like molten sparks, and its talons were razor-sharp, scorched black from the flames. Its eyes were fierce and unblinking, a molten red that held an ancient, indomitable will.
"You have come this far, but you will not be able to get out,"
the phoenix declared, its voice resonant and deep, carrying a foreboding weight. Gaib felt the pulse of a true challenge before him. Bracing himself, he tightened his grip on his longsword, eyes fixed on the majestic, yet deadly creature. The phoenix spread its wings and let out a piercing cry that echoed through the chamber. Fiery arrows burst from its beak, hurtling toward Gaib like a deadly swarm. He ducked, rolling to his left as the arrows struck the ground where he'd stood, leaving smoking scorch marks. With deft footwork, he dodged the phoenix's fire bolts, moving closer to close the distance. Seeing Gaib's approach, the phoenix's wings swept upward, and it released a cascade of molten magma, which spattered down in wide circles. Gaib's eyes darted, tracking the fiery spots as they hit the floor. With an agile leap, he twisted his body, narrowly dodging the molten pools of lava. Each dodge was a close call, the heat brushing against him but never touching. Finally, within range, Gaib launched his own assault, his sword cutting through the air in a powerful swing aimed at the phoenix's wing. But the fiery bird lifted itself into the air with a mighty beat, dodging the attack and circling back around, its burning eyes locked onto Gaib. The phoenix shrieked and charged, its wings ablaze, each feather burning with intense heat as it flew toward Gaib in a blinding rush. Gaib felt the searing heat closing in, and just as the phoenix swooped to strike, he summoned his avalanche skill. An icy surge burst from his hands, a cascade of chilling snow and rock that clashed with the phoenix's fiery wings. The two forces met with a blinding flash of steam and smoke, neutralizing the bird's blazing charge. The phoenix recoiled, its wings singed, a few feathers falling from its body as smoldering ash. Enraged, it dived again, spitting fire arrows with wild intensity, but Gaib's reflexes were swift. He sidestepped, rolling under one barrage, and returned with a fierce slash from his sword, grazing the phoenix's chest. The fiery bird shrieked in pain, its feathers darkened, but it was far from defeated. Again, the phoenix took to the air, circling the chamber with powerful, defiant wing beats. But Gaib, emboldened by his first real strikes, leaped to the higher rocks of the cavern wall, eyeing the phoenix as it swooped toward him with another blazing attack. This time, as the phoenix came in, Gaib charged straight at it, ducking at the last moment and springing up with a slash to its taloned leg. The phoenix let out another screech, faltering in the air, and as it descended, Gaib struck again, carving a deep, smoky wound along its wing. Now weakened, the phoenix stumbled back to its nest, its majestic feathers marred with scorched edges and cuts. Gaib approached, his sword ready to deliver the final blow. Just as he raised his blade, the phoenix lifted its head, breathing heavily, and spoke in a low, humbled tone.
"Wait, show mercy."
Gaib paused, his eyes narrowing, the intensity of the battle still coursing through him as he looked upon the fallen creature. Forbidden and unseen. Angeville leaned back against the cold, rough stone of her prison cell, her eyes running over the ancient pages of the book in her hands. She felt the familiar tug of curiosity and dread as she read, drawn into the ominous words and their layered meanings. The book was filled with secrets from past eras, stories of prophecy, whispers of collapse, and above all, warnings. As she turned to a section titled The Slow Decay of Minds, the scene it painted was disturbing yet oddly familiar. Her eyes narrowed, absorbing every line with keen interest. In the year 2104, she read aloud softly, the brilliance of human invention led to the rise of entertainment devices more immersive than any known before. These devices, from virtual worlds indistinguishable from reality to neural stimulators that induced ecstasy at the touch of a button, became the center of daily life for millions. What had once been a pursuit of joy and knowledge turned insidious, feeding the masses the sensation they craved, but slowly siphoning their drive, their vision, and their purpose. She turned the page, captivated by a description of the dopamine collapse. With technological advancements, humans no longer needed to strive for joy or satisfaction. Happiness could be summoned at the press of a button, achievement simulated in the blink of an eye, and fulfillment fabricated by artificial algorithms. But, as the book foretold, these systems manipulated the brain's natural balance, leaving people with dopamine levels that spiked and plummeted without reason, creating dependence on the devices for any semblance of normality. Over time, a shadow had fallen over society, she read. Minds once sharp and restless with curiosity had grown numb, slothful, content to accept whatever was given to them, conditioned to seek only the pleasure the machines provided. The people of this age became easily controlled, swayed by even the gentlest hand of authority. Critical thought and dissent waned, and with it, the strength to resist oppression. She read on, heart pounding as she came to the effects this mind-numbing phenomenon had on society's structures, particularly its economic foundation. As the masses grew passive, a new economic model rose to exploit this stagnation, the fiat money system. Angeville's eyes glinted as she read on, the text delving into the cold mechanics of this system that had shifted entire empires. Fiat money, as she understood, was currency without intrinsic value, holding sway over all transactions merely by the power of law. She read with growing fascination, tracing the evolution of a world where wealth was no longer rooted in tangible assets like gold, but in an abstract system controlled by an elite few. Power, once dependent on land, labor, and resources, now rested with those who regulated the flow of currency. With this shift, the elites, bankers, financial moguls, those in charge of economic policies, had ascended to a new height of influence. In this dystopian world, fiat currency was manipulated with ease. Elites seized control over vast expanses of land, funneling wealth away from communities to secure resources, bending economies to their will. Their ultimate goal became increasingly clear: to consolidate control, drawing humanity ever closer to a new world order they'd long desired, a world free of individual agency, dominated by a single, omnipotent hierarchy. Fiat currency, she mused, realizing the true depth of control it offered. If the people could be lured into a haze of entertainment and distraction, fed by a system that rewarded them only as much as necessary, they could be easily governed, their freedoms sacrificed willingly. Through the manipulation of money, the elites had bound their societies in invisible chains. As Angeville finished the last sentence of the passage, she set the book down, eyes distant. She could see it now, how people had become pawns, traded and sacrificed for power's gain, shackled by a system that promised ease, yet stole their vitality and potential. Her eyes then fell to the last lines of the text, a dark poem etched in careful ink. The end shall rise in smoke and fire, where earth is torn and heavens tire. The seas will boil, the mountains break, as stars above shall fall and quake. With skies of red and fields laid bare, The burning winds, the poisoned air, no place to hide, no shield to hold, as night consumes, both young and old. From lands once green to deserts wide, the water's gone, the river's dried. The last of life will gasp and cease, as time devours the dream of peace. Yet in the dark, some souls endure, a chosen few, a mind most pure. The free of thought, the hearts unbound, will seek the path that's never found. They glimpse beyond this dying sphere, beyond the void, a world made clear. They hear the call, the whispered plea, to journey forth, from fate set free. A ship awaits, no name, no sign, to sail beyond, to realms divine. Its silver hull, a haunting gleam, both feared and sought as fleeting dream. Yet still it sleeps, it cannot rise, until the final sacrifice, a holy gift, an ancient key, unlocks the way, yet none may see. For in its blood and soul and heart, the path begins, the worlds depart. So find the one, the sacred part, to awaken life, to bridge the dark. Thus ends the tale of life's last breath, where death shall yield and worlds be met. The secret waits in shadow cast, an artifact of ages past. As the last words settled into silence, Angeville's gaze drifted to her cell window, its iron bars cutting a dim patch of sky into narrow strips. She muttered, her voice barely audible but fierce.
I have to find that artifact.
The depths of Zindanova. Crodar stood firmly on the phoenix's fiery chest, his sword poised to strike the final blow. The great bird struggled beneath him, its fierce, smoldering eyes now softened with desperation.
How dare you ask for mercy?
Crodar snarled, his grip unwavering.
If I hadn't intervened, if I hadn't stopped you and the other monsters here, you would have attacked our town and killed innocent people.
The phoenix's flames dimmed, its voice low and earnest.
Attacking your town? What are you talking about?
Gaib, watching the exchange, crossed his arms, skeptical.
There's no point in denying it. The old man told me everything.
The phoenix's surprise was clear, its fiery feathers settling as it spoke.
Old man, I swear we had no plans to attack your town. I think there's been a misunderstanding. Hussam must have misread the signs. Actually...
But before it could explain, a sudden blinding flash split the air as Hussam appeared beside them. Lightning surged from his hands, striking the phoenix squarely in the head, ending its life in a burst of sparks. The creature's body slumped, the flames extinguished as silence fell over the scene. Gaib's face twisted in frustration, his gaze snapping to Hussam.
He was about to say something important. Why did you kill him?
Hussam's expression was one of steely certainty.
Everything he was telling you was lies, kid. Creatures like this, they weave stories to lure you in, distract you, and then strike when your guard is down.
But doubt lingered in Gaib's mind, a quiet whisper that there was more to this than Hussam was letting on. Hussam turned, gesturing towards the exit of the cavern.
Fortunately, I got here in time. Now with this dungeon cleared of evil, we can finally return to town.
Gaib's eyes lingered on the phoenix's lifeless form.
One more thing before we leave.
He approached the fallen bird, crouching to carve a thick layer of the phoenix's shell from its breast, its once fiery scales now cool and dim. Slipping the shell into his satchel, he nodded.
Now we're good to go.
With that, the two began their journey back to town. As Gaib and Hussam walked the winding path, the fading light cast a warm amber glow across the fields. Hussam's laughter drifted through the silence, soft and knowing.
Oh, kid,
he said, his voice carrying the weight of years.
Let me tell you a story.
Gaib looked at him, eyes filled with curiosity. Hussam's gaze held a glimmer of something ancient, a spark from fires long extinguished.
Once upon a time, there were two friends, River and Darren.
Husam began, his tone shifting into the rhythm of an old tale.
They were bound by the same restless spirit, yet they could not have been more different. River, sharp-eyed and quick-minded, never trusted a shadow without questioning what it hid. He'd look at a fallen leaf and wonder what wind brought it there, see a darkened sky, and calculate the distance of the storm.
Gaib's brow furrowed, following the story closely, his imagination filling in the details.
Now Darren wasn't a thinker in the way Rivor was.
Husam continued with a grin.
Not foolish, mind you, but plain in his ways. He didn't look twice at a bend in the road, or wonder if the clouds held omens. Darren simply walked, trusting his steps as sure as a river that finds its way to the sea.
As the tale unfolded, Husam's voice softened, drawing Gaib deeper into its cadence.
One day, they reached the edge of the Black Forest, a place where shadows held mysteries and the air itself seemed to hum with secrets. River halted, his gaze flickering from tree to tree. He muttered to himself, studying the angles of branches, imagining every root as a trap, every shadow as a creature, waiting to pounce.
Here. Husam paused, letting the suspense settle, then continued with a bemused expression.
Darren, though, didn't give the shadows a second thought. He stepped forward, his path steady and unfaltering, his spirit undaunted. The forest groaned around him, whispers brushed against his ear, and unseen things rustled in the dark. But Darren moved forward, trusting the ground beneath his feet.
Husam's voice grew quiet, almost a whisper, as he leaned toward Gaib.
And as for Rivor,
he murmured.
He lingered at the edge, lost in his own web of thoughts. Every flicker of a leaf, every sigh of the wind held him back. He circled in place, trapped by doubts and fears woven tighter than any thorn.
Gaib held his breath, waiting for the conclusion, as Husam finally finished with a soft smile.
But Darren reached the other side of the forest, a little worn but alive, with the warmth of daylight waiting to greet him.
Husam turned to Gaib, his gaze settling on the young man's face.
You see, lad,
he said quietly.
Sometimes the path favors those who trust their steps, even when they cannot see what lies ahead.
They walked on in silence. Gaib turned the story over in his mind. Threads of betrayal. Angeville sat in the shadows of her cell, studying the guard rotations through the thin barred window. Each guard had his own small routine, a few quirks she had memorized over the years. Tonight, she waited for the right moment, a narrow window, the silence between shifts. She counted each step, each breath. When the opportunity came, she rose slowly, calming herself, and began to pick the lock using a small, sharpened bone fragment hidden under her tongue. A sharp twist, a careful prod, and the mechanism clicked open. She slipped from her cell and padded down the corridor, keeping close to the wall to avoid detection. Approaching the guard room, she waited as two soldiers spoke in low tones, oblivious to her shadow flitting along the stone walls. When one guard stepped away to take a break, Angeville moved behind the other, using her soft, leather-bound feet to silence her steps. With a swift, silent blow to the back of his neck, she rendered him unconscious. She dressed in his cloak, pulling the hood low over her horns, and walked through the prison gates, blending seamlessly with the flow of other guards changing shifts. Meanwhile, Gaib and Husam had just returned to town, weary from the dungeon ordeal. As they stepped through the town gate, a guard approached them in a rush, his face flushed and nervous.
Angeville, she's gone,
the guard said, breathless and shaky. Husam's face tightened.
What? Are you serious?
The guard nodded, swallowing hard.
Yes, sir. We think she escaped not long ago. She can't be far. Please, help us search the town.
Hussam scowled and turned to Gaib.
Fan out. Everyone in a different direction. We need to find her before she escapes completely.
As guards began racing through the town's alleys and squares, Gaib couldn't help but think to himself,
if I were escaping prison with no easy exit, where would I go?
He pondered briefly, piecing it together. Of course, the last place lions look at is their own den. Smiling to himself, he headed for the watchtower by the main gate. It was a narrow building, and the ground floor was cluttered with soldiers' equipment, swords, tabards, and cabinets. Gaib quietly climbed the narrow, spiraling staircase to the second floor, listening for any hint of movement. At the top, he paused, grinning slyly. In a casual, loud tone, he called out,
I guess Angeville has already disappeared from town.
As if on cue, he yanked back the curtain beside him. Angeville stood there, eyes sharp and defiant. Gaib raised his sword, aiming it at her chest. Angeville, her voice calm but tinged with desperation, said,
Please, don't put me in their hands. The old man, Hussam, he's just using you, just like he used me.
Gaib's expression shifted, intrigued but cautious.
Using? What are you talking about?
Angeville's face softened as she recounted.
I was once a hero in this town, too. You know, celebrated, trusted. But then I began to see the truth. This planet's creatures, the ones you're hunting, they're the original inhabitants. I tried to bring them together, to lead them, but Hussam twisted the king's mind, and I was declared a criminal. Just think, has any monster ever come to attack you in town without first being provoked?
Gaib lowered his sword slightly, suspicion flickering in his gaze. But duty weighed heavily on him.
I don't know what's going on here, but my duty is to bring you to justice.
Angeville's eyes lit up with a knowing look.
Listen, Gaib. I've heard about your memory loss, about your questions. You want to know why you were sent to this planet, don't you?
Gaib's eyes widened in surprise.
You know why?
She shook her head.
No, but I know someone who does. Let me go, and I'll tell you exactly where to find him.
A gnawing curiosity tugged at Gaib.
If you tell me who, I'll let you go.
Angeville's voice dropped to a whisper.
His name is Pellegrino Ernetti.
Gaib's eyebrows shot up.
The scientist? From Earth?
Angeville nodded, a gleam in her eyes.
Yes, they say he vanished. But the truth is, he came here years ago. He's been working in secret, somewhere he can continue his experiments undisturbed.
Gaib, startled and fascinated, listened as Angeville continued, her voice low and hurried.
When you leave the town, go southwest. There's a rocky plain out there. Look for a symbol of a double-headed eagle on the ground. Stand on it and burn the symbol. It's a rune that will reveal the entrance to his hidden lab.
Gaib's face grew tense with anticipation.
And how do you know this?
Angeville's face clouded.
I sought his guidance years ago when I was still an adventurer like you. He showed me the path, discouraged me from making the choices I eventually did.
After a brief pause, Gaib took a deep breath, the weight of his decision pressing on him. Fine, I'll keep my promise. Angeville's face softened, and with one last look, she slipped through the watchtower's shadows, vanishing as quickly as she'd appeared. Gaib lingered a moment, taking in the strange and unsettling information Angeville had shared. Then he made his way back down, his mind swirling with questions. He told the guards that despite his thorough search, Angeville had already escaped. As he left the main street, he glanced over his shoulder, wondering what mysteries lay beyond this town, and just who this mysterious scientist was. Enchantment! Enchantment! Gaib encountered Harut outside the bustling square. Harut, with an animated expression, waved him over.
Hey, I've been looking for you. Let's head back to my shop.
Inside the dimly lit magic shop, the scent of herbs and potions mingled in the air. Harut cleared a small space on his cluttered counter.
So, did you bring the phoenix shell?
Gaib carefully pulled out the iridescent piece, hardened from the heat of battle, and handed it to him. Harut's eyes lit up with admiration.
Must have been quite the fight.
Gaib straightened proudly.
Thank you. Some people say fight fire with fire, but I thought a little glacier magic would do the trick.
Harut chuckled, impressed. He took several dried herbs from his collection and began combining them with practiced precision. His fingers moved skillfully, grinding the herbs into a fine powder, layering a faint aura of magic over them as he worked. With his eyes still on the task, he muttered,
Can you imagine? A prisoner escaping as though nobody even noticed.
Harut's voice dripped with contempt.
The people in power, all of them, are too busy with regulations and paperwork. Endless paperwork. Sometimes even the paperwork has its own paperwork.
He paused, pouring the mixture into a small bowl.
Do you know the greatest enemy of a civilization, Gaib?
Harut's voice dropped, serious and low. Gaib looked puzzled.
No. What is it?
Harut's eyes met Gaib's with a knowing glint.
Bureaucracy.
Harut continued with a tirade, each word underlined with his rising frustration.
You see, bureaucracy is the silent disease. It creeps in, layer by layer, choking action and killing efficiency. Instead of dealing with problems head-on, it builds walls of forms, approvals, and meetings. When people should be mobilizing to solve issues, they're caught up in debates over signatures, permissions, and procedures. A king wants a simple decision, and it's buried under a mountain of policy evaluations and committees that take years just to scratch the surface. Those in power find themselves helpless in their own webs. There is no action without a trail of pointless documents, no progress without concessions and exceptions. It's all theater to make them look like they're doing something, while really they're doing nothing at all.
Harut's fingers were flying now, as if his words gave him renewed energy.
In all my years, I've seen true threats ignored, real people left vulnerable, and brave souls like you tangled up in their nonsense. Civilization, Gabe, is like a tree. Bureaucracy is the parasite that feeds on it, fattening itself on formality and eating away its roots until it collapses.
Gaib nodded, absorbing the intensity of Harut's words.
Now I understand,
he murmured. Harut took the phoenix shell and carefully combined it with the powdered herbs.
Good. Now, hand me your sword.
Gaib unsheathed his iron longsword, its surface roughened from past battles, and placed it on the counter. Harut held the melted mixture over the blade, chanting softly,
Fias una et luceat.
A bright, otherworldly glow enveloped the sword. Slowly, a flame danced along its length, wrapping around the iron in a ribbon of controlled fire, its heat radiating but not scorching. Gaib's eyes widened in awe.
Is this really my sword now?
Harut's smile was filled with pride.
Yes, adventurer. You are wielding not just a weapon, but a work of art. With the spirit of warriors like you, I can bring my dreams to life in every enchantment I make.
Gaib held the sword's hilt, feeling an electric thrill of power course through him. Harut added,
And don't worry, I enchanted the sheath too. The flame won't burn it when you carry it.
Gaib grinned, as thrilled as a child.
Thank you, Harut. I won't forget this.
Harut's gaze lingered on Gaib, his expression subtly shifting. He seemed to consider his words carefully before speaking.
Oh, one last thing.
He held Gaib's gaze, his eyes narrowing with a hint of mischief.
If it were my job to track down a missing prisoner, I'd use a little clairvoyance magic. But since it's not my job, well, I kept my hands clean and saw nothing.
Harut winked, leaving Gaib a bit unnerved. Holding his enchanted sword, Gaib left the magic shop with the unshakable sense that Harut knew more than he let on. In pursuit of curiosity, Gaib's boots kicked up the dust as he hurried towards the southwest, the town slowly disappearing behind him as the sun began to sink beneath the horizon. The path to the rocky plain was uneven, the earth beneath his feet jagged and rough, yet he pressed on, his thoughts still heavy with what Angeville had told him. The promise of answers, of finding something deeper than what he had known, kept his legs moving. As Gaib trudged forward, an uneasy feeling crept over him. The rocky plain had an air of ancient mystery about it, as if the earth itself was steeped in secrets. The wind had a sharp bite to it, carrying the scent of minerals and stone, but there was something else, something unexplainable. Suddenly, a terrifying, screeching howl broke the stillness, sending a chill down Gaib's spine. His instincts flared, and he spun around just in time to see a massive rock the size of his chest hurtling toward him. Without thinking, he dove to the side, narrowly avoiding the rock as it crashed into the ground with a thunderous crack. Before he could react, 5 black, shadowy figures materialized in the air around him. Their forms were misty, transparent, and flickering, their laughter an eerie symphony that echoed across the plain. The flying specters screamed, their high-pitched voices sending a wave of dread through Gaib. They darted around him like vultures, their unseen eyes hungry for his every movement.
Now it's time to test the enchanted longsword,
Gaib thought, reaching for the hilt of his sword. The moment his fingers brushed the hilt, the sword's magical sheath released a burst of flame into the air, lighting up the twilight with a fiery glow. Gaib wasted no time. He sprang into motion, jumping toward one of the ghostly figures, his sword poised for a strike. But as the blade made contact, it passed through the phantom as though it were made of smoke. His heart sank. Physical blows don't work on them, he realized.
I wish I had a priest with me,
Gaib muttered under his breath. Holy magic would be perfect right now. The ghosts seemed to sense his momentary hesitation. With a cackling scream, they hurled more rocks at him, their invisible forms becoming more erratic and frenzied. Gaib's only option was to run. He sprinted, dodging the projectiles with a series of quick, acrobatic movements, each one more desperate than the last. He dropped to the ground in a low roll, the rock narrowly missing him as he spun back onto his feet. Without losing momentum, he launched himself into a backflip, his body twisting in the air as he narrowly avoided another barrage. As soon as his feet hit the ground, he cartwheeled, the momentum carrying him out of the path of a boulder that had come flying at him from behind. His heart was racing, but his body moved on pure instinct, twisting, flipping, climbing, and leaping from rock to rock, narrowly dodging each attack. One of the ghosts screeched as Gaib leapt up, scaling a jagged outcrop of stone like a mountain goat. He grabbed hold of a loose rock and swung himself up, propelling himself off the rock face in a powerful jump. He landed gracefully on the ground, breathing hard, his mind racing. The ghosts circled above him, but he saw something beneath his feet, a glimmer in the fading light. His eyes widened as he spotted the runed symbol on the ground, a double-headed eagle carved into the earth. The runes pulsed with an otherworldly light. This is it. With a burst of effort, Gaib drove his sword into the symbol. As the flames on the blade made contact, the ground rumbled and the air around him seemed to shift. The flames on his sword ignited the rune, and a heavy grinding sound filled the air. Before his eyes, a door in the ground slowly opened, revealing a set of stairs descending into the dark. Without hesitation, Gaib dashed through the doorway, just as another rock came crashing down behind him. The door slammed shut with a deafening clang, and the sound of the ghost's wailing faded away. Gaib descended the stairs quickly, his breath ragged from the chase. The air in the underground space was cool and sterile. The walls were made of smooth metal and stone, the lighting dim but steady. He continued walking down the narrow passage, the ground beneath him solid and unyielding. As he turned a corner, Gaib's eyes widened. Ahead of him stood a sleek, metallic door, unlike anything he'd ever seen on Cinta Nefatum. It was adorned with strange markings, clearly technological in nature. As he approached, a mechanical voice echoed through the chamber.
Please enter the password in order to open the door.
A screen flickered to life, displaying a 4-digit code prompt. Gaib's mind raced. He studied the screen, his brow furrowed in thought. What could it be? A date, maybe? Something significant? Then the answer hit him. He remembered the old booklet he'd found about Pellegrino Ernetti, the scientist who had crossed over to this world from Earth. 1925. Ernetti's birth year, a number that would surely never be forgotten. He quickly dialed in the digits. 1925. The robotic voice chimed again, this time with approval.
The password is correct. Welcome.
The door whirred to life, its gears grinding as it slowly opened, revealing a long corridor ahead. Gaib stepped inside, his heart racing as he moved forward. What he saw next left him breathless. The hallway stretched on, lined with sleek metallic surfaces and soft lighting. The hum of machinery filled the air. It was like nothing he had ever encountered in Cinta Nefatum. There were rooms along the corridor, some with transparent windows showing strange, advanced technology, automated machines, robots working in perfect synchrony, and holographic displays. The place was an amalgamation of advanced science and futuristic wonders, entirely out of place in this world. As he walked, Gaib felt an uncanny sensation, a feeling of being observed. His footsteps echoed loudly in the silent corridor, but then something strange caught his eye. At the far end of the hallway, he saw a figure, the back of a man entering one of the rooms. Gaib's heart skipped a beat. The man had the same posture, the same build, and the same sword at his side. It was as if he was looking at himself. How is this possible? Gaib thought, his breath catching in his throat. Illusionary magic? He hesitated for a moment, the confusion gnawing at him. But curiosity won out. He moved closer, determined to find the truth behind the strange vision. The door to the room clicked open as Gaib approached. Inside, a man dressed in a white lab coat stood, his back turned toward him. The man was talking to a camera, his voice calm and methodical.
In the behavioral analysis of this unit,
Gaib's eyes widened in recognition. The man turned, his gaze locking onto Gaib with sudden, sharp intensity.
Who the hell are you?
The man demanded, pulling a sleek metallic gun from his side and pointing it directly at Gaib. Gaib held up his hands, trying to stay calm.
Relax. I'm here to ask some questions.
Superpositioned in time, Dr. Ernetti studied Gaib carefully as he made his way to the sleek humming time machine. The air between them buzzed with unspoken questions, the uncharted mysteries that seemed to swell with every word exchanged. Ernetti's cold, calculating demeanor was tempered with a strange curiosity about the young man before him. There was more here than he realized.
Judging by your phenotype, you don't look like humans of Cinta Nefatum,
Ernetti said, his sharp gaze flicking over Gaib.
Are you from Earth?
Gaib's expression darkened slightly as he nodded.
Yes,
he replied simply, and then his face clouded with sadness.
And since I lost my memory from a spaceship accident when I was about to arrive here, I don't know what my mission is.
Ernetti's eyes narrowed as he examined Gaib with a new interest.
Fascinating,
he muttered under his breath. Then, after a brief pause, he continued,
Have you heard of the theory of parallel universes?
Gaib blinked, clearly unsure.
No, not really.
The doctor's lips quirked into a small, knowing smile.
The theory suggests that our universe is not the only one. There are many universes parallel to each other, existing alongside ours. Timelines and realities stretching like a web.
Gaib's brow furrowed as he absorbed the information.
So, what's the factor that separates these universes from each other?
Ernetti's smile widened. Clearly, this was a question he liked.
Time?
He answered, his voice filled with excitement.
Time is the thread that weaves and separates these worlds. It is the very fabric that holds each reality together, and it is also what differentiates them.
Gaib's mind raced, the concept overwhelming and strange.
So, time changes everything? Makes every universe unique?
Exactly,
Ernetti said, his tone now brimming with a kind of enthusiastic fervor.
But time doesn't just move forward. It bends, twists, and sometimes collides. And when it does, well, we get things like this.
He motioned around them, and Gaib followed, stepping closer as Ernetti turned to walk deeper into the facility.
Follow me,
Ernetti instructed, his voice growing serious again. They walked down the long, cold corridor of the lab, past shelves stacked with strange devices and blinking consoles. The walls were lined with displays of abstract symbols and maps that seemed to stretch beyond the visible horizon. At the end of the hall stood a large chamber, its doors wide open. Gabe's eyes widened as they entered. There, at the center of the room, was a machine, a colossal, sleek device, humming with energy. It had the shape of a massive cylindrical pod, wrapped in metal and gleaming wires. Pulsing lights ran across the surface, and a hum of low-frequency sound filled the air. The machine seemed to pulse with life, as if the very air around it was charged.
This,
Ernetti said, his voice growing a little softer,
is the Chronomancer, a time travel device capable of moving not just through time, but through the very fabric of parallel universes.
Gaib stepped forward, his hand instinctively reaching out toward the machine. The lights flashed brighter, and the air grew thicker around him. The power of the machine was undeniable. Ernetti's voice broke through his reverie.
Get in! Don't be shy!
Gaib hesitated for a moment before stepping into the pod, his heart racing with a mixture of awe and fear. Ernetti followed, pulling a small console from his pocket and tapping in a series of codes. With a low hum, the machine seemed to come to life.
Now we will go back in time. Just 5 minutes,
Ernetti said, his fingers moving swiftly across the keys.
Our molecules are about to move faster than light speed. Hold on tight.
The machine flared with blinding light, and Gaib felt a strange sensation, as if his very atoms were being pulled apart, reassembled, and flung through the universe. His skin tingled with an unfamiliar energy, and the ground beneath him seemed to shift. Time seemed to stretch and bend around them. Angeville, who had been hidden behind a computer close by, immediately emerged from hiding and made his way to the time machine after they utilized it.
Finally, it is my turn to use it,
she proclaimed, and began going through time after entering the codes she had set beforehand into the machine. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the light vanished. Gabe found himself standing again in the same corridor, but this time everything felt different. The world seemed just a little bit off. He walked through the corridor once more, his heart pounding in his chest. He reached the door to the room and, to his surprise, saw himself, his exact figure, standing inside, staring back at him with the same confused expression.
What? Was it me?
Gaib thought, his mind spinning.
How could it be possible? This must be some kind of illusion.
But as he watched, he saw his other self look directly at him, eyes widening in recognition. For a moment, the two versions of Gaib simply stared at each other. Then the man inside the room pulled out a gun, pointing it directly at him. Gaib's heart skipped a beat.
Wait, no, it's me,
he shouted, stepping forward.
Hey, it's me. Don't pull your gun again.
Ernetti's face turned from surprise to disbelief.
How do you know? Did you just time travel, adventurer?
He asked, lowering the gun ever so slightly. Gaib nodded, his mind still reeling.
Yes. We met 5 minutes ago, in a different parallel universe, at a different time, and you showed me the machine.
Ernetti's eyes narrowed, his suspicion growing.
Why would I show you that?
Gaib took a deep breath, trying to calm himself.
In order to answer my question, I lost my memory. I'm wondering why I came to this planet, why I'm here.
Ernetti's expression shifted. For a moment he said nothing, just staring at Gaib with an almost calculating gaze. Finally, he sighed and dropped his gun to his side, shaking his head slightly.
Then now you know the answer,
he said, a small, knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips.
In different parallel universes and timelines, you were sent here for the same reason. But this time, he paused, glancing at Gaib with a curious gleam in his eyes.
This time, you lost your memory, which makes it completely different from all the other versions of you. Sometimes it's best to forget the past, so that you can make a different choice. And it seems like that's what happened to you.
Gaib stood frozen for a moment, absorbing Ernetti's words.
So, what should I do now?
He asked softly, his voice filled with uncertainty. Ernetti's smile faded into a more thoughtful expression.
It's not your first time on this planet. You've been here many times before. The question you need to ask yourself is, what do you want to do with this life now? What does your heart say?
Gaib's mind raced, the words echoing in his ears. What do you want to do with this life? The phrase sent a shock through him, a sudden flash of recognition. His thoughts raced back to the dream he had, seeing himself in a distant temple calling out to him. That same figure, the same Gaib, standing there as if beckoning him.
Yourself!
Ernetti's voice rang in his ears again, as if the man knew something Gaib had yet to discover. The pieces were starting to come together. But the path ahead was still shrouded in mystery. The last quest of Gaib. Gaib left the cold, sterile confines of the laboratory, heading back toward the town. As he walked, he couldn't shake a sense of unease that seemed to have settled over the landscape like a dark veil. The sky, previously blanketed by twilight, now shimmered with eerie, multicolored lights. A massive star had appeared, looming larger than any he'd ever seen, casting its strange glow over the planet. A faint haze clung to the air, carrying a scent of smoke and something more, something that hinted at destruction. Gaib's gut tightened.
Something's not right,
he muttered, feeling his instincts flare. His pace quickened as he neared the town, every step weighed down by the ominous feeling that something terrible awaited him. As he approached the outskirts, a horrific scene unfolded before his eyes. The town was in ruins. Bodies of guards lay strewn across the cobbled streets, and flames devoured several buildings. Families huddled together, weeping over the wounded and the dead, their faces etched with grief and fear. Gaib's heart hammered as he sprinted through the streets, searching for a familiar face, someone who could explain what had happened. His steps led him to Daruvish's lodge, where a somber gathering of townsfolk stood in silence. King Emir, usually a figure of strength and resolve, was seated on the ground, his face heavy with sorrow as he cradled the wounded figure of Daruvish. The older man's breathing was shallow, his once bright eyes dimming with every passing second.
Daruvish,
Gaib cried, his voice breaking as he knelt beside his mentor.
What happened here?
The king's eyes, hollow and dark, lifted to meet Gaib's.
The serpents, Anunnakis, and fatalistics have broken the peace agreement,
he said, his voice laced with bitterness and pain.
They raided the town under the cover of darkness. They took the gospel of Barnabas.
Gaib's chest tightened, the weight of the situation settling over him like a stone.
It gets worse,
the king continued, his voice dropping to a whisper.
The wizard Husam, he was with them.
The words hit Gaib like a blow. Husam, the very wizard who had stood beside them, who had fought for peace and unity, had betrayed them all. His loyalty, his friendship, it had all been a lie.
Husam, he betrayed us.
Gaib choked, his voice barely a whisper as he tried to comprehend the depth of the treachery. Deruvish stirred, his hand weakly reaching out to grasp Gaib's. The old mentor's face was pale, yet his gaze held a fierce determination even in his final moments. He struggled to speak, his voice raspy but filled with conviction.
Here is your last quest, young man,
Deruvish said, his hand tightening on Gaib's.
You must go to the Pyramid of Fa and retrieve the book at all costs. It contains wisdom, knowledge, a truth that must be shared with humanity. Only you can ensure its return. Only you can bring it back to Earth.
Gaib felt his eyes well up, but he fought to keep his composure.
No, my mentor. Don't leave us, please.
But Deruvish's hand went limp in his grasp, and his eyes drifted shut. Gaib was left kneeling there, his mind screaming in disbelief. He felt as if the world around him had crumbled, the person who had been his guide, his teacher, his friend, gone, leaving him with nothing but a final quest. King Emir placed a hand on Gaib's shoulder, his voice heavy with sorrow.
Deruvish believed in you, Gaib, and he wasn't alone. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll gather my finest heroes. They will be ready to accompany you, to stand by your side in your journey to the Pyramid of Phi.
Gaib nodded silently, unable to find the words to express the storm of emotions raging inside him. Without a word, he rose to his feet, leaving the lodge and the crowd of mourners. The walk back to his home was a blur, his mind lost in grief. As he lay down in his bed, exhaustion pulling him toward sleep, a single thought lingered in his mind.
I'll finish this, Deruvish. I swear I will.
Temple of Self. In the first light of dawn, Gaib set out northward, his steps guided by the faint memories of a dream he'd had about a week ago. The morning air was crisp, carrying the scent of wildflowers as he journeyed through rolling green hills. The landscape looked like an endless sea of emerald under the gentle touch of the rising sun, and he found a quiet solace in the gentle sway of the grass. As he climbed a hill and looked down, his eyes caught sight of a statue, a bull, carved in stone and standing tall, just as he had seen in his dream. He paused, taking in the sight. This was it, the place from his vision. Turning left down a winding path, he soon came across a weathered sign, its letters faint but clear. Temple of Self, 500 meters. His heart raced as he continued, anticipation mingling with curiosity. Soon the temple emerged from behind the trees, nestled against the hillside. Its walls were covered in ivy, its structure ancient yet robust, exuding a mysterious charm that resonated with a power beyond time. Inside, the temple's silence wrapped around him like a shroud. The first thing he noticed was the statues lining the grand corridor, each one standing with a solemn dignity. There were 12 in total, 6 on his left and 6 on his right, each one representing a different zodiac sign. On one side, he saw Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn, while on the opposite side were Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces, Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius. Their eyes seemed to watch him, holding a wisdom he could almost feel, as though these cosmic symbols were guardians, guiding him through the mysteries within himself. At the far end of the corridor, Gaib's gaze settled on a figure seated upon a stone throne. It was his younger self, 10 years younger, yet unmistakable. The younger Gaib had a youthful face, eyes brimming with the intensity of purpose, but laced with an underlying bitterness. He watched Gaib approach, a subtle smile playing on his lips.
Finally, we meet,
the younger Gaib said, his voice echoing through the temple.
Did you come here to kill me?
Gaib returned the smile, feeling a mixture of nostalgia and compassion.
Good to see you, but I have to say, I'm definitely more handsome this way,
he replied, his voice light.
No, my intention isn't to kill you. Many mystics say kill your ego, but I find it wiser to see every character within me as a part of myself and to show love even to the parts I dislike the most.
The younger Gaib chuckled, his laugh tinged with a faint bitterness.
I like that answer. Someone showing love. To me, the destruction. Sounds almost too good to be true.
Gaib shrugged with a gentle smile.
Now tell me, why did you come to this planet?
The younger Gaib's smile faded, replaced by a look of cold intent.
I was sent here to destroy the gospel of Barnabas.
Gaib felt a surge of shock.
Why would you do that? Who sent you here? You don't remember, do you?
The younger Gaib said, a note of pity in his voice.
We are part of an organization. Religion is only a mask they wear, a superficial part of it. What they seek is control.
A sadness swept over Gaib as he listened, his heart aching.
How? How could I have become a part of something so corrupt?
The younger Gaib looked at him with a hardened expression.
Because you lost hope in humanity. Earth is ethically rotten. People are lazy, addicted to lies, drama, and power. They can't be creative or productive. Instead, they bully those who think differently. They're sheep, and we are the wolves.
Tears pricked at the corners of Gaib's eyes as he listened, the pain of his past disillusionment surfacing once more.
Then tell me, what makes you any different from them, younger me?
The younger Gaib hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face.
I don't know.
Gaib extended his arms toward him, a gesture of acceptance and compassion.
Come here. All that anger. It's over. We'll build a better future together.
The younger Gaib looked at him, a soft smile tugging at the edges of his mouth.
I'm not even here, you know. I'm not real. The only reason you're able to talk to me is because of the magical rune embedded in this temple. If you look closely, you'll see.
As Gaib watched, the image of his younger self began to flicker and fade. He looked at the throne, and it was empty. He had been alone all this time. The revelation settled over him like a gentle wave. Despite the emptiness of the temple, he felt lighter, as though the sorrow he'd carried for so long had finally been released. The words of his younger self echoed in his mind, a strange blend of insight and warning. With a deep breath, Gaib turned and made his way out of the temple, stepping back into the light of day. As he walked back toward the town, he felt tears slipping down his cheeks, but this time they were cleansing, a release from the old anger and doubts that had once weighed him down. By the time he reached the castle of King Emir, he felt different, mentally stronger, wiser, the sovereign's selection. Gaib made his way to King Emir's throne room, where the king welcomed him warmly, his smile full of pride and admiration.
Welcome, hero,
King Emir said, extending his hand in a gesture of friendship. The castle's walls echoed with respect for Gaib's presence, and the noble guards stood tall, acknowledging the returning hero. The king turned, gesturing toward a group of adventurers who stood assembled in the great hall.
These are the finest warriors of Sinta Nefatum,
he announced.
Gather your team, Gaib.
Gaib studied the adventurers, placing his hand on his chin thoughtfully as he took in their appearances, skills, and the determination in their eyes. He paced slowly down the line, weighing his options, until finally his choices became clear. He pointed to two priests, each gifted in unique abilities. One, a healer of rare skill whose power could mend wounds in an instant, and the other, a shadowy figure capable of casting debilitating curses upon foes. Next, Gaib selected an archer, her amber eyes gleaming with the sharpness of a tiger's gaze, promising deadly accuracy. 2 wizards caught his attention, each skilled in elemental attacks, their robes shimmering with the powers of fire, ice, and thunder. He then motioned to a paladin, a warrior of holy conviction who wielded a long sword with unwavering might, and finally, he chose 2 sturdy warriors, each armed with a short sword and shield, their resolve unshakable. Gaib called the chosen adventurers to his side, and they stepped forward, forming a line before the king. King Emir's eyes held a solemn admiration as he looked upon them.
"The 8 most dangerous people of Sinta Nefatum stand before me,"
he declared.
"Good luck, Gaib."
After a respectful salute to the king, Gaib turned and led his new team out of the castle and beyond the town. They traveled through rugged lands and ancient paths, each adventurer prepared for whatever might await them. As the group approached the Fa Pyramid, they experienced an interesting structure standing before them with all its splendor. The triangle at the head of this pyramid was strangely missing, and that part was empty. When they reached the looming silhouette of the Fa Pyramid, its massive structure standing tall against the sky, an eerie silence surrounded them, broken only by the faint rustle of sand shifting in the breeze. As they approached the pyramid's gate, a group of orcs emerged from the shadows. Their leader stepped forward, a wise-looking orc with a long, tangled beard that spoke of years of hardship and battle. His eyes held a fierce resentment, as if he bore the weight of his people's suffering in his gaze.
"Hey, you,"
the orc leader called, his deep voice echoing.
"We're tired of living as guests on our own planet. We came here to put an end to all this nonsense."
Gaib stepped forward, meeting the orc's gaze with calm resolve.
"We are here for an important and sacred purpose. We are not colonizers, as you believe,"
he replied. The orc leader's eyes narrowed, his expression full of scorn.
"I'm tired of lies. My people are cornered, struggling for survival without food or water. I will destroy every obstacle that stands in our way for freedom."
With a fierce roar, he turned to his group, his voice thunderous as he gave the command.
"Attack!"
The orcs let out battle cries, the air thick with the tension of the impending clash. Gaib tightened his grip on his weapon, his team standing ready beside him as the orcs charged. 8 versus 8, the orc shaman leader raised his staff, summoning the power of the earth and wind. With a deep, rumbling voice, he cast a spell that sent a wall of sand and rock barreling toward Gaib's group. Gaib reacted swiftly, igniting his blade with a surge of flame, sending a blazing arc through the sandstorm that temporarily dispelled the magic. An orc fury warrior charged at Gaib, wielding a massive 2-handed axe. Gaib parried the first heavy blow, but as he countered, another orc fury warrior, the one wielding dual short swords, slammed into him from the side. Gaib was driven back, forced to fight defensively, and barely managed to wound the dual-wielding orc in a spray of fiery sparks. Behind Gaib, the holy priest chanted, casting a protective shield over the shadow priest, who was focused on debuffing the orc forces. But the orc hunter spotted the holy priest, and with a swift pull of his crossbow's trigger, fired a deadly poisoned bolt. It struck the holy priest in the shoulder, and though he staggered, he continued casting a shield, his face pale as the poison worked its way through his veins. Then, from the side, the orc rogue saw an opening. Moving with deadly silence, he dashed behind the holy priest and struck with both daggers, piercing through the shield with shadowy energy and stabbing the priest in his back. The priest let out a strangled cry and crumpled to the ground, his body still and his spell fading. The shadow priest, noticing his fallen comrade, retaliated with a curse aimed at the orc rogue, dark tendrils wrapping around him. The curse caused the rogue to falter, his skin paling under the effects. But before the shadow priest could cast a second spell, the Orc Fury warrior with dual short swords, darted forward and slashed through the priest's robes with brutal efficiency. The shadow priest fell to the ground, his breathing shallow as darkness claimed him. The two elemental mages raised their hands, chanting together as one summoned a wave of flames, while the other conjured a bolt of lightning that crackled through the air, striking an Orc Fury warrior dead center. The flames engulfed the orc, yet he pushed through, his armor searing his skin as he swung his axe and struck one of the mages, cleaving through her chest with a single powerful blow. The mage's incantation faltered as she fell, her body surrounded by dying embers. The other mage, stunned by her ally's fall, barely had a moment to react before the orc warlock set upon him, thrusting her darkly enchanted spear forward. The weapon pierced his side, and dark energy rippled through him as he fell, his hands spasming in a futile attempt to conjure one last spell. The paladin, seeing his companions fall, charged into the thick of the orc forces, wielding his holy longsword in powerful sweeping arcs. He met the orc shaman leader in a brutal clash, but as he raised his blade to strike, the orc shaman unleashed a torrent of wind that knocked him back, hurling him against a stone. The paladin groaned, clutching his side, blood running freely from his wounds, but he struggled back to his feet, determined to protect his remaining allies. Two human warriors with shields and short swords rushed forward, engaging the Orc Fury warriors to provide Gaib with cover. They fought valiantly, blocking and countering each furious attack, but the Orc's raw strength was overwhelming. The warrior to Gabe's left managed to block an axe strike, but was caught off guard by a swing from another Orc's short sword, which slashed deep across his throat. He fell back, blood pouring as he gasped his last breath. The remaining warrior held her ground, parrying a series of rapid strikes from the dual-wielding Orc Fury warrior. She blocked, ducked, and countered with precision, but eventually, one of her orc opponents swung his axe low, shattering her shield and knocking her off balance. A second strike drove her to her knees, and with a final swing, the orcs ended her fight. As Gaib watched his allies fall one by one, a rage began to build within him. With a fierce shout, he lunged at the orc warlock, his flaming blade finding its mark as it plunged through her chest, burning her from the inside out. She staggered back, her spear clattering to the ground as she collapsed in a smoldering heap. The orc shaman leader, now facing only Gaib and the gravely injured paladin, chanted an earth spell that caused the ground beneath them to shake. Vines and thorned roots erupted from the earth, reaching out to entangle them. Gaib swung his sword, slicing through the roots with difficulty, but he managed to break free and close the distance to the shaman leader. The orc hunter aimed his crossbow at Gaib, preparing to fire a lethal shot. But the paladin, using the last of his strength, threw himself in front of the bolt, which struck his armor with a piercing crack. The paladin fell to one knee, heavily wounded, but he managed to lift his sword and throw it with all his might. The blade spun through the air and struck the orc hunter, ending his threat. Gaib finally reached the orc shaman leader, his fiery sword gleaming with righteous fury. The shaman tried to conjure one last defense, but Gaib's blade swung down, cleaving through his staff and driving into his chest. With a final, pained gasp, the shaman leader crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Gaib surveyed the battlefield, his chest heaving as he looked upon the fallen bodies of his friends and foes alike. Only he and the paladin remained. The paladin knelt, bloodied and barely conscious, his face ashen from his wounds. The ascendant darkness. As Gaib knelt beside his fallen comrade, the paladin's final words echoed in his mind. With a somber nod, he murmured a quiet prayer for his friend's soul and stood, setting his jaw with renewed determination. Before him loomed the ancient entrance to the Pyramid of Fa, shadowed by centuries of mystery and foreboding. He took one last look back at the battlefield before stepping inside. The moment Gaib crossed the threshold, he was greeted by a scene unlike anything he had expected. Instead of an ancient tomb or dungeon, the interior of the pyramid hummed with a strange energy. Gray-skinned, elongated beings with smooth, egg-shaped heads and tendrils for limbs moved about, working intently on glowing computer screens. Some creatures glanced up from their tasks, watching him with dark, probing eyes.
"So,"
one of the creatures said in a guttural yet strangely melodic voice,
"you have finally arrived, Earthling."
Gaib straightened, his grip tightening on his fiery sword.
"Who or what are you?"
"We are the Fatalistics,"
the creature replied, his tendrils twitching with a hint of amusement.
"We came to this world centuries ago, observing, waiting."
"Why would beings like you come here?"
Gabe's eyes narrowed, suspicion lining his voice. The Fatalistic gave a low hum, something akin to a chuckle.
"We came for knowledge. We study the relics of your world, pieces of wisdom hidden from ordinary mortals."
His gaze darkened.
"Like the Gospel of Barnabas."
Gabe's heart leapt.
"You have it, or have you harmed it?"
One of the Fatalistics let out a sharp, derisive laugh.
"Those who seek to destroy it are the Templars. We only wish to alter its words, to control how humanity understands itself. But there is a complication."
The creature leaned in, its tendrils curling with distaste.
"A sacred shield surrounds it, and none of our powers can breach it. Until we find the means to penetrate this shield, we have hidden it away."
"Where is it?"
Gaib demanded, his voice like steel. A young Fatalistic at a nearby workstation glanced up, amusement flickering in its dark eyes.
"It's at the peak of this pyramid. You may try to retrieve it yourself, human. Not that it will do you any good. This is likely your last day alive. Make it worth savoring."
The cryptic words left Gaib uneasy, but he pressed on, climbing a spiral of ancient stone steps winding ever upward within the Pyramid of Fa. The air grew heavier as he ascended, infused with a dark, otherworldly power. Finally, he reached the summit, where he was greeted by a strange, checkered floor stretching across the top of the pyramid, and a column bathed in an eerie light. Floating above it, untouched by time or decay, was the Gospel of Barnabas, encased in a shimmering, sacred aura. But Gaib's attention was drawn to the figure standing beside the Gospel, a hooded old man with a silver staff, the Husam staff, raised high in his hands. Ancient words spilled from his mouth as arcane energy rippled from the staff, forming an ethereal triangle at the pyramid's peak, filling the missing apex with raw, pulsating power. And then, with a final flourish of his spell, the old man chanted,
"Arise, my master! Arise, Dajjal, herald of darkness!"
The air crackled and then split open in a rift of dark energy, and from it emerged a colossal, terrifying figure. Gaib's breath caught at the sight, a towering, demonic entity with a single glaring eye and the Arabic letters. KFR, emblazoned on its forehead. Massive black wings unfurled from its back, and its hands ended in enormous clawed fingers sharp enough to slice through stone.
"My master,"
the old man Husam intoned with reverence,
"you have arrived at last."
But the creature merely glanced down, disinterested, before reaching out with a single massive hand. Without hesitation, it scooped Husam up, his eyes widening in horror as he realized the creature's intent. In a single brutal motion, the demon opened its maw and swallowed the old man whole, his voice silenced in an instant. Gaib gripped his fiery sword, feeling the searing heat against his palm as he steeled himself for battle. Every instinct told him this creature was beyond anything he'd ever faced, a foe of ancient power and unearthly malevolence. Yet he was ready to fight, even if it meant his end. Just then, as he prepared to strike, a voice echoed within the chamber, reverberating through the walls and into his very mind. "Wings of fury, shadow of doom." Gaib turned towards the roar and saw Alexstrasza, the dragon whose wings outspread like radiant armor against the night.
"Jump!"
she commanded, swooping down, her scales gleaming like burnished gold in the eerie light. Without hesitation, Gaib leapt, landing solidly on Alexstrasza's back and gripped the dragon's scaled neck. With a powerful beat of her wings, she launched them skyward, climbing into the clouds where they could face Dejal from above. The demonic creature snarled, his one eye blazing red with dark magic, and ascended to meet them, his wings tearing through the air with a dark and unnatural fury. Dejal made the first move, stretching out a claw and slashing through the air with streams of shadowy energy aimed directly at them. Alexstrasza arced to the side, dodging most of the attack, but one tendril of darkness grazed her wing, leaving a smoldering mark. She roared in pain, retaliating by exhaling a torrent of blazing fire, aiming directly at Dejal's chest. The fire hit Dejal with full force, momentarily engulfing him in flames, but the creature merely laughed, his skin blackened but seemingly unharmed. With a powerful flap of his wings, he dived toward them, claws extended, striking with a speed that belied his massive size. Alexstrasza twisted mid-air, Gaib clinging tight, narrowly avoiding the swipe as Dejal's claws sliced through the empty sky where they had just been. Gaib raised his fiery sword and slashed downward as they passed Dejal, managing to graze one of the creature's wings. Dark energy burst from the wound, and Dejal let out a guttural scream that sent shockwaves through the air. Infuriated, Dejal channeled his dark magic, forming a swirling orb of shadow between his hands, growing larger with each second. He hurled it toward Gaib and Alexstrasza, the ball splitting into several deadly tendrils of black energy. Alexstrasza banked hard, narrowly dodging two of the tendrils, but one struck her flank, causing her to stumble mid-flight.
"Hold on, Alexstrasza,"
Gaib shouted, steadying her with one hand as he swung his sword, attempting to slice through the remaining tendrils. His blade ignited in flames as it clashed with the dark magic, dissipating some of it. But one tendril caught his arm, sending a pulse of dark energy through him. Pain seared up his arm, but he gritted his teeth, holding firm. With a renewed burst of strength, Alexstrasza stabilized, shaking off the remaining shadow and climbed higher, evading Dejal's reach. She roared in defiance, then shot forward, aiming to close the distance between herself and the demonic creature. Gaib seized the opportunity, focusing his energy into his blade, which began to glow even brighter with holy fire. As they closed in on Dejal, he raised his sword and plunged it downward, striking Dejal's shoulder. The blade pierced through the dark aura, searing into the creature's flesh, sending out bursts of both flame and light. Dejal howled, his dark blood spilling into the air, tainted with shadow. He retaliated with a furious swipe of his claws, slashing at Alexstrasza's side. She snarled, retaliating with her powerful hind legs, delivering a brutal kick that sent Dejal reeling back. Rage filled Dejal's eye, and he unleashed a wave of dark energy, creating a shockwave that knocked Alexstrasza back, almost unseating Gaib. Summoning all his strength, Gaib managed to keep his grip on the dragon, urging her to recover and press forward. With a final desperate attack, Alexstrasza roared, her mouth glowing with fierce orange light, and unleashed a massive torrent of flame, hitting Dejal head-on. Gaib joined in, channeling all his remaining energy into his sword, and with a powerful strike, he drove the blade straight toward Dejal's heart. The sword plunged deep, cutting through the dark magic that surrounded the beast. Dejal let out a final, tortured scream as the fire and light engulfed him, his body disintegrating into ash and shadow, scattering across the night sky. The battle was over. Exhausted and breathing heavily, Gaib patted Alexstrasza's neck in gratitude. She dipped her head, descending slowly to the ground, where Gaib dismounted, both of them worn but victorious.
"Thank you, old friend,"
Gaib whispered, his heart still pounding. Alexstrasza gave a low rumble, her eyes soft as she nodded, and with a final glance, she spread her wings and took to the sky, disappearing into the clouds. The farewell. Gaib took a deep breath, clutching the sacred Gospel of Barnabas close to his chest. The worn edges of the ancient tome felt strangely familiar, as if the text itself had been waiting just for him. Entering the grand hall of King Emir's palace, he approached the throne with solemn steps, feeling the weight of the lives lost in his journey. King Emir, with his usual calm yet commanding presence, listened intently as Gaib recounted the battle against Dajjal and the losses of his comrades. When Gaib finished, King Emir rose from his throne, his face softened with pride and admiration.
This victory of yours, Gaib, has ensured peace for our people for many years to come. The bravery you and your friends showed will be remembered through the ages. You have done us a great service.
Gaib bowed his head respectfully, then raised his eyes to meet the king's.
It was my honor to protect Sinta Nefatum and its people. I am only grateful to have been of use.
He hesitated a moment, then added,
But now, I must find a way back to Earth. My ship was lost in the crash, and without it...
His voice trailed off, unsure of what to say. King Emir's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea.
There may be a way, my friend. Recently, 3 adventurers ventured into the Tremian Tower, a ruin of powerful magic. We haven't heard from them in weeks, and I fear they may have perished. But they left behind a spaceship powered by arcane magic. If you believe you can make it fly again, the ship is yours.
A surge of hope lit up Gaib's face.
A magical ship? I may have learned enough about magic on this journey to make it work. With a store of mana potions, I believe I can get it off the ground.
The king clapped his hands, and an attendant came forth, carrying a chest that clinked with the sound of gold coins.
Take this as a token of our gratitude along with the ship. Your courage is worth far more, but let this help you in the world you return to. May it be a reminder of our trust and friendship.
Emotion filled Gaib's heart as he looked at the king, the attendants, and the vast hall of the castle.
Thank you, King Emir. I shall never forget the honor of standing by you and the people of Sinta Nefatum.
With one last look around, he took his leave, heading for the warehouse where the enchanted spaceship lay dormant. Hours later, Gaib stood beneath the mighty hull of the derelict spaceship, tracing its sleek metallic frame, now reinforced by magical runes and arcane symbols. He loaded the last of the mana potions into the craft's power chambers, and the runes began to glow with a soft blue light, the ship's core humming to life. As he climbed into the pilot's seat, he looked out one last time at the planet he had fought so hard to protect. Taking in the verdant landscapes, he whispered,
Goodbye, Sinta Nefatum. You will always be part of me.
With a gentle but resolute push of the controls, the spaceship rose, magic and technology in perfect harmony. The ship soared upward, piercing the sky, leaving the planet's atmosphere and ascending into the boundless cosmos. Gaib glanced back through the viewport, watching Sinta Nefatum slowly shrink behind him. A feeling of peace settled over him as he turned his gaze forward to the stars and beyond, toward Earth and the future waiting for him there. A gateway to the future. Angeville felt a strange disorientation as his senses caught up with the light-speed journey he had just endured. The bright, pulsing hum of the time machine faded, and he found himself seated in a long, sleek vehicle moving through the sky. He was in a subway car, but unlike any he had ever seen. Sleek panels of glass and polished metal walls wrapped around him, and as he glanced out, the world beyond the windows was alive with a futuristic energy that left him speechless. The train glided effortlessly between steel and glass giants, skyscrapers that stood like sentinels over the sprawling city of Shanghai in the year 2134. Angeville blinked, taking in the urban colossus around him. The buildings rose at impossible heights, their silvery exteriors shimmering under a soft, artificial light that seemed to coat the entire city. The sky was a haze of digital billboards and holographic ads, blending with streaks of neon lights that outlined each building in intricate patterns, giving the scene an almost ethereal glow. Inside the train, he noticed the people around him. Men and women, young and old, all wore strange, streamlined clothing. His gaze was drawn to the high-collared jackets and sleek, geometric shapes stitched into their garments, the fabric glinting with integrated screens or controls. Their skin was pale, tinged with a bluish cast, and most appeared physically weakened, many with hunched backs and shoulders, as if the weight of the city itself had pressed down on them. Dark circles painted shadows beneath their eyes, giving them a ghostly, weary look. Some of them bore additional limbs or mechanical appendages, sleek, cybernetic arms or synthetic eyes with rotating lenses that clicked and adjusted as they scanned their surroundings. Angeville took a long breath, absorbing the dense metallic air as he shifted his gaze outside the window once more. Far below, sleek cars swerved through expansive multi-lane roads, gliding on magnetized paths without a driver. Unmanned drones flitted through the air like digital birds of prey, swooping down to deliver packages to windows, doors, and even balconies. He watched as one such drone, shaped like a small pod with 4 stabilizing rotors, dropped a parcel at the entrance of a penthouse and sped off to its next destination. The city was alive with these autonomous beings, each one playing its part in the web of technology and efficiency woven over centuries. Angeville's wonder was soon interrupted by a low, confident voice.
"Hey you look like you're new around here."
She turned sharply to face the source of the voice. Standing beside her was a stylish young man of Asian descent, with jet-black cropped hair and piercing, slanted eyes. His attire was casual yet striking. A dark, sleeveless leather vest emblazoned with metallic designs over a faded pair of jeans. His arm was sleeved in tattooed, circuit-like patterns that pulsed with dim, glowing lights. He tilted his head with a bemused expression, taking in Angeville's unfamiliar, out-of-place attire. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, though his tone remained relaxed, almost amused. Angeville struggled to find words, realizing he was indeed like a relic in this world. But the stranger seemed both intrigued and unbothered by it, offering a smile that was half challenge, half invitation, a chat among the defiant. The hum of the SkyTrain's engine softened as Angeville turned toward the stranger, his hand extended in a friendly gesture.
"Yes,"
she said, regaining her composure.
"Actually, this is my first stroll in the city."
The young man flashed a grin.
"I'm Mark."
He nodded to his group of friends, all dressed in edgy, punk-inspired attire, their eyes curious and sharp.
"Me too, Angeville."
Mark raised his eyebrows in surprise and nudged his friend beside him, his expression amused.
"Wow, we've got ourselves a seriously cool girl here."
A girl with rich, dark skin and a wild cascade of dreadlocks approached, her gaze probing. She wore a black skirt over fishnet stockings and a vibrant t-shirt splashed with abstract colors. Her expression was inquisitive, almost suspicious.
"Why haven't I seen you around here before?"
Before Angeville could respond, Mark interrupted, shrugging casually.
"Because she's not from around here."
The girl shot him an annoyed look.
"I didn't ask you, idiot."
Just then, the SkyTrain pulled up to a station outside a vast, formidable building, with metal and glass walls that rose high and stark. A neat line of students stood at attention outside, their uniformed figures framed by the symmetrical, unyielding architecture. The building's cold, systematic design seemed almost prison-like, and as Angeville watched, she noted a disturbing similarity in the children's expressions. Their faces were devoid of emotion, with a strange lifelessness in their eyes that reminded her of the soulless undead she had seen on Cinta Nefatum. A loudspeaker crackled, and a stern voice echoed across the yard, commanding the children's attention. At once, they began to recite a daily anthem in unison.
Follow the order. Don't hesitate. Strengthen the system. Embrace your fate. Be still. Be quiet. Obey without doubt. In service to unity, fears are kept out. Questions are shackles. Freedom is peace. Control is the path where struggles cease. To loyalty, give mind and heart, and thus from the chaos, never part.
Angeville felt a shiver run through her as she listened, each line a chilling command to suppress freedom and thought. She turned to the group beside her, her face filled with bewilderment and quiet outrage.
What kind of age is this? Technology's advanced, sure, but the people? It's like their spirit's been drained. There's no life left in them.
A girl with bright blue hair, blue eyes, and fair skin grinned at her, a defiant sparkle in her eyes. She carried a skateboard under one arm and had a playful, rebellious air.
Funny you mention it. We were just about to protest exactly that. There's a big march in the center today. Want to join us?
Angeville's eyes widened with interest.
Are you going to protest the Chinese government?
Her words prompted the whole group to burst into laughter. The girl with dreadlocks was the first to speak, shaking her head with amusement.
Seriously? I get that you're not from Shanghai, but are you living under a rock? All states collapsed ages ago. There's only one government now, and it's a corporatocracy.
Mark smirked, his tone thick with irony.
As if it was any different before. Back in the democracy days, or should I say idiocracy, they made us feel like we had choices. But they were all making the same calls in the back room.
Just then, an older man stepped forward, his face lined with age but his eyes alive and sharp.
So what do you say, Angeville? You up for joining us on this march?
Angeville met his gaze, feeling a surge of unexpected kinship.
I suppose there's no better place for me right now, and I like your energy.
The man smiled approvingly, his voice dropping to a near whisper.
Then you're one of us. We're part of a small community of people who still live and feel like we're alive. Of course, that's enough to get us labeled as terrorists by the bureaucratic elite. Good choice, but keep your guard up. The robot cops aren't always the friendliest. They're especially rough with folks like us who have low citizenship scores.
Angeville raised an eyebrow.
Low citizenship scores? What's that supposed to mean?
But before the man could answer, the blue-haired girl grabbed her hand, pulling her toward the door as the train came to a stop.
You'll find out soon enough. Now come on, it's our stop. Stick close and keep an eye out. The crowd can get pretty intense.
Angeville hurried after them, stepping off the train and into the heart of a city pulsing with energy and tension. Voices of the lost and found. The SkyTrain slid to a stop with a sharp hiss, and Angeville stepped onto the platform alongside her new companions. As they made their way down the stairs, she took in the eerie pulse of this world, a place engineered for submission. Towering skyscrapers lined the street, covered in colossal advertisements that loomed over the crowd like silent overseers. Their faces and voices were smooth, unnervingly cheerful, exuding a dark promise of perfection. A giant screen played a looping ad of a surgically altered face, flawless and hollow-eyed, its skin a synthetic sheen. Beauty is within reach. Redesign yourself. Be complete. Angeville's stomach twisted at the sight. The figure seemed less like a person and more like a machine, with the humanity drained from its glassy, lifeless eyes. Alongside it, a softer voice purred from another billboard, almost cooing in its forced kindness. Trouble coping? Anxious? Depressed? We have the cure? The ad presented a sleek, colorless pill that promised to restore balance. Angeville squinted at the fine print. Take the leap. Happiness awaits. It was chilling, an Orwellian command to swallow compliance, to stifle one's emotions, to keep thinking under strict control. Descending the stairs to the street, Angeville saw the growing crowd of people, hundreds of them, scattered across the sidewalks, many holding banners with fierce expressions and chanting slogans of defiance. These were not the polished, subdued citizens the city's propaganda seemed to demand. They were weary, eyes still smoldering with whatever spark this place had tried to stamp out. One of her new companions, the blue-haired girl, was carrying a digital megaphone. She handed it to a solemn-looking man who had ridden with them on the train, listening quietly with a calm, knowing gaze. He accepted it with a nod, his face holding a quiet authority. Stepping up onto a car, he raised the Bluetooth megaphone to his lips, and the murmurs of the crowd fell to silence.
My name is Richard. Thank you all for standing here today.
He started, his voice amplified through the digital megaphone.
Thank you for choosing not to live quietly in the shadows of their towering structures, for daring to step forward in a world that would rather see us passive, compliant, and unaware.
The crowd stirred, murmuring agreement, as Richard held up a hand.
Today, we must talk about the banks. They wield their control over every coin and credit we hold, telling us what's possible or affordable. But what they don't tell you is this. The money they hand out like kings in their court isn't real. It's fiat currency, money that exists only because they say it does. And with this system, they lend you wealth they don't actually have. You're paying them back, working yourself to the bone for sums that never existed in any vault or safe. They've created a game with fake tokens and then made us players, and in the end, only they hold the rules.
A few voices cheered and more fists went up in solidarity.
And here's the next level of their little scheme, universal digital currency.
He continued, eyes narrowing as he scanned the crowd.
They're pushing a cashless world, one where every transaction is monitored, every choice accounted for. With the press of a button, they'll tell you what you can buy, where you can spend it, and when your credit will expire. They have the power to freeze us out, to determine our limits and freedoms. This is the theft of choice, the theft of dignity.
The crowd erupted, voices rising and filling the air with the sound of unrest. Richard paused, letting the resonance sink in, before he moved on.
Our second topic, the lie of modern work.
His voice softened, but grew even sharper.
They tell you that a job is what gives your life meaning, that without a position in one of their corporations, your days have no value. But look around at the work we're doing. Meaningless tasks, schedules that stretch us to exhaustion, careers that keep us running but never really accomplishing anything. Just filler to keep their pockets lined and to keep us too distracted and drained to resist.
Richard's words struck deeper, stirring the crowd further.
This isn't what work was meant to be. Once work meant creation. It meant growing food, building shelter, improving our lives and our communities. Now, they've turned it into a hollow structure, a showpiece that keeps their machines grinding. They make millions from our effort while giving us empty titles and shallow comforts in return.
The crowd clapped and shouted in agreement, voices and hands raised to him. Richard leaned forward, his tone urgent.
We were given minds to think and hands to create, but they've stripped us of that purpose, leaving us running in place so they can stay at the top. And the worst part? They'll judge your worth by a number, a citizenship score that measures nothing but your obedience to this machine.
As his speech ended, the crowd broke into applause, louder than before. Richard took a breath, humbled by their support, and lowered the megaphone, meeting the eyes of those gathered before him. Breaking fake news. A sleek, modern news studio filled the screens of millions, bathed in sharp blues and silvers. Megan, an elegantly dressed anchor with a polished smile and steely blue eyes, sat poised beside her co-anchor Louis, a silver-haired man with an air of easygoing authority. Behind them, a large digital screen showed aerial footage of the march, captured from a helicopter hovering high above the crowd. The rhythmic chanting of the people could be faintly heard through the studio's speakers, though the specific words were muffled by the whir of the helicopter blades. Megan gave a gentle nod to the camera, her voice smooth and reassuring.
Good evening, viewers. we bring you live coverage of a protest taking place in the heart of Shanghai.
She began.
As you can see, a sizable crowd has gathered, reportedly concerned about quality of life issues within our beloved metropolis.
Louis gave a practiced nod, his voice calm but with a hint of amusement.
That's right, Megan. It appears that citizens are expressing their frustrations over, well, a few things that are sure to resonate with all of us.
He chuckled, and the camera shifted back to the footage of people marching through the streets, banners held high. Megan tilted her head sympathetically.
Absolutely, Louis. We're hearing reports that the crowd is calling for improvements to public amenities, like our ice rinks.
She leaned slightly toward the camera, as if to confide with the audience.
Can you believe it? Many citizens feel that the city's ice rink just doesn't offer enough space for everyone who wants to use it.
Louis smiled, giving an exaggerated sigh.
Oh, tell me about it. And I heard from one gentleman that he has to wait nearly 20 minutes sometimes. 20 minutes! In this day and age?
Megan nodded solemnly, her face the picture of journalistic empathy.
It's definitely a hot-button issue,
she replied.
Especially now that the colder months are coming, and more people are interested in taking up winter sports.
The footage shifted to a close-up of the chanting crowd, their faces obscured by the camera angle, but their signs clearly visible, though the broadcast was careful to blur out any slogans, leaving only generic shots of people raising their fists or waving banners. Louis turned back to Megan, his expression somber.
And let's not forget another pressing issue that seems to be fueling their frustration. Internet speeds. A group of young people reportedly took to the streets because they're finding it difficult to stream their favorite movies in ultra-high definition.
Megan's eyes widened with feigned shock.
I mean, who wouldn't be upset, right? It's 21:34 and apparently some people are still experiencing buffering, in Shanghai of all places. It's enough to drive anyone out of their homes and into the streets.
Louis laughed, as though he found the idea endearing.
I've seen people get pretty passionate about their entertainment, Megan. And really, what's more relatable than wanting a smooth, uninterrupted movie night?
The footage on the screen continued to show the crowd moving through the streets, but no sound accompanied the images. Just silent visuals of hundreds of people marching, their signs obscured, their voices erased.
And it's not just the internet,
Megan continued smoothly.
We've received reports that some citizens feel the city's bike lanes could be wider. Many residents are apparently concerned that there just isn't enough space for cyclists to ride comfortably without, get this, getting close to pedestrians.
Louis chuckled, shaking his head.
You know, I can't tell you how many times I've had that exact thought myself, Megan. I mean, we live in one of the most technologically advanced cities in the world, and yet, our bike lanes? Not cutting it.
Megan nodded, her expression serious.
We'll definitely be following up on this story to keep you all informed of any updates on these crucial issues. And perhaps city officials will take note of these important grievances.
The camera shifted to a slow zoom of the marching crowd, drones capturing their silhouettes from above, with the glowing city stretching out into the distance like a maze of neon veins. From this distance, the raised fists and banners appeared as small, undulating waves against the rigid structures around them. Louis cleared his throat, drawing the audience's attention back to him.
At any rate, it's heartening to see so many citizens exercising their right to peaceful assembly. It's a reminder of how passionate we are about the little things that make city life special.
Megan looked at Louis, her smile as polished as ever.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Louis. And while this march has raised a few eyebrows, it also speaks volumes about how much we all care about the quality of life in our community.
The camera panned back to the crowd, though this time the image was overlaid with large block letters reading,
Live Citizens Rally for Everyday Improvements.
Thank you all for tuning into this live segment,
Megan continued, with the steady tone of someone wrapping up a pleasant story.
We'll continue to bring you the latest as this story develops. Stay with us for more updates, and keep tuning in to stay informed on all the little things that make life in Shanghai just a bit more enjoyable.
Up next, Louis interjected, flashing a bright smile. We'll look into the new facial recognition technology rolling out in our subway systems. Is it a lifesaver for commuters, or just a bit too clever? Stay with us. The screen faded to the network's logo, leaving the smiling faces of Megan and Louis frozen for a beat longer before the segment cut to commercial. Rebels on the ride. The news broadcast cut off, and the wide screens went dark. For a moment, a hush fell over the crowd, as if the entire city had taken a breath at once. But then a piercing voice broke through the silence, crackling over an unseen digital network.
This unauthorized march you are currently engaged in falls under the category of an act of terrorism. Disperse immediately, or you will all have your citizenship points severely reduced.
Outrage rippled through the crowd. Voices rose up in defiance, shouting over the authorities' pronouncement.
What terrorist act? We're just here to protest.
We're not harming anyone.
This is our right.
The digital voice crackled back coldly.
You have crossed the line with your disrespect for the authorities. Leave this place immediately.
Instead of heeding the warning, the crowd's chants only grew louder, their voices merging into a resounding roar of resistance. The officers, both human and robotic, lined up in formation, laser rifles raised, their red sights beginning to scan across the crowd. Then, all at once, the silence shattered. Lasers crackled through the air, striking down people in their paths. Panic spread as the crowd scrambled to shield themselves, yet they held their ground, defying the brutal response. Chaos erupted as the police advanced, and the air grew thick with the tension of rebellion turned to survival. Suddenly, a roar of engines pierced through the tumult. Angeville turned to see a group of motorcycles weaving through the crowd. One of the riders, a brunette Latin American woman in a fitted leather jacket, pulled up beside her, revving the engine.
Jump on!
She called. Without hesitation, Angeville leapt onto the back of the motorcycle, clinging tightly as they sped away from the square. Other protesters joined them, scrambling onto bikes as the riders whisked them away from the chaos. The motorcycle roared to life as they shot down the street, dodging obstacles and weaving through the scattered remains of the march. Angeville's heart pounded as they shot past buildings, a swarm of AI drones whirring ominously above, their cameras locking onto them, ready to fire. The robotic officers had given chase, their wheeled units speeding along the streets with deadly precision.
I'm Jennifer. What's your name?
The rider yelled over her shoulder, her voice steady even as she swerved around a fallen barricade.
Angeville,
she replied, gripping the seat as the bike lurched over a bump. Jennifer nodded, eyes fixed forward. She reached down and from a hidden compartment near the engine, she pulled out an Uzi, passing it to Angeville.
Take this. Screw the drones.
Angeville took the gun, gripping it tightly as she glanced up at the whirring swarm of drones above. She could see red dots flashing as they locked onto her and Jennifer. At that moment, Mark sped past on another motorcycle.
1 hour later, Lou Z Street, Block 5, he shouted over the noise.
Understood.
Jennifer called back, and with that, she revved the engine and took a sharp turn down a narrow alleyway. Angeville steadied herself, leaning back as she aimed the Uzi upward and fired, each burst lighting up the sky in a barrage of bullets. She managed to clip one of the drones, which wobbled, smoking, and then spiraled down, crashing against a building with an electric sizzle. But 2 more drones immediately took its place, buzzing like wasps as they closed in, their laser sights trained on the 2 riders. Jennifer swerved and took a steep incline that sent the bike soaring for a split second before landing smoothly on the street below. The drones, slower to react, shot past them, giving Angeville the opening she needed. She aimed and fired, watching as 2 drones exploded into sparks. But the AI police units on the ground were relentless. Jennifer zigzagged around abandoned cars and street barriers, her focus sharp as she took them deeper into the city, maneuvering through tight corners with practiced skill. At one point, They flew over a bridge, Angeville looking down just in time to see the police units scattering along the street below, their wheeled chassis adjusting to follow. The bike jerked as Jennifer accelerated, barreling toward another barricade.
"Hold on,"
she shouted, pushing the bike to its limits. They shot through a gap, Angeville's heart racing as she twisted around to fire at the police units in pursuit. Laser blasts zipped past them, some close enough that Angeville could feel the heat. She took a shot at a nearby drone and struck its main rotor, watching as it careened down into the street and burst into flames, scattering the robot units that were in close pursuit. Jennifer sped through another alley, taking a turn so sharp that Angeville nearly lost her balance. They shot out onto another main road just as another pair of motorcycles joined them. The riders nodded at Jennifer, then split off in opposite directions, leading the remaining drones away in a daring attempt to divide the pursuit. Finally, Jennifer aimed the bike down a shadowy side street, and Angeville turned to look over her shoulder. The street behind them was clear. They had managed to shake the last of their pursuers. Jennifer let out a breath and gave a triumphant nod.
"Nice shooting back there, Angeville."
Angeville returned the smile, still catching her breath as the adrenaline began to wear off.
"Thanks for the rescue. That was intense."
Jennifer gave a quick nod as she slowed the bike to a steady pace, glancing at Angeville with a mischievous glint in her eye.
"Stick with us, and you'll see a lot more where that came from."
With that, the two of them sped off toward Loisy Street, leaving the remnants of the chase behind them and disappearing into the night. Mystery in Loisy. Angeville and Jennifer parked the motorcycle in a shadowy alley along Loisy Street, the engine ticking as it cooled. Around them, the quiet hum of the city buzzed in the distance, a deceptive calm after the chaos they'd just escaped. Jennifer adjusted her leather jacket, scanning the surroundings with practiced ease. Angeville, still catching her breath, glanced around nervously.
"I don't understand what I've gotten myself into,"
Angeville admitted, her voice low but edged with frustration.
"It's all happening so fast."
Jennifer tilted her head and regarded her with a curious smile.
"The world's been like this for a while now. I don't get why you're so surprised. You don't seem like someone from around here."
Her words carried a teasing suspicion, though she quickly laughed it off.
"Then again, none of us in the Rebels really feel like we belong to this time, do we?"
They came to a halt near a manhole cover, a faint glow emanating from its edges. Jennifer gestured toward it and said,
"Let's jump."
Angeville recoiled, grimacing.
"Gross. I'm not jumping into a cesspool."
Jennifer smirked as she pulled a small, rectangular device from her jacket. Scanning a faint QR code etched into the pavement, the manhole cover slid open with a soft hiss, revealing not a sewer but a sleek metallic hallway below. She grabbed the iron pole just beside the entrance and slid down effortlessly. Her voice echoed back up.
"Hey, you didn't really think I wanted you to jump into raw sewage, did you?"
Angeville chuckled despite herself and called down,
"I don't know what to expect from a woman of mystery like you, Jennifer."
She gripped the pole and slid down into the corridor, landing lightly next to her. Jennifer secured the hatch above them, erasing all evidence of their escape. The corridor stretched ahead, illuminated by faint blue lights embedded in its smooth walls. As they walked, their footsteps echoing in the silence, Angeville broke it with a question.
"What made you question things?"
Jennifer glanced at her, a mischievous glint in her eye.
"I didn't need a grand awakening. I was born this way, untamable, a tigress."
She mimed claws with her hands and grinned.
"Rock and roll, baby."
Angeville raised an eyebrow, smirking at her bravado.
"What about me? I ended up here after riding a subway, chatting with a few strangers, and then suddenly dodging drones. A little different from your rebel origins."
Jennifer burst out laughing and nudged her playfully with her elbow.
"The more I get to know you, the more I like you,"
she said, her grin softening into something almost genuine. Then, as if remembering something, she pulled a small revolver from her jacket and handed it to Angeville.
Here,
she said.
This girl has 6 bullets, but one shot will take out a drone.
Angeville refused to hold the gun and said,
First you hand me an Uzi, now this little thing? What gives?
Jennifer smirked.
I don't part with my Uzi, honey.
Angeville chuckled and added,
You remind me of my childhood friends on Cinta Nefatum. They didn't like sharing their toys either.
At the mention of Cinta Nefatum, Jennifer's playful demeanor shifted. Her brow furrowed and she tilted her head.
You mean the planet where Guy brought the truth, like 100 years ago?
Angeville froze, startled by the connection.
What? Gaib? On Earth? 100 years ago?
Jennifer stopped walking and turned to face her fully.
Wait, you know Gabe?
Of course,
Angeville replied, her voice quiet but intense.
Though it's complicated, we fought. Then he saved me. After that, I chose to disappear, to find a cipher.
Jennifer's expression revealed her confusion, but she said nothing, silently urging Angeville to continue.
There's a cipher hidden in a poem,
Angeville explained, her tone almost reverent as she began reciting,
The end shall rise in smoke and fire, where earth is torn and heavens tire. The seas will boil, the mountains break, as stars above shall fall and quake, with skies of red and fields laid bare. The burning winds, the poisoned air. No place to hide, no shield to hold, as night consumes both young and old. From lands once green to deserts wide, the water's gone, the rivers dried. The last of life will gasp and cease, as time devours the dream of peace. Yet in the dark, some souls endure, a chosen few, a mind most pure. The free of thought, the heart's unbound, will seek the path that's never found. They glimpse beyond this dying sphere, beyond the void, a world made clear. They hear the call, the whispered plea, to journey forth from fate, set free. A ship awaits, no name, no sign, to sail beyond, to realms divine. Its silver hull, a haunting gleam, both feared and sought as a fleeting dream. Yet still it sleeps, it cannot rise, until the final sacrifice. A holy gift, an ancient key, unlocks the way, yet none may see. For in its blood and soul and heart, the path begins, the worlds depart. So find the one, the sacred part, to awaken life, to bridge the dark. Thus ends the tale of life's last breath, where death shall yield and worlds be met. The secret waits in shadow cast, an artifact of ages past.
The silence in the corridor was profound when Angeville finished. Jennifer, wide-eyed, nodded slowly.
That sounds like a key. And whatever it opens, it sounds like it needs to be sacrificed.
Angeville gave her a small, tired smile.
You might be right.
Their conversation carried them to the end of the corridor, where the faint hum of voices grew louder. They stepped into a spacious meeting room filled with people. A warm welcome. The hum of quiet conversation filled the room as Jennifer and Angeville stepped in. The space was packed with mismatched furniture and a few glowing monitors flickering with maps and diagrams. People moved purposefully, some whispering in corners, others hunched over consoles. Amid the organized chaos, a tall man with a sharp jawline and a relaxed demeanor strode toward them.
"Welcome,"
he said, his voice warm and steady.
"Good to see you dodging drones."
Jennifer grinned, jerking a thumb toward Angeville.
Her name's Angeville. She's got good aim.
Richard tilted his head with a curious smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Before Angeville could respond, a familiar voice called out,
"Hey, I remember you."
A flash of blue hair caught Angeville's eye as a young woman bounded toward her with a bright smile. Becky, the girl from the Sky Train, wrapped her arms around Angeville in a quick, spontaneous hug. For Angeville, the moment was startling, almost surreal. On Cinta Nefatum, hugs were alien to her, especially during the cold, isolating years in prison. Books had been her sole companions, the words of Deruvish, her only solace in the unyielding silence. The warmth of Becky's embrace broke through that emotional barrier, leaving Angeville flushed with a strange mix of surprise, shyness, and happiness. Becky stepped back, her smile undimmed.
The mystery girl,
she said cheerfully.
I'm Becky.
Angeville managed a small, shy smile.
Nice to meet you, my friend,
she replied, her voice softer than she intended. Before she could dwell on the unusual warmth of the moment, another figure approached. Mark, with his easy grin and confident stride, held up a hand for a high five.
Good to see you both,
he said, his dark, slanted eyes glinting with friendliness. He high-fived Jennifer first, then Angeville.
All right, girls. We're still waiting for a few more people to join. Probably another 30 minutes. Make yourselves comfortable. Enjoy your seat.
Jennifer and Angeville nodded, finding a pair of chairs tucked in a quieter corner of the large room. As they settled in, Angeville noticed the flickering glow of a holographic map projected on the wall, its shifting contours hypnotic. Jennifer leaned back in her chair, crossing her legs casually. After a moment of silence, she spoke.
Since you're looking for some information to enlighten yourself, I've got something that might help.
Curious, Angeville turned to her.
What is it?
Without answering, Jennifer got up and walked to a shelf cluttered with gadgets, picking up a sleek VR headset. She returned, handing it to Angeville with a smirk.
What is this?
Angeville asked, examining the strange device.
Just put it on your head,
Jennifer said, gesturing for her to try it. As Angeville slipped the headset on, Jennifer began explaining, her tone matter of fact.
100 years ago, when Gaib came to Earth, he immediately started spreading the truth through the Gospel of Barnabas. But the elites controlling the world weren't having it. They didn't like what he was saying, so they shadow banned his streams, claimed he was a crazy madman on every media platform they controlled.
Angeville frowned, the faint glow of the headset illuminating her puzzled expression.
Shadow banned? Streams? I don't understand.
Jennifer chuckled softly.
You will. After that, the elites tightened their grip on the internet, shutting down anything they didn't like. That's why our rebellion group built an open source system to share content without censorship. What you're about to see is some of the stuff they didn't want people to know. I'll play a few clips for you. Enjoy.
She pressed a sequence of buttons on the side of the headset, and the screen in Angeville's view came to life. Angeville gasped softly as her vision filled with light. It was her first experience with digital content, a 3D display shimmering with sparkles. The projections were vivid, almost tangible, and Angeville reached out instinctively, half expecting to touch the glowing shapes. Is Jerusalem actually Istanbul? The sparkles faded into a clear image of a tranquil coastline, and a man's calm yet authoritative voice filled the air around her. The voice spoke with the cadence of a storyteller, weaving history and intrigue. Is Istanbul the place where many prophets lived? Is it the land where two seas meet? The very site where Moses and Hizir encountered one another? As the narration continued, the screen transitioned to a detailed artwork. The image depicted a crucifixion scene painted by Conrad Witz in 1444, titled The Crucifixion Scene at Golgotha Hill. The landscape behind the cross captured Angeville's attention. Rolling hills, a shimmering sea, and a strait. The voice continued. Take a close look at this image. The background shows a large sea and the Bosphorus. Yet, today's Jerusalem does not have such vast seas. It only has rivers. If the crucifixion had taken place near the sea, as depicted here, where are the straits and hills in the West Bank? They do not exist. But on Beykoz Hill in Istanbul, they do. Angeville leaned forward instinctively, her eyes scanning every detail of the painting. Another image materialized, this time showing Perugino's The Crucifixion with the Virgin, housed at the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C. The painting was strikingly similar, with a broad expanse of water in the background, ships visible on the horizon, and hills framing the scene. The narrator's tone grew more deliberate. Again, notice the sea, the ships, and the strait bordered by hills. This cannot be the Jordan River. It is too vast, too maritime in character. But there is one place that fits this imagery perfectly: the Bosphorus. And the architecture of the city walls and the palace in the distance? It aligns more closely with the Roman Constantinopolitan style than anything in Jerusalem. The screen transitioned again. Angeville now saw the master of the Geneva Latini, painted in 1470 and currently housed in France. The scene widened, showing an unmistakable strait with rolling hills next to the sea. The resemblance was undeniable. "Everyone knows," the voice remarked, "that Istanbul is a Bosphorus city built on 7 hills. Look at the background here. The strait, the hills, the architecture, everything points to Constantinople." Angeville's curiosity deepened. Her breathing quickened as the visuals intensified. This time the artwork changed to Raphael's Tempi Madonna, painted in 1508. While the foreground focused on the serene figure of the Virgin Mary, the background revealed a fascinating detail, a tower rising from the middle of the sea. The narrator's voice softened slightly, as though sharing a hidden truth. "That tower. Look at it closely. It is identical to Istanbul's Maiden's Tower, situated in the Bosphorus. How could such a detail find its way into so many works of art? How could so many depictions of the crucifixion place it in a landscape that perfectly resembles Istanbul rather than Jerusalem? Has history been hidden from us? Have we been manipulated?" Angeville felt her pulse quicken. Her eyes darted from one corner of the screen to another as more pieces of the puzzle fell into place. The visuals shifted to a map. Lines appeared, tracing a path from the city of Mecca northwestward. The line passed through today's Jerusalem, but continued straight to Istanbul, uninterrupted. The narrator continued, his voice imbued with mystery. Before Muhammad became a prophet, the Qibla, the direction of prayer for believers, was aligned along this path. Does this mean that the early believers were turning not toward modern-day Jerusalem, but toward Istanbul? The screen filled with a glowing title: Etymology of Istanbul. "Even the name Istanbul carries secrets," the voice explained. The ancient Greek term slampol shares the same meaning as the Hebrew Yerushalom, city of religion. Muslims today greet each other with the phrase Salam alaikum, the greeting of their faith. It means peace. The city of Slampol, or Islampol, is merely the Greek version of Yerushalim, or Jerusalem. Could Istanbul and Jerusalem have been one and the same in antiquity? The screen dimmed, leaving Angeville staring at her reflection in the blackened visor of the headset. Her thoughts swirled with questions. How could the history she knew be so vastly different from the narrative she had just witnessed? Frequency of God. Angeville adjusted her posture, settling deeper into the chair as the next content began to play. The air around her seemed to hum faintly, as though the virtual space itself anticipated the revelations to come. The screen flickered, and then a tranquil voice, steady yet profound, filled the room. God is one, unborn and unbegotten, encompassing everything. So what is God essentially? The screen shimmered, revealing a luminous chart that seemed alive, pulsating with energy. The colors began to flow and shift like an aurora, each band radiating its own unique light. The narrator continued, weaving words that felt more like a melody than a lecture. We are vibrational beings, much like the universe itself. Every thought, every emotion, every action carries a frequency. To understand ourselves is to understand these frequencies, for they are the keys to our connection with the divine. The chart began to glow more vividly, starting from its lowest rung. Deep reds and murky grays churned at the base, their motion sluggish and weighted. "Here lies the realm of despair," the voice explained. "Shame, guilt, apathy, grief. These are the lowest states of human vibration. They cling to the body, dragging it down, clouding the mind, and suffocating the soul. In these states, the spirit grows quiet, unable to rise." Angeville felt a chill as the imagery shifted to a shadowed figure hunched under the weight of its own sorrow. The colors darkened further, almost suffocating in their intensity. "Yet even here there is hope," the narrator said, the tone lifting slightly, "because every vibration, no matter how low, can shift. Anger, for example, though volatile, sparks movement. Desire propels us forward. These are the bridges, the turning points, the first steps toward freedom." The colors on the chart began to lighten, flowing into warm yellows and soft greens. A figure stood tall and steady, its stance firm and unyielding. "Courage," the voice continued, "is the threshold. It is the moment when we rise, when energy begins to expand rather than contract. With courage comes acceptance, a state where the soul no longer battles against the current, but learns to move with it. Here, the body heals, the mind clears, and the spirit begins to shine." The chart radiated now with brighter hues, greens giving way to blues and violets. Angeville's breath caught as the imagery transformed into something serene yet powerful. A woman standing atop a hill, her arms outstretched to the wind, as if drawing strength from the earth and sky. "And then," the voice said softly, "we enter the realm of love. Love is not merely an emotion. It is a state of being, the harmonizer of all things. When one lives in love, joy naturally follows, and joy brings peace, the stillness where creation itself takes place." The colors at the top of the chart merged into pure white, radiating outward in waves that seemed to fill the room. Angeville's eyes widened as the final level revealed itself, a brilliance so profound it felt otherworldly. "At the peak lies enlightenment," the narrator said reverently. "This is the frequency of the great spiritual masters, Rumi, Yunus Emre, Buddha. They spoke of dissolving the self into unity, of becoming one with the source. It is a state of intoxication, not with earthly pleasure, but with divine love. Here, there are no boundaries, no separations, only oneness." The imagery shifted once more, showing these masters in moments of profound connection. Rumi, lost in his ecstatic dance. Yunus Emre, meditating by a flowing stream. Buddha, serene beneath the Bodhi tree. Their expressions were transcendent, as though they saw the entire universe within themselves. Angeville exhaled slowly, feeling an inexplicable pull toward the vision. The voice shifted, now instructive, yet gentle. To touch the divine, to align with this infinite energy, we must first raise our own vibration. The body and mind are instruments, and like any instrument, they must be tuned. The screen transformed into a series of flowing scenes, each more vibrant than the last. A young woman meditated beneath a tree, her face serene as sunlight filtered through the leaves. "Stillness," the voice explained. "Mindfulness, the practice of being fully present, of focusing on the breath, on the now. This calms the storm within." The scene shifted to a hand writing in a leather-bound journal. Gratitude. By naming the things we are thankful for, we shift our focus from lack to abundance. Gratitude opens the heart. Angeville smiled faintly as she watched a child hand a loaf of bread to an elderly woman. Helping others. Every act of kindness creates ripples, raising not only your vibration, but also that of those around you. We rise together. A A man running along a forest trail appeared next, his breath visible in the crisp morning air. Care for the body, exercise, eat whole foods, sleep deeply. The physical body is a temple, and its health supports the soul's ascension. Finally, a group of friends laughing beneath a starry sky lit up the screen. Connection, laughter, love shared freely. These are the moments when the soul feels its purpose most deeply. The voice softened, the visuals fading into a swirling cosmos of light and color. Creation is born of love. Every book, every painting, every melody, they exist because someone loved enough to bring them into being. And so too were the stars, the galaxies, and all that is. Love is the endless, boundless energy of God. The cosmos began to coalesce into a single radiant point of light. To align with God, to feel His endless love and mercy, we must tune ourselves to His frequency. It is a journey, not a destination. But every step brings us closer to the source, to unity, to the infinite. The screen faded, and silence filled the room. Angeville removed the headset slowly, her thoughts swirling with new ideas, questions, and possibilities. She turned to Jennifer, who had been sitting quietly nearby.
What did you think?
Jennifer asked, her voice soft. Angeville hesitated, her words catching in her throat. Finally, she said,
I feel lighter, like I've just remembered something I've always known.
Jennifer smiled knowingly.
That's how it starts. The rest is up to you.
The costume party. The room was dimly lit, with the soft hum of conversation filling the air. Richard had called everyone together, and despite the day's tension, the group was finally assembled. Shadows from the low-hanging lamps stretched across their faces, giving the gathering an air of clandestine significance. Richard stood in the middle, his expression a mixture of concern and determination.
It's been a tough day, guys,
he began, his voice carrying the weight of a leader tasked with holding everyone together.
Are you all okay?
Becky brushed a strand of hair from her face, her eyes weary but resolute.
Yes,
she replied, her voice steady.
There are no injuries among us, but it hurts us all that we can't exercise our most basic freedom of expression.
Mark, leaning against the corner of the room, adjusted his leather jacket and ran a hand over the worn sleeve, as though erasing the grime of the day.
Honestly,
he said in a calm but sharp tone,
we're getting into trouble. The truths we speak aren't understood by the public. We're being ostracized, as if we're not fighting for them, but taking a stand against them.
Jennifer, seated on the arm of a couch, folded her arms tightly, her lips pressed into a thin line, and she nodded before speaking in a tone that carried the edge of vulnerability.
Absolutely. And you have no idea how much that hurts us, how lonely it makes us feel on this big planet Earth. Like shouting into a void and hearing nothing back but our own echoes.
Richard crossed his arms, his brow furrowed in thought.
Our job,
he said, his voice firm,
is to be a voice of truth. We can open a door for people, but we can't force them through it.
Becky raised her hands in frustration.
But what about being seen as the bad guys just for speaking the truth? How do we fight that?
Mark straightened, his voice growing colder.
It's not just about public perception. It goes deeper. You saw how the police dealt with us today. We could die. What happens next?
Richard sighed, his gaze dropping for a moment before lifting again with resolve.
I know,
he admitted, his voice soft but resolute.
I'm aware of everything you're saying, but we have to think solution-oriented. We have to live in the moment and look forward, not dwell in the past.
Before he could finish, a loud chime interrupted him. The group turned as Richard glanced at the screen next to him.
It's Frankie calling,
he said, his face immediately tightening with unease. Jennifer rolled her eyes, a dry laugh escaping her lips.
What's this maniac up to again?
Without a word, Richard projected the video call onto the large screen behind him. the image flickered to life, revealing 4 masked figures, 2 men and 2 women dressed in sleek, tight-fitting attire. One of the men wore a wolf mask that caught the dim light, its sharp edges giving him a sinister look. The man in the wolf mask, presumably Frankie, spoke first, his voice dripping with mockery.
"We're at a great party, guys. The bureaucrats and the elite are inside, having the time of their lives. Since you losers weren't invited, we thought we'd give you a front row seat. The whole internet will be watching this. Ha 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 ha."
Becky and Jennifer exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions darkening as they tried to piece together what was happening. Angeville, standing slightly apart from the group, pointed to the bottom corner of the screen.
"Look,"
she said, her tone sharp.
"There are 5 million viewers watching their live broadcast right now."
Mark's eyes widened, his face a mixture of astonishment and dread.
This is either very good news or very bad news, but it's definitely not in the middle.
The room fell silent as they continued to watch. On the screen, one of the women adjusted the hem of her dress, concealing a camera inside the fabric. The view shifted as they left the small room they were in, moving down a wide hallway. The sound of muffled bass grew louder, the unmistakable rhythm of electronic dance music pulsing through the air. When they reached the main party area, the camera captured a scene of excess and revelry. Costumed figures swayed and spun under flashing lights, their laughter and cheers blending with the pounding beat. The masked group maneuvered through the crowd, their movements purposeful and sharp. And then, like a crack of thunder, the scene changed. From under their cloaks, the 4 figures produced AK-47 Kalashnikovs, the black steel glinting ominously under the strobes. Frankie's laughter rang out, wild and chilling.
"You are restricting the freedoms of the people and robbing them of their rights. This is what you deserve."
Upon these words, hundreds of bullets started to rain from Kalashnikov guns, and the lifeless bodies of dozens of elites were falling to the ground. The camera's view became chaotic, swinging wildly as screams erupted in the background. Before the group could act further, the windows around the room shattered and heavily armed security forces stormed in. The sound of gunfire tore through the music, sharp and relentless. The camera fell to the floor, capturing only the ceiling and fragmented glimpses of the carnage. Frankie and his group lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies crumpled amid the chaos. The screen continued broadcasting, now showing flickering lights and fragments of shadowy movement. A decision has been made. The room buzzed with static from the now darkened screen, the piercing sound cutting through murmurs of shock and disbelief. Richard slammed his hand onto the table, his voice rising above the noise.
"Damn it! They think they're doing something good! Frankie and his friends have played right into their hands, making the world believe we're the terrorists they falsely accused us of being."
Jennifer's voice trembled as she spoke, her hands clasped tightly in front of her chest.
They paid for their foolishness with their lives. Frankie and his crew, they were like family to us. And now, they're gone.
Becky, standing by the dusty window, unconsciously ran her fingers through her electric blue hair, a nervous habit that betrayed her otherwise composed demeanor.
"Guys,"
she said, her voice soft but strained.
"I don't think there's any way out of this now."
Mark, who had been pacing, paused to lean against the wall. He adjusted the collar of his leather jacket, his eyes dark with unease.
Exactly. We're all marked. Our citizenship scores are plummeting, and it's only a matter of time before we're declared enemies of the state.
Jennifer's voice cracked as she turned to Richard, desperation etched on her face.
"So what do we do now?"
Silence filled the room, heavy and suffocating. Then, Angeville stepped forward, her presence commanding yet serene. Her crimson-tinted eyes scanned the room, and her calm voice cut through the tension like a blade.
"I know what we must do,"
she began, her words deliberate and measured.
"But first, you have to trust me."
The room fell still. Richard's sharp gaze locked onto Angeville, his expression a mixture of curiosity and caution.
"We're listening," he said.
Becky's lips twitched into a faint smile, her trust in Angeville evident. Yet her forehead creased with worry, and her fingers curled tightly around her sleeve. Mark and Jennifer exchanged uncertain glances, but said nothing, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope and trepidation. Angeville stepped to the computer console and, with practiced precision, pulled up a program.
"You've all heard of Noah's Ark,"
she began.
"But have you ever wondered about Gilgamesh, Atrahasis, Ziusudra? These aren't separate stories. They're echoes of the same truth, told across ages to different peoples."
The group watched in rapt attention as Angeville activated a satellite scanning program. The screen flickered to life, and waves of data began to fill it. Angeville entered a series of coordinates, her fingers flying across the keyboard.
"These coordinates,"
Mark said, his brow furrowing.
"That's near Diyarbakir, close to the Tigris River. That area used to be part of Turkey."
"And I've heard their kebabs are amazing,"
Jennifer quipped nervously, earning a faint chuckle from Becky. The screen displayed layers of electromagnetic waves, graphs of soil minerals, and bursts of vibrant colors, purple, pink, and green. Angeville adjusted the frame, zooming in on a specific spot. There, buried beneath the earth, was a massive, glowing sphere.
"A sphere?"
Richard muttered, his voice tinged with awe.
"That doesn't look natural."
"It's not,"
Angeville replied, a faint smile curving her lips.
"That sphere is Noah's Ark, but it's not a wooden ship. It's a spaceship."
The room erupted into murmurs of disbelief. Richard silenced them with a sharp command.
"Enough! Let her finish!"
Angeville nodded and continued.
"Earth is drowning in a flood, not of water, but of ignorance. This ark is our only chance to escape. It's the only way we'll survive."
Jennifer shook her head, her voice rising in panic.
"This is insane, Angeville. We've never seen a spaceship, let alone piloted one. And even if we could, where would we go? Earth is the only place with oxygen, with life."
Angeville's calm demeanor didn't waver.
"The planet we're going to is Sinta Nefetum,"
she said softly.
"There's oxygen there because that's where I'm from."
The revelation hit like a thunderclap. Becky's eyes widened, and she gasped.
"What?"
"I was on Sinta Nefetum 100 years ago,"
Angeville explained.
"I came here using a time machine built by an Earth scientist, Pellegrino Ernetti."
"Ernetti?"
Richard repeated, his eyes narrowing.
"The priest who invented the chronovisor?"
"Yes,"
Angeville confirmed. Richard leaned against the table, his mind racing. After a long pause, he straightened and addressed the group.
"The plan is clear. We're going to Diyarbakir. That ark is our salvation. But with our patriotism scores in the negatives, no plane will take us. We'll travel in secret, by freighters."
Jennifer laughed bitterly.
"So we're smuggling ourselves out? Like the refugees who used to flee here? Now we'll do the same to get out."
Richard smirked.
"Exactly. Meet at the harbor shelter tomorrow night at 21 Ma. Be ready."
The edge of Shanghai. The next day, Angeville wandered around Shanghai with thoughts on her mind. Although she had only been in the city for a few days, her impressions had changed dramatically. The excitement and curiosity she had felt when she first found himself inside the SkyTrain and saw the lighted visual feast around him had given way to a feeling of being in a high-tech, open-air prison. She entered a building, pressed the elevator button for the 51st floor, the highest floor. As the elevator sped up, she felt a sense of claustrophobia. The sun glinted off the glass facades of the Shanghai skyline as Angeville stood atop the rooftop, her crimson tail curling slightly in the breeze. Her thoughts, heavy and labyrinthine, wove themselves into the cityscape below. The brilliance of technology and innovation clashed violently with the chains of conformity she saw in every neon glow, every moving dot of humanity below.
All this civilization is a system,
Angeville murmured to herself, her voice low and tinged with melancholy.
And all these people are tiny batteries that power this system. They have luxuries that not even kings in history have had. They can learn all sorts of information at the touch of a button. They can have interesting experiences in three-dimensional reality. And yet, she exhaled deeply. Almost all of them have become unhappy, self-deprecating slaves, crushed by the burden of unfulfillment.
You're a poet in disguise, Angeville.
A voice broke through her contemplation. Startled, Angeville spun around to find a woman approaching her. She moved with an elegant yet measured stride, her trench coat swaying lightly as her heels clicked against the rooftop surface. Her slanted dark eyes bore a piercing intelligence, her alabaster skin glowing faintly in the afternoon light. She extended a hand, her demeanor equal parts formality and intrigue.
Excuse me, you are Angeville, aren't you?
Angeville blinked, taken aback.
Yes,
she replied slowly, suspicion creeping into her tone.
I didn't recognize you?
The woman's lips curled into a polite smile.
I'm Agent Chun Xian.
Her handshake was firm, yet unthreatening.
You can just call me Chun. There's something special about you. I'm here to meet you.
Angeville tilted her head slightly, curiosity mingling with caution.
Special? What do you mean?
Chun stepped closer, her gaze shifting momentarily to the sprawling metropolis below.
In this city, every individual has a digital citizenship number.
She began, her voice carrying the cadence of someone accustomed to authority.
Behavior dictates citizenship scores. Those with insufficient scores lose access to essential services. It's an effective system, some say ruthless, but efficient nonetheless.
Angeville crossed her arms, her tail flicking once with irritation.
And what does that have to do with me?
Chun turned her gaze back to Angeville, her expression unreadable.
You are an anomaly, a ghost. You have no chip in your brain, no citizenship number, no trace in any of our files. For all intents and purposes, Angeville, you don't exist.
The statement hung in the air, charged with an intensity that made Angeville's muscles tense. Chun continued, her voice softening.
That alone is enough for us to lock you away, but I don't want to do that. I see potential in you, a brilliance that could be put to use. Join us. Work with our cybersecurity division. Help us understand how you bypass the system. In exchange, you'll be pardoned, compensated, even celebrated.
Angeville chuckled darkly, shaking her head.
You think I'm some clever hacker? That I found a loophole in your so-called perfect system?
She stepped closer to Chun, her golden eyes glowing faintly.
I don't have a chip because I was never implanted with one. I don't have records because I've never been part of this rotten system. The reason you can't detect me is simple. I come from a different time and a different planet.
For a moment, Chun's composed mask slipped, and her eyes widened in genuine surprise.
A different planet?
She echoed, her voice a whisper of disbelief. She quickly recovered, her analytical mind racing to find reason in Angeville's claim.
That's quite a statement.
It's the truth,
Angeville said flatly.
And that's all you're getting from me.
Chun's expression hardened, her frustration evident in the slight narrowing of her eyes.
Then let's take this discussion to headquarters. You can tell your story there.
No.
Angeville's voice was sharp, her stance shifting defensively.
I'm leaving this city soon, and I have nothing to share with you or your system.
Before Chun could react, Angeville shoved her back, the sudden force catching her off guard. Angeville turned and sprinted toward the edge of the rooftop. Chun regained her balance, her face flushing with anger. This was not how things usually went for her.
You're making a mistake,
she shouted after Angeville. With a smooth motion, Chun pulled a sleek black firearm from her trench coat. She raised it, her finger tightening on the trigger.
Go to hell,
she hissed, firing. But a mechanical click followed by a robotic voice interrupted her rage.
Operation is not authorized. Target is unarmed.
Chun glared at the weapon, her jaw clenching before she holstered it again.
Damn AI safeguards,
she muttered. Without missing a beat, she broke into a run, her trench coat flaring behind her as she pursued Angeville. Ahead, Angeville leapt onto a maintenance ladder, her crimson tail a fleeting flash against the concrete jungle. Her voice floated back as she climbed.
I'm glad I didn't accept that gun Jennifer offered me.
And with that, the chase began. The moment Chun lunged after her, Angeville bolted, weaving through the rooftop garden like a thread through fabric. Her feet pounded against the polished concrete as adrenaline shot through her veins. Chun was relentless, her trench coat billowing behind her as she matched Angeville's pace. The pursuit became a dance of survival and determination, a clash of wills amidst the sprawling skyline of Shanghai. Angeville vaulted over a low railing, her body twisting midair as she landed on a narrow ledge jutting out from the side of the building. Below her, a dizzying drop of 50 stories opened up. She dared a glance back. Chun was already closing the gap, her strides fluid and precise.
Impressive,
Angeville muttered under her breath as she spotted her next move. She leapt onto a maintenance ladder clinging to the building's facade. The rungs groaned under her weight as she scrambled upward. Chun followed without hesitation, her movements as sharp as a predator's. Angeville reached the top and found herself on another rooftop, this one cluttered with vents and satellite dishes. The city roared around them, horns blaring, neon lights flickering in the misty air. Angeville didn't stop to marvel. She dashed across the rooftop, sidestepping a solar panel, and hurtled toward a gap between buildings. The distance was daunting, but she had no choice. With a deep breath, Angeville sprang forward, her legs coiled like springs. She soared over the void, her arms flailing for balance as she landed on the opposite roof, rolling to dissipate the impact. Chun landed moments later, her trench coat whipping as she adjusted with perfect grace.
You're full of surprises, aren't you?
Chun called, her tone strained but tinged with admiration. Angeville didn't reply. Instead, she made a sharp turn, ducking under a row of pipes. Chun mirrored her every move, their chase playing out like a synchronized routine. Angeville grabbed hold of a metal pole and swung herself onto a fire escape, descending in a flurry of agile leaps. The rusted structure shook under her weight, but it held. Chun followed, choosing to slide down the railings with precision, her feet hitting the ground seconds after Angeville. They were now in the maze-like alleyways below the skyscrapers, their boots splashing through shallow puddles. Angeville skidded around a corner, vaulting over a stack of crates, and into a narrow passage that seemed to lead nowhere. Chun smirked.
Cornered?
But Angeville had already spotted her way out, a laundry line strung between two buildings. Without hesitation, she grabbed onto the line and swung across, the makeshift zip line trembling under her weight. Chun sighed, muttering under her breath,
"She's insane,"
before following suit. The line sagged as Chun zipped after her, landing cleanly on the opposite side. The pursuit carried them to an abandoned market filled with collapsed stalls and overturned carts. Angeville grabbed a broomstick and swung it behind her, sending a stack of crates crashing into Chun's path. Chun ducked, dodging the obstacle with a roll that brought her back to her feet in one fluid motion.
"You're going to regret this,"
Chun shouted as Angeville darted toward the ocean, the scent of salt water mingling with the humid air. The market ended abruptly, opening onto a promenade lined with flickering streetlights. Angeville sprinted toward the sea, her lungs burning and her legs aching. Chun was still behind her, her focus unbroken, her breaths coming in sharp bursts. Angeville skidded to a halt at the edge of the dock, the water shimmering under the city lights. She turned to face Chun, who stopped a few meters away. Both women stood still, their bodies heaving with exhaustion, their eyes locked in a silent battle of wills. The sea lapped against the docks, as if waiting for the conclusion of this cat-and-mouse game. Chun slowly reached into her trench coat, but this time, Angeville didn't run.
I think we're past running now,
Angeville said, her voice steady despite her labored breathing. Chun took a step forward, her hand still lingering near her coat. The air between them was electric, charged with anticipation. A catfight. Chun, with her trench coat billowing in the salty breeze, took a step closer. Her eyes, sharp and calculating, bore into Angeville.
I didn't call reinforcements because I don't want anyone sharing the reward when I capture something as precious as you. I'm going to handcuff you myself and take you to the office.
Angeville chuckled, her voice low and dripping with mockery.
You're ambitious. I'll give you that. But sweetheart, you might have bitten off more than you can chew.
Without warning, Chun lunged forward. Her jab snapped out like a cobra strike, followed swiftly by a cross and a hook. Angeville's reflexes kicked in, her arms rising to block each blow with precision. The strikes glanced off her forearms, leaving her stance unshaken. Angeville retaliated by grabbing Chun's trench coat and yanking her forward. With a fierce headbutt, Angeville smashed her forehead into Chun's face. The impact sent Chun stumbling back, her hand instinctively flying to her lip, which now bore a fresh cut.
Sorry for ruining your makeup?
Angeville quipped with a grin before charging forward with a powerful front kick. Chun caught the kick with both hands, the force pushing her back a step. Taking advantage of her position, she hooked Angeville's standing leg with her own and yanked, sending Angeville crashing onto the weathered wooden planks. Chun followed through, pouncing on Angeville and pinning her to the dock. Now straddling Angeville, Chun aimed a series of rapid punches at her head. Angeville raised her guard, absorbing the strikes with her forearms. The wood beneath them creaked with every impact, echoing over the water. Angeville reached up, her fingers tangling in Chun's dark hair. With a sharp tug, she yanked Chun down toward her chest, throwing her off balance. Before Chun could react, Angeville planted her feet against Chun's abdomen and kicked her backward. Chun tumbled across the dock, her trench coat flaring as she rolled to her feet. Both women rose, their breaths coming fast and heavy. Chun lashed out with a low kick, the sharp crack of her shin connecting with Angeville's thigh. Angeville winced, but held her ground. Chun smirked and stepped in again, feinting another low kick. This time, Angeville was ready. She lifted her leg to block the anticipated strike, but Chun's kick arced higher, her foot whipping toward Angeville's chin. The high kick landed cleanly, snapping Angeville's head to the side.
Chinese kung fu, baby!
Chun exclaimed triumphantly.
Eat this!
Blood dripped from Angeville's nose as she turned back to face Chun, grinning through the pain.
Not gonna lie, that was a cool move.
Angeville stepped forward with a burst of speed, launching a boxing combination, jab, jab, uppercut, hook. Chun weaved through the punches like a dancer, her movements fluid and precise. She closed the distance, grabbing Angeville's head in a clinch and driving her knee toward Angeville's stomach. The first knee strike connected, forcing a sharp exhale from Angeville, but the second strike was blocked as Angeville tightened her core and brought her arms down in time. In one fluid motion, Angeville grabbed Chun's trench coat by the collars, shifted her weight, and executed a textbook Seoi-nage judo throw. Chun's body arced through the air before slamming onto the dock with a resounding thud. Before Chun could recover, Angeville mounted her and rained down punches. Chun raised her arms to shield her face, her defenses weakening with each blow. Angeville shifted her strategy, seizing Chun's wrists and transitioning into a triangle choke. She locked her legs tightly around Chun's neck, pinching her knees and pulling down on Chun's head with relentless force. Chun struggled, her movements frantic, but futile. Gradually, her resistance faded, and her body went limp. Angeville released the hold, rolling Chun's unconscious form gently onto her back. She crouched beside her, brushing a strand of hair from Chun's face with an almost tender gesture.
We could have been good friends, honey.
Angeville murmured, her tone soft but resolute.
But we met in the wrong place at the wrong time.
She stood, her crimson tail flicking behind her as she walked away from the dock. The creaking of wood and the distant lapping of waves were the only sounds that accompanied her divergency. Is this an end or a beginning? The salty breeze of the seaport clung to Angeville's skin as she joined the group. Richard had, as usual, smoothed their way with his charm and deep pockets, bribing the dock keepers to ensure safe passage. They hid in containers filled with textiles and spices, enduring the claustrophobic confines for 15 long days. When the container doors finally swung open, the vibrant chaos of Istanbul greeted them with a burst of sunlight and the aroma of roasted chestnuts from nearby street vendors. Angeville stretched, her tail flicking lazily as she grinned.
Freedom smells like Turkish coffee.
After days of rough seas, the group indulged in the city's delights. They lounged in the steamy haze of Turkish baths, their aches and grime dissolving into the warmth, and savored thick, velvety coffee brewed in copper pots. The bustling bazaars and the distant call of the muezzin added a surreal quality to their brief respite. But leisure had its limits. Renting motorcycles, they set out toward the southeast, speeding through winding roads that cut through sprawling hills and arid plains. Hours later, the towering walls of Diyarbakir loomed in the distance, their basalt stone dark against the amber glow of sunset. Before they could enter the city, the shrill wail of a police whistle cut through the hum of engines. A traffic cop motioned them to the side of the road. Richard raised a hand, signaling calm to the group, and pulled over. His disarming smile preceded him as he approached the officer.
"Officer, how's your day going? Must be tough working in this heat."
The officer chuckled, wiping sweat from his brow.
"Oh, don't get me started. And what's this, a motorcycle gang?"
Richard laughed, the sound easy and infectious.
"Not a gang, just a group of travelers from Shanghai. We heard Diyarbakir is beautiful and had to see it for ourselves."
The officer softened, his stance relaxing.
"You've done well, but you should have waited for the sun to set. This heat drains a man."
"Can't argue with you there, Commissioner,"
Richard replied playfully. The officer smiled but grew serious.
"Show me your digital citizenship cards. I need to check the system."
Jennifer and Becky stiffened, their hearts pounding beneath their helmets. Angeville glanced their way, her face unreadable, but her tail swayed with tension. Richard's voice took on a boyish charm.
"Come on, officer. Do we really have to go through all that? We're just passing through and know where we're headed."
After a moment of hesitation, the officer relented.
"All right, but keep it quiet and don't ride too close together. If you draw attention, we'll have to pull you over again."
Richard saluted with mock seriousness.
"Yes, sir."
As the group rode off, Richard leaned toward Mark.
"The police here have a high social intelligence. If they get a good vibe from you, they'll let you off easy."
The motorcycles roared along the highway until the Tigris River came into view, its waters shimmering in the fading daylight. Soon, they reached Kirkler Mountain. Richard signaled for a stop, removing his helmet as the group gathered. He turned to Angeville.
"All right, we're here. The coordinates you gave us led us to this hill. What's next?"
"There's a secret entrance here,"
Angeville said, scanning the terrain. Her eyes caught an irregularity in the rock face, a subtle fissure that hinted at an opening. After a few minutes of searching, they found it, a narrow cave entrance concealed by overgrowth. They crawled through the opening, descending into the earth. The deeper they went, the darker it became, forcing them to light torches. The flickering flames cast long shadows as the air grew cooler and thinner. Hundreds of meters below ground, they emerged into a vast chamber. At its center loomed a massive black sphere, humming faintly. It was otherworldly, its smooth surface etched with glowing symbols and encased in machinery far beyond their understanding. Mark's voice broke the silence.
"It's a spaceship. You were right, Angeville."
Richard, his eyes wide, turned to her.
"So, You said you had the key. How do you plan to activate this thing?
Angeville stepped forward, her voice steady.
The key is me.
Jennifer and Becky froze.
Wait.
Jennifer stammered.
Are you saying you're going to sacrifice yourself?
Angeville nodded, her expression serene.
This is why I came here. To awaken this ship and send you to Sinta Nefatum, where you'll build a new kingdom.
Tears welled in Becky's eyes.
But why you? There has to be another way.
Angeville shook her head, her voice gentle.
There is no other way. But promise me this. When you arrive, rule with compassion. Never exploit the innocent. Build a system based on merit and fairness, not greed. Teach the next generation to love, to meditate, to grow spiritually. Don't repeat the mistakes of this world.
She turned to the control panel, her voice soft as she recited the ancient poem.
Yet still it sleeps, it cannot rise, until the final sacrifice. A holy gift, an ancient key, unlocks the way, yet none may see.
As her hand touched the fingerprint scanner, the mechanisms within the sphere roared to life. Lights blazed, and energy surged as the ship absorbed the subatomic particles of her being. Angeville's form dissolved into radiant streaks of light, her essence becoming one with the ship's core. The group watched in awed silence as the black sphere transformed into a massive, crescent-shaped spacecraft. Hours later, its engines roared, and the ship ascended through the cavern roof, disappearing into the heavens. Mark whispered,
She gave her life for this. For us.
Richard placed a hand on his shoulder.
It's not the end. It's the beginning.
The group stood beneath the empty sky, the echoes of Angeville's sacrifice resonating in their hearts as they prepared for the journey ahead. The end.